This briefing's to give you all the important information about the race day. As Johnny said, my name's Jeff Gunn. I'm the clerk of the course for today. The steward for today is Frank Cran, down here to my left. Firstly, by entering this meeting, you acknowledge that motorcycle sport is dangerous and you may be exposed to certain risks where you can be injured, hurt, or your bike is damaged. The Hattah crew have put in an enormous amount of effort in the lead up to the race to make the venue and the tracks as safe as possible. It's your responsibility to have read and understood all the rules and instructions regarding the race, and you follow the directions of the event officials and ride and act safely throughout the day. First aid for today is located at the end of the straight across to my left here. So we have a number of doctors and about 15 nurses down there today. A heap of emergency recovery staff and all the four-wheel drive ambulances to take care of you if you're unfortunate enough to have to go there. Please note, there's no smoking or alcohol in the pit area. Track markers for today, same as yesterday, so all the tracks are clearly marked out there with the directional arrows. We've had all the sweep buggies go around this morning, so everything is in place. So that's your directional arrows. Once again, if you come across the red circle, that's a danger point in front of you. And the red cross means you've gone on a track you're not supposed to, so you're going the wrong way. No tear-offs for today. No riding on the crop. And no cutting corners. So the track's got all the track markers and stuff out there. I don't want to see anyone deliberately cutting corners or taking shortcuts. So that's going to be closely monitored today. The track length for this year is approximately 38 kilometres, and for the full race length it's 8 laps. The pit area and how it works. So obviously for you guys who have been here before, you'll be well aware of it. For those who haven't, so the pit area is a full noise race lane right through the middle. Off to the side, there's about a 5 or 6 metre transition to your pit lane, and then there's a 3 or 4 metre pit lane entrance. So when you enter your pits, turn off before, slow down in the transition lane, and then enter your pit entry. Don't enter your pit entry like 50 metres beforehand. So you've got to be going first gear when you're in your pit area to refuel. There's 3 pit crew only for each rider today. When you exit the pits, you must give way to those people either in the transition lane or going through the race lane. For those guys who are pitted in and around the many corners through the pits, do not jump in and or out of the berms going in or out of your pits. Enter beforehand and exit afterwards. As I said, give way to all the riders in the race lane. When you're exiting your pit area, as I said, don't go down and in front of 3 or 4 other pits and fill them in on the way. If you miss your pit area today when you enter, do not ride back against the flow and direction of the race. Get off your bike and push it back through to your pit area. It's a dead engine for refuel, and your rider must be off the bike. So that means not sitting on the back mudguard. Also, do not undo your fuel cap on your approach to the pit stop. Do all that stuff when you get into your pits. There's no refueling permitted out on the course. Also today for your pit crew, unless your bike is in the pit lane, the pit crew shouldn't be out either in the pit lane, and definitely not standing out in the transition lane. If you break down on the course today, please stay with your bike until you're picked up by the recovery crew. There's 70 outriders circulating today. They'll call it in and they will transport you and your bike back to the recovery area. The recovery area is also down at the end here near the medical tent. That's where your bike can be recovered. If you're able to get your bike going again after it's dropped off to the recovery area, you can rejoin the race, but you'll have to redo the lap that you broke down on. Please note for today, and this is through the pits and out on the course, if you come across an official or an outrider that's waving either a yellow flag or a high-vis vest, I need you to slow down and take care, because obviously there's an injured rider on the track. So that's very important. If there's any people who don't adhere to that, you guys will be having a bit of a chat to me on your next lap around. You will notice today, if you've had a good walk through the pits, on the entry to the pit area up the top end, there's a designated mechanics and pit board area. So that's set aside for mechanics to show pit boards to those guys entering the pits. It's not there for everyone to go and stand there and have a look around. So that's set aside for pit board and mechanics only. If I do need to stop anyone today and have a bit of a chat, it'll be in this main area in through here where I'll pull you guys aside. That's if I ever need to, and have a chat. It'll be just after here. For today, and I mentioned it yesterday, and it wasn't too bad yesterday, but obviously on Friday night we had quite a bit of an issue with some not nice behaviour from riders and or teams back to officials. So that sort of behaviour will not be tolerated today. So please, riders, teams, anyone associated with your team, can you please follow the directions of the officials and the marshals that are at the event today. If there's any issues, please come up and see myself. If you can't catch myself, Frank. I think that's probably pretty much covered everything I've got here at the moment. Towards the end of the race, the top 10 finishers, we will corral you guys over here and remain in that area. Everyone else at the end of the race will take in groups on this side here and ferry you back around into your pits at the end of the race. Please note, at the end of the race, once the first guys come across, the pit area is still live until the last guy gets in. So please don't come up and ask, can I get the car in the pits and whatever. We will let you know when the pit is then closed and you can bring your vehicles in. So the pits will remain live right through to the end of the race. All right, I think we'll head over to Johnny to do the national anthem now. When we get going and Johnny gives you the O clear, we should have no vehicles, no trailers and no spare bikes left in the pits. There's a fair bit of information there. Is that clear for everyone? Any questions? The pit board area is at the entry of the pits. You'll see it's fenced in. It's right at the entry of the pits. It's signposted. Any other questions? All right, have a great day and a safe race, and I'll hand over to Johnny for Olivia to do the national anthem before we get underway. Thanks, everyone.
Right, don't move, guys. We'll quickly do the national anthem. Obviously, hats removed, helmets can stay.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abound in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. sing. Advance, Australia fair.
Yeah, a round of applause for her. She does it so much better than I do. Rightio. The rest of you guys in the pit area here. Couple of minutes and we're away for the running of the 25 Hattah Desert Race for Penrite Oils. Please make sure, essentials, you do your last minute bits to what was required out here and then you move out and then we're away. Thank you very much for coming down and being part of this amazing event down here this morning, each and every one of you as spectators. And very shortly we'll send 500 of the best dirt bike riders in the country around this track. Who will be the winner at the end of the day today? Will it be at the front part of this grid? A little further down, we don't know. But we're about to let it unwind. And again, non-essentials should be out of the pit area. Mechanics, last minute checks, and then out please so we can kick this off and get it underway. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hattah Desert Race for 2025, proudly brought to you by Penrite. Australian owned and operated for many years, 100 plus, and a better class of oils coming to you from Penrite.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Great to be a part of the commentary team here with JK, Johnny Contract, our Master of Ceremonies down there. Just sends a shiver down the spine, doesn't it? The live singing of the Australian National Anthem. And we are set for the 2025 Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race. My name's John Cobby. Joining me for the live stream and the live commentary is motocross legend himself, 8 times Australian champion. This man represented Australia the most of anybody in motocross of nations. Over 70 national motocross and supercross wins, a couple of supercross masters titles as well. It's Glenn Bell, ladies and gentlemen, a Penrite ambassador, motocross legend, an all-round nice guy. Good morning, Belly. How are you, mate?
Good morning, John. Yeah, what a fantastic event. You know, the Penrite Hattah Desert Race is an iconic event on the Australian calendar, and we're waiting for the start. And prologue was very exciting yesterday, and some of the
Last call, all essentials out now.
Yeah, so the prologue was very exciting. You know, the top guys are really on their game at the moment, so it's going to be a very exciting race with the top boys. Callum Norton won last year, and unfortunately Jack Simpson had an issue with his bike, and it was 3 riders going into the last lap, and any one of them could have won. So yeah, it's going to be interesting this year.
Yeah, it certainly is. We are just about set to go. We know, Billy, that these guys are the masters of going faster and faster until the thrill of speed overcomes the fear of disaster. It's Hattah, baby, and we are set to go. The juniors yesterday, of course, our prologue for the seniors, our top 10. How good was it? Daniel Milner staking his claim by earning pole position. We are just about ready. Jack Simpson, P2, Corey McMahon on the KTM, Glenn, he was P3. Then it was back to Cal Norton in 4th. A slight mistake from Cal in that final turn right before the checkered flag. And then it was Jonty Reinders, Angus Reardon in 6th place. Jacob Sweet was 7th. Sammy Pretura was 8th. Jai Dixon 9th. And Corey Hammond, the current Fink Desert Race champ, down in 10th position. Look at some of these drone shots here. Absolutely spectacular. Our production team today, they're going to do their very best with the drones. They won't be able to go out and obviously to the far side of the circuit. It's a 38-kilometre loop here. It's going to be 4 hours of mayhem and torture for these riders, and may the best man win, and of course the females as well. A gun field there, so the very best of luck to all competitors. There's about 8 or 9 different classes here, and we just cannot wait. Drop the green, let's go, hey?
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, there's a lot of riders that, you know, their entries just sell out so fast. There's over 860 riders entered you know, with juniors as well. But these guys, look at the lineup, you know, and they're all out to have a great time around this 38k loop.
Yeah, they certainly are. So can you just imagine the butterflies for these riders now? They're waiting for the buggy to move into place. It's not all that far off. Daniel Milner, the veteran for KTM DM31 Racing. We're set, race fans. The Hattah 2025 is go! Dan Milner dumps the clutch. He heads off and the rest of the field in hot pursuit. Simpson, McMahon, Norton, Reinders, Reardon, Sweet, Brett Schurer, Dixon, Hammond, and the rest of this field. The rows go so deep. Look at Simpson copping the roost already from that soft terrain or paddle tyre, and he is all over the back of Milne here in the early stages.
Exactly, John. You know, Daniel, Jack wants to get out in front like he did last year and set the pace and try to get everyone to chase him, but you know, you want a clear track in front of you. Like the circuit is perfect at the moment. You couldn't get any better. That rain during the week just helped it out immensely.
Yeah, it certainly has. So we'll be keeping an eye on the live timing here. How good is it? This is where the prologue is just so vitally important, isn't it? Because basically the stopwatch is ticking from the minute Daniel Milner left the start gate. So if you're, you know, second, third, fourth row back, then already you are going to be very much in the thick of it. Look at all the fans here just starting to spread out. We can see everybody camped out there. It's just such an amazing scene, I think, for a motocross and an off-road event. There's just so much prestige here. We know there's a couple of 5-time winners of this event. Daniel Milner himself striving to become a 4-time winner today. But I think, you know, for Cal Norton, it was probably a career highlight, wasn't it, to achieve that win. Oh, we've got a change here at the front. Simpson has hit the lead on Daniel Milner. Glenn, sorry to cut in on you there. So he means business here in the early stages.
Oh, absolutely. He wanted to get to the front really quick. You know, he's really good at the prologues, and that's what gets you up there. But look how much they've already spread out. So, you know, you got that to chase down if you want to get up through the ranks. And we have a motocross racer. He was running in 5th in the National Motocross Championship in Levi Rogers. He's in there. He prologued for his first Hattah Desert race. He prologued 20th. So he's going to have a lot of time to catch up. So, but it's a 4-hour race. It's the longest race he'll ever have done. So he'll probably struggle with his hands a little bit, but it's going to be a great race for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. We can see more and more riders just leaving that start gate at the moment. They have the adrenaline pumping through the veins, hoping for the best. We can see the majority of them running the camelback for obvious reasons. You're looking at, you know, 30 to 45 minutes per lap, and you're not just going to be able to survive on a bit of hydration every couple of laps.
No, it helps out. Like the camelbacks changed the thing. You know, you couldn't carry water before the camelback, so they've changed it a lot, and all this new technology, like especially with these drone shots here as well. You know, it's just changed the way you can watch this race. You know, we have the big TVs out here, and the spectators can watch the race live, and as they're going around the whole circuit.
Yeah, that's for sure. You see how drones still trying to stay in touch with this field at the moment. So we'll try and get the live timing up and running as soon as we can here, but it's all about settling into a bit of a rhythm. Still quite cool outside, so you think it might take them 5 or 10 minutes just to really start to warm up out there. Belly, as we said, not quite as cool as perhaps last year and some of the races, but it's a fairly early start here, but it won't take them long really just to start to warm up.
No, that's right. You know, they haven't had a sight lap or anything. You know, this is the first time they've jumped on the bike today, and you know, just getting used to, you know, and warming the bike up. Obviously they've probably been on exercise bikes and walking around and warming up a bit, do a few exercises, star jumps and bits and pieces, but it's important to just warm up. But Jack Simpson's out there just giving it his all just to stay out in front there, and that's where the place to be, that's for sure.
So the field continuing to cycle through. We're just at the very start of it, Glenn, but the Gateway Mildura, it's where the presentation's going to be tonight. I believe it's sold out around about 6 p.m. It's a great spot for a feed and an amber refreshment or two as well. So you'll find them down there on 15th Street. We thank the Gateway Mildura very much indeed for their support. But what about the crew from Penrite here? I think it's, is this the 10th or 11th year they've been supporting the Hattah Desert Race? Just a massive association, and I tell you what, celebrating the centenary, 100 years for Penrite Oars. What an astounding achievement in Australian motorsport.
Oh, definitely, like Australian-owned company and been running for that long. It's a credit to the Diamond family for keeping it going for so long, and it's just grown so big, you know, and they're so passionate about motorsport and motorcycle racing in general. So they sponsor the Pro MX series, Hattah Desert Race, you know, anything on 2 wheels or 4 wheels even. They've got their, you know, they sponsor V8 supercars. It's been fantastic, you know. It's probably the biggest oil company in Australia that's really well known, and they're just going leaps and bounds ahead.
Yeah, they certainly are, and so we want to say a big thanks to Mototech Mildura as well. You know, not only KTM nowadays, Glenn, but Triumph dealers. They can get that sorted out. I think Kawasaki, your KTM, your Husqvarna, the Reardon family have certainly got everybody covered there, and we really do appreciate their support. There's so many sponsors, isn't there? So many people and so many volunteers. It's just a massive team that all assemble, and some of them, you know, camping out here for the past 3 weeks, just setting this place up, getting it ready. Can you imagine that? Just being immersed in this event so much and putting your heart and soul into it, as all our volunteers do here.
Yeah, it's a big event in the whole calendar, and they do an enormous job. You know, this is a big event to set up. You know, you have a circuit that's 38 kilometres long, and you know, just prepping the track to start off with, and organisations for the junior side. You know, everyone's got to set up over there and then transfer over to this side. The new walkway over here is sensational. You know, so you know this race isn't going anywhere, especially when they're putting this type of infrastructure in.
Yeah, it is impressive, isn't it? The overpass here, and of course many months, perhaps 12 months in the planning, but we're sitting just at the base of it, and now giving everybody a safe opportunity to walk across the track, because we know that once they complete a lap and every time they come through, they're going to be wide open right past or right beneath this new overpass. So it's going to be a lot safer for everybody involved, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? We want to just improve things as far as the spectators go, but also with an eye on safety for all concerned.
As you can see, John, here, it's like you need to stay 6 metres back from the track, but all the people walking over to the dunes to have a good look at the riders coming through over that part of the circuit.
Here's a replay of the start too. Look at Dan Milner, quick on the gas there. Look at them all just about nipping at the wheels of our Can-Am buggy. Important, isn't it? We know it's not a gate start as such, but this is absolutely unique to the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Just so many competitors, and look at Jack there trying to find himself a new line, trying to duck out of the roost from the KTM.
He really wants this one bad. Like, going so close to win it last year, he's really out there to prove a point.
Well, we're talking about the new crossover here, and we certainly want to say a huge thanks to Rod at Weir Constructions, dedicated committee member with boots on the ground, hands hard at work making this huge project come to life, and a huge thanks to Clark from Struck Drafting, Andrew, Tonkin, Josh and Jock from Decentralised Demountables, Stewie from STE Engineering, Brian and the boys, Greg and Son Steel, Talia Web Forge Locker, Russell from Oldies Concreting, Robin from Robin Johns Crane Hire, Brent from BW&A National Building Consultants, the crew at Hames Paint, Brad Ferguson Painting. We thank them. Peter and Paul from Mildura Cranes and Access. So they're heavily involved in motorsport here in this region, Mildura Cranes. Used to support Philip March back in the day in the sprint cars. DJ at Sunnyland Press, Sam and Daniel Vivid Mildura, and the Monaghan Logistics team, Gary, and of course the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club members and everyone else who pitched in along the way. We certainly really appreciate it all. And as you said, this event is not going anywhere because it seems to grow. Even though the entries are capped, it seems to get bigger and get more coverage every single year, and you've just got to dip your hat to everybody involved in making this event so special.
Absolutely. Like, look at the crowd this year. It's fantastic. You know, it wasn't as cold this morning.
Yes, it's going to take a little while for everything to sort out. Obviously, our drones can only go so far, but we're only in the early stages. If you've only just arrived here, it's a very warm welcome to you all. Plenty of food trucks around. There's keep an eye on the screen. If you're able to get the Speed Hive timing app on your phones, that'll be a good way for you to keep abreast on everything that's going on. Of course, Glenn and myself and John will be doing our best to update you throughout the morning and into the early afternoon. We're going to take a very quick break and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
So let me tell you a great Australian story from a truly great Australian business, Penrite Oil. Started making automotive lubricant right here in Melbourne, Australia, nearly 100 years ago. So with the increasing demand for high quality lubrication made in Australia for Australian conditions, Penrite have stepped up to meet that demand. Penrite are really proud to show off this. A multi-million-dollar investment in a modernisation, upgrade and complete redesign of their primary blending and packaging facility to meet the high-quality expectations of its customers across automotive, commercial, transport, agriculture, motorcycle, marine and more, for an ever-widening range of specifications called for in a very dynamic automotive world, making this the most state-of-the-art oil facility in the country.
Plan your next event at Verde Mildura for friends and family celebrations, weddings, birthdays, or rewarding your business staff and clients. Reserve your own space to celebrate any event in style for up to 30 people in the Verde Avenue base. And for gatherings a little larger, book Cube for up to 60 guests. Verde's dedicated events coordinator, Michelle, will look after your needs from start to finish. Book early to secure your preferred date.
With more sunny days than Queensland and warmer waters, why wouldn't you choose Mildura for your next holiday? Beautiful one day, perfect the rest. Soak up the sunshine while indulging in the famous local produce. No sharks here, just great bites. No big pineapples, just big art. You can basically immerse yourself in arts and culture. Come and spoil yourself in a place that hasn't been spoiled.
We welcome you all back to our live streaming here. I want to say a quick shout out to M1 Tyres, your Bridgestone dealer here in Mildura at 155 9th Street. We've got some pretty cool deals going on at the moment. Buy 4 Bridgestone tyres, basically you get the 4th one free, so you're only paying for 3, so go in and check them out. M1 Tyres, we thank them very much indeed. Let's have a bit of a look quickly about results from last year. We know Callum Norton-Glenn is defending champion of this event. He's wearing the big skinny digit. He'd absolutely be loving it. I think anyone, if you're ever victorious in a state or a national championship, getting to wear that number 1 on your jersey and on the number plate, it just gives you an extra 5 or 10%. I think just gives you that little bit more confidence, makes you feel that little bit more bulletproof.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, number 1, you know, they're all chasing you. You know you've had a good year, and you know you've put in a lot of work to get there. and everyone knows that, and they know what sort of calibre of rider you are, and they'll all be chasing for that number 1.
That's right. It was Angus Reardon who picked up P2. He was about a minute 8 adrift, and Jack Simpson finished third. Pretty well documented. Had a fuel issue after lap number 7. Had led up until that point, and they probably lost 4 or 5 minutes in the pits before he managed to get back out there. So he ended up 2 minutes 6 in arrears, but a very respectable third place. Maximus Purvis, he finished in 4th. Daniel Milner finished in 5th position. But as Brett was saying yesterday, we want to thank Brett Metcalf. What a legend he is too. Did a superb job. I'm sure he'll be tuned in on the live stream. He had to slip home last night to look after his 2 boys, but he did a fine job. But as he was saying, pretty well a 2-year plan for Daniel Milner, and now he's trying to execute. He's got himself up front, so he's given himself the best possible opportunity. And then Corey McMahon, one of his team riders, he finished in 6th place. Sammy Pretshura was 7th last year. Corey Hammond was 8th. Nathan Trigg was 9th. And Riley McGilvray was down in 10th. So that just really sets the scene here. There's also a lot more racing going on, a lot more classes, as we mentioned, 8 or 9 classes today within this main race. We've even got many of the females doing 4 laps only. The ladies' 4-lap event, perhaps if it's your first time here, we can have a little bit of a look through the field. Chloe Park on plate number 50. Jade Challis on the 51. Danielle Churchett on plate 52. Ella Harrison on 53. Tegan Wilkin Thompson on the 54. Phoebe Hines on the 55. Alex Stray on the number 56. Hayley Miller on the 57. Chloe Barton, fresh from 2nd place in the Think Desert race. Recently, her old boy JB will be a little nervous just at the moment, but Chloe, perhaps a really good opportunity for her today to put it onto the podium. Shaylin Kuhnke there on the 59, Sinead Marr on the 60, Emily Hausler on the 61, Felicity Wild on the 69, Susan Coop on the 73, Taja Morris, she'll be there on the 75 plate, Holly Blake on the 76, and Mackenzie Fleming on the 78. And we can even move into some of the vets here. A pretty big field. There's a lot of these guys. I like to call them the Voltaren Warriors. You know, they keep pushing hard. They're probably pretty sore. They perhaps don't get on the motorcycle as much as they would like. Probably a bit like you and I nowadays. But
yeah, but it's in your blood, you know, and you love motorcycle riding. They've probably all got adventure bikes nowadays and go riding. But, you know, just to turn up here and do the Hattah Desert race, you know, and you're riding on a circuit like this for 4 hours, it takes its toll. And but they'll just go to their own pace, and a lot of guys enter this just to tick it off the bucket list, and it's a great event to do that for.
It sure is. We can just skim through the vets thanks to Monaghan Logistics. Daniel Allen, Marcus Marigliani, Corey Banks, Ben Adams, Chris Baker, Corey Gibbs, Adam Beck, Chris Benfield, Daniel Welsh, Matthew Shanks, Kevin Buntsma, Matty Boyle, Thomas Nunn, Matt Purcell, Shannon Matthews, Tracy Poole, Simon Tarquinio, Ryan Plum, Nate McKay. We'll have Darcy Bryden, David King, Matt Turner, Jelma Bangmar, James Henderson, Tom Rendell, Peter Rossi, even coming out of retirement for a bit of a spin here this weekend. James Bevan, Clinton Visky, Shane Menzies, Rhett Gibson, Mark Payton, Damien Pendlebury, Luke Woodbury, Daniel Muggervan, Adam Hyde, John Day, Marcel Van Nierop, Scotty McKenzie, Jackson Hale, Andrew Hall, Chad Hughes and Josh Gleeson. A lot of our Masters riders as well, they'll be fired up for a great run here. Of course, we've got our 250 through 450 four-stroke classes. This is where we start to look at, obviously, some of these guys on a 450. There's others that are on a 500. So we know the overall is up for grabs, and that's going to be determined. But there's also, you know, that 450 class and then the 450 and over. So if we look at the 450 itself, we got Gus Reardon, of course. I think Jack Simpson's up on, it might be a slight printing error in the program there. It's up on the 500, but...
No, he's on a 500, so he's...
Oh, so somebody being trailered back already is at 802. A little difficult to pick that number from here, but
8.52.
We're thinking 8.52, so we'll have a bit of a look through our program, try and pick up who that is. Let's hope the rider is A-OK. 8.52. Listed in our program here is Nate Keddy on the Husqvarna 250. So we wish him well. So let's have a look through the rest of the field. Of course, in the 450s, we know Daniel Milner for the very flashy KTM DM31 outfit. Sam Pritchura on the Husqvarna. Three Brothers Hatch Racing, Troy Lee Designs and the Gold Hotel. Jacob Sweet on the Yamaha 450, the number 12. Jonty Reinders, normally out there on a 250 EXC for the Australian Off-Road Championship, but stepping up onto a 450. I think he'd be enjoying a little bit of extra horsepower this weekend, Glenn.
Yeah, but they're a big bike, and you know, you think you're going to go a bit faster, but you know, fatigue sets in and everything else, and you've got a lot of grunt in those 500s. But as you can see now, the pits are all getting ready for their first pit stop, and there's a lot of setup there, and just so they can get a really fast one and get out of there as quick as they can.
Oh, it's very much the calm before the storm, isn't it? Just having a look at the moment, because they're going to be, it's still a hot zone until they actually peel into their pit bunkers, if you like. So it's going to be absolutely mental, particularly you would think from, you know, that lap number 2, when a lot of them will be needing to come in for some more petrol.
Yeah, and then you're dealing with lappers later on in the race, and you know, because it takes a while for the whole field to get going, because there's so many riders, and you know, it's going to be exciting when they start to lap up the back end of the markers.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we got Hunter Simmons. We'll just carry on down through the field on the KTM, the number 15. Will Dennett on the 16. Jai Dixon on the Beta 450. Jaden Pilgrim, the number 18. On the KTM, the XCF 450. Liam Mason on the number 21. The Yami, Bo Ralston, Jack Bethel, Tom Buxton. Bryce Ogninas on the 26. Dan Simpson on the 27. Luke Chellis on the 28. Benny Novak, a motocrosser, plate number 30. Max Phillips on the 31. Jake DeWard on the 32. Jacob Sinclair on the 34. Gavin Forrester on the 35. We've got Harris on the 36. Will Price on the 37 on the Empire Motorsports Kawasaki. Max Midwinter on the Kato, plate number 40. Brody Waters on the 401, the Honda CRF 450. Andrew Wilkes on the Beta on the 402. Will Rupert on the 403. Will back from overseas, and you know, for the Shop Yamaha off-road racing team, he's going to be digging fairly deep. Of course, he went out fairly late in the prologue yesterday, but we know he is an absolute star, so we'll be looking for him to try and pick them off one by one and move his way up through the field today.
Absolutely, he'll be charging, trying to get the win. You know, coming from overseas, and you know, setting the world alight. So he's here to show his wares.
Yeah, he certainly is. Aaron Mason on the 404, Carpenter on the 405, Jackson William on the 406, Jake Henderson the 407, Levi McManus on the 408, the CRF 450, the motocrosser who loves this event. Jackson McGrath in the 409, Charlie Anderson, Cody Ryan, Jock Hulland, Logan Chislett, Sam Armstrong, Michael Orr, Ryan Gilbert, Taylor Adams, Ryan Dutton, Blake Halls, Chad Sparrow, Christopher Wind. We got Chris Bevan, Anthony Mowat, Taylor Hollis, Thomas Field, Mackenzie O'Brien, Cooper Kreslik, Jacob Craig, Jasper Baker, Fabian Bill, Jordan Simpson, Adam Schreiber, Tyson Wickham, Zach King, Ollie Pitchford, Jamie Dunstan, Cameron Barber, Billy McCulloch, Sonny Warren, Josh Begbie, and the list goes on and on and on. There's probably another 5 or 6 pages.
Hey John, we just got a guy having a ride back with one of the four-wheelers. He's had a bit of a mechanical somewhere, and just having a ride back on the trailer.
Yeah, he's wow, you'd be dejected this early on in the piece.
Oh, for sure.
It'd be
you know,
soul destroying, wouldn't it?
You want to do this race, and then to have a mechanical that early in the race is just devastating.
Yeah, it certainly is. Looks like was that the number 300 on the plate there. The number 300, I reckon that's Jesse Ryan on the Honda CRF 250R for the Honda Australia Desert team. So, yeah, no doubt he will be extremely disappointed.
Yeah, so they have a lot of these four-wheelers out there, like recovery vehicles, just dotted all the way around the circuit. And with all the communication going on, there's an ambulance actually going out over there at the moment. Hopefully no one's hurt too seriously. But yeah, recovery points all around the track, and it's they get picked up pretty quick.
So we're picking up some live shots at the moment, and that we could see a KTM. So is that Daniel Milner? Very good possibility. We can't see the Husqvarna. It's pretty easy to pick Jack Simpson with that fluorescent Thor riding gear. I'll spit it out in a moment, that he was wearing. But at the moment, he's wide open on the KTM 450. Yeah, a little bit of water's gone down in that circuit. It's certainly just a puff of dust as they come through. So we'll be picking that up in just a few moments when they come around a little bit closer to us. We're looking for the number 5, and there it is, the man shooting for win number 4, coming back towards us now. He's right near the pit area at the moment, Belly. So for the first time, your chance to cheer these guys on if you're here, pretty close to the starting area. Look at him letting it all hang out as he snakes his way through the pit. You dare say that you wouldn't think any thought of a pit stop this early on. Geez, looking good, almost speedway style as he lights it up. He's shooting a roost out about 20 feet at the moment. It's poetry in motion as he snakes his way through, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's no speed limit going through the pits here. They're just wide open as fast as they can go. And as you can see, they're not stopping for the first pit stop, that's for sure, for the first lap. You know, they've got enough fuel in these big tanks to probably run a couple of laps and see how they go from here. Oh, and he did come in for to get a drink. He's been out there for a little while. Top up with fuel, see how they go.
Wow, a little surprising first lap in there to see him come in. So you're thinking that as we see the number 6, Corey McMahon, blasting through, he did not stop. So are we presuming then that Daniel Milner's gone out with a lighter fuel load, Glenn?
Maybe it's a strategy that they thought would work. So Callum Norton stopped. So, you know, by not stopping, you know, you probably got the lead because they all went out together. So it's interesting to see what's going to transpire here.
Because it certainly does affect the handling, you know, with the large petrol tank in these motorcycles. You can see that the number 2, Angus Reardon, just blasting right alongside the our commentary point here in the new crossover. On a full fuel load in any motorcycle certainly does add a lot of weight to the bike. And somebody's down here. One rider's crashed hard here right near the pits. And it's the 14 of Jonty Reinders. The peak snapped off the helmet. He'll definitely be pitting now.
Just before his pit.
He has bitten it big time. Disaster for jumping Jonty Reinders. Wow.
So someone that was in contention for a win, you know, he's gone out there and just had a tip over just around the pits.
Yeah, it's not what you want. As we having a look at the moment, Corey McMahon broke through for one of his first ever overall victories in the Australian Enduro Championship at Casterton. He was second on day number 1 to his boss, but he righted the ship on day number 2. And Daniel Milner, who is just so proud of his team rider. It's amazing as they blow underneath this crossover, very much echoing as they come through, Belly. It's unique, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Coming in for pit stops and things like that, and you're riding for 4 hours, it's a long time, but I'm surprised that they come in first, you know, for a pit stop and refuel. I would have, if I was racing, I would have just tried to stay out as long as I possibly could with the amount of fuel that I'd be running.
It must be part of the overall strategy, but I'm sort of with you. Is it just a quick opportunity? We know it was very brief, but where does that leave you in the strategy if you come in the end of lap 1? Does that mean you're back in at 3 and 5 and 7?
Well, basically, you know where you're running if you're up the front. So, you know, McMahon's leading at the moment. So I don't know what happened to Jack Simpson, where he is at the moment. He's running the 3rd overall, so...
Yeah, I was just going to say on the timing, he's 17.5 seconds.
Yeah, I just missed where he was, so he was overtaken, and Callum Norton's a minute behind basically now, so he's got a bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, we can run through the order. Of course, when they cross the transponder loop, that may have just changed the fraction, because after what we've got on the screen, if they peeled into the pits, you know, they might have lost some time and positions may have changed slightly, but it was definitely the KTM DM31 pilot, Corey McMahon, leading the way on the big 500cc KTM. Daniel Milner was sitting in behind him. Jack Simpson down in 3rd place. Angus Reardon, he was about 20 seconds back in 4th. Callum Norton, a further 14 seconds back in 5th position. You want to keep an eye on the screen there, Glenn. I'll try and scroll down through the field. Sammy Pretsure in 6th place. So he was about a minute 14 behind our leaders. Jacob Sweet, he was in 7th place. Will Rupert up to 8th. So while Will starting to carve his way through, he is most definitely a rider to watch here today, because we know his credentials. We know how good a rider he is. He's already picked off quite a few riders. Wasn't in the top 10 yesterday. Had a lowly prologue starting spot, as we saw last year with Daniel Milner, but now he's already up to 8th position. We've got to keep an eye on him, because he's only a minute 48 behind the leaders when he came around, and in a race that's, you know, 4 hours in duration.
Absolutely.
If he keeps pushing, he could get right up in the mix.
On the charge, you know, and you got Levi Rogers. He started out 20th and he's up to 18th now. So he's having a look around this track. Never seen the circuit before and this type of race. So he's going okay.
Yeah, he certainly is. So Andy Wilkes sitting in 9th position. Jai Dixon is in 10th. Mackenzie O'Brien in 11th position. Then Will Dennett back behind them in position number 12. Then Corey Hammond, who was just slid down the order a little bit. May have been a fraction tentative on the opening lap. He knows it's a long race though. Riley McGilvray in 14th. Aaron Mason in 15th. Chad Sparrow in 16th position. Jonty Reinders showing in 17th. But after that huge get-off right before the pit area. I'm not sure whether he's intending to pit or not there, Belly. We didn't see the starter. It'd be great to see a replay if we've got it, but just disaster at the completion of lap number 1 to throw the bike away right by the pits. Oh, look at this, a bit of a...
Here we go.
Wow.
He got taken down.
He did. Coming together.
So very unfortunately, he probably didn't see him coming along the inside of him, and yeah, very unfortunate.
So that was Sammy Pretsure on the 7 that sort of snuck through and just took his balance away. That was probably the last thing. Maybe didn't realise someone was hot on his hammer there.
No, he didn't even see him coming. He hit the end of his handlebars and took him down. But as you can see, like in the pits, we've already got people with flat tyres and things, and they already got back wheels out of bikes, and there's a lot going on, that's for sure. So it's a great race, and you have to ride within yourself a little bit so you don't make mistakes, don't hit sharp edge, holes out there to get, flat tyres and so forth. Because one tip over, you bend bars, you bend levers, you lose a clutch lever or a front brake lever. It makes it difficult to ride the bike around for the rest of the race.
We'll go a little bit further down in the order. I think we had McGilvray in 14th, Mason in 15th, In fact, we were a little further. We had Levi Rogers down in 18th, I reckon, when we updated you last on the order. Cody Stevens was 19th. Hunter Simmons in 20th. Jack Biffle in 21st. Will Price in 22nd. Levi McManus in 23rd. Jaden Pilgrim in 24th. Nathan Trigg in 25th. Taylor Adams in 26th place overall. He was followed by Bo Taylor, Jackson Verstegen, Max Rickus, Levi Stevens, Luke Chellis, Jake Henderson, Jeremy Carpentier. On the 405, Benny Novak. On the 34, Will McInnes, Campbell Hall, Riley Moritz, Ty Keane, Jackson McGrath, Liam Mason, Max Phillips, Josh Harris, Justin Harrow, Oscar Fox, Jacob Sinclair, Bjorn Cardenas, Tyler Radford, Leap and Liam Dinage, the winner of one of the two-stroke classes last year, Belly. He's pretty well placed in 48th position. Archer Colwell, the Bordertown Bullet, I like to call him. He's been doing a great job in the SA Motocross Championship. He's been doing some off-road stuff as well at state level and national level, and he's a rider with a pretty bright future.
Absolutely. You know, just being fit enough for this race, it takes a lot of effort to get into this type of racing, and doing the motocross, which, you know, it's very intense and it helps bring your fitness level up, and the amount of time that you need to spend on a bike and ride. You know, some of the guys go out and just want to tick it off the bucket list, but, you know, the guys that want to compete for a class win or whatever have to put in so much effort for this. You know, your physical fitness, but not just that, but your hands. You know, you got to strap your hands up so you don't get too many blisters. You know, you got to have calluses on your hands so you can last that distance, because the track, you're going so fast, there's so many bumps out there. It just shakes your hands violently on the handlebars and just gets you blisters really quickly.
Yeah, it sure does. We want to say a quick thanks to Ronco Motors, Power Sports, for all your Can-Am needs, sales, parts and service. 15th Street in Irimple is where you'll find them. They love supporting this event. Also supporters of Keki Fallon, who is a South Australian sprint car pilot. Glenn, you may not know Keki, but he's known as the Ford man. So we really thank Ronco Motors very much indeed for their support, as we do Total Tools, because yesterday they were a part of the Junior Encouragement Awards, which no doubt will be presented tonight. More a good sportsmanship award than, you know, outright pace. We saw our winners yesterday, didn't we? Marcus Nowland in the big wheel class, and the blonde bomber Bodie Austin in the small wheel class. Gee, didn't the juniors race well? It was just a pleasure to watch them charging hard from go to woe.
Oh, absolutely. It's sensational. They're the up-and-coming riders, the future riders and racers of the Hattah Desert Race to come out here on the senior side and show their wares, you know. So the top guys over there will be no doubt trying to get onto a 450 in the future and try to win the senior side of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Yeah, we've got the field continuing to file through at the moment. We'll be doing our best to segregate some of the classes, looking for, you know, the leading ladies in the 4-lap and the 8-lap, but right now I think we're going to just have a look at a bit of a highlights reel from last year. So sit back, relax and enjoy, and we'll be back with you with the live feed.
stoked. Come away with P1 at the 2024 Hattah Desert Race. First ever win here. Been trying for a few years and had some bad luck here and there, but no, stoked. Simo was riding awesome, Gussie, all the boys. So, but yeah, I'm absolutely pumped and I'm rooted. So it'd be good for a nice night tonight and then chill out all week, I reckon.
We all know that Penrite have high quality oils. They also have a full range of extensive motorcycle products, from premium and mineral oils, chain care, filter cleaner and oil, fork oil and cleaning products. Everything you need to keep your bike at its best on and off the track.
Welcome back to the Penrite Hattah 2025 Desert Race. Live pictures once again coming to you courtesy of our drone operators. And gee, they do a tremendous job with the drones, don't they, Belly? Yesterday they were chasing the leaders and we're picking them up as they're coming back in. It just adds a new dimension to the coverage, doesn't it? Worldwide now, the drones are just saving on cameramen or camera women. The drones can just give you such an amazing perspective of such a large track.
Oh, absolutely, and just the height that they can get and just to show the aerial views is just fantastic. This technology is just getting better and better, and the drones are getting faster. They can keep up with the bikes now, no problem, and it just, as you said, gives a different perspective of the whole race and allows the spectators to see the race live all the way around. So it's great to keep up to date with all the riders.
Oh, look at that tremendous shot of the new crossover, decentralised demountables, SCE Racing, Mildura containers. That's basically our window there to the right-hand side. We're sitting in there, just immersing ourselves in this event.
Absolutely, you can see, John, now how rough the track is starting to cut up, around the place. There's starting to berms forming up in every corner. It's very sandy out there, and one thing you need to be able to ride is sand. So it's a bit different to hard packed tracks, but the sand really takes its toll. You ride something like a cooler motocross track, it really takes a lot of effort and physical ability to handle those sand whoops.
Yeah, it certainly does. We can have a bit of a look at Corey McMahon, at 23 years of age, Glenn. And he certainly was a great junior motocrosser. He finished 8th in the FIM World Motocross titles in Horsham in 2018. Same year he decided to try off-road racing. He won the J4 title in his first attempt in 2019. It's an impressive 3rd in the EJ field. In 2020, captured his first EJ title, finishing 4th outright in his first attempt in the grueling Fink Desert Race, an event that you've competed in a couple of times, and he has represented Australia in the ISDE International 6-Day Enduro. He is an absolute gun, and he's on the rise, and he's leading one of Australia's most prestigious desert races. He's got to be feeling good right now.
Absolutely. Good luck to him. He's put in a lot of effort to get where he's at. The motocross background really helps. It helps with your speed, the way you ride the bike. And it's just like Toby Price, come from a motocross background and then, took to desert. And, back in the old days, even when I rode the Fink Desert Race, the motocrossers started coming in and dominating that race. The local riders were fast because they could ride the track so many times, prologuing that track. So, but it makes a difference when you go from juniors to seniors. You've got to find your little niche, and he's found his, so he'll be one to watch today.
Yeah, he certainly will. As we said, leading the way and leading in the over 450 4-stroke class. We know it's the overall they're all shooting for, but after lap number 1 was Daniel Milner leading the 450 class. just going to scroll down through the order a little bit, just see if we can even pick up the first of our under-19s, and that might be Jackson Verstegen down in 28th position. The first of our under-19s doing an amazing job, and not all that far behind him would be Will McInnes on the 8:45. So Will's sitting in 35th position, and Jackson sitting in 28th. In fact, Levi Stevens in 30th as well, doing a really good job in the under-19s. So we'll just scroll down a little bit further, see what we can find here. We've got to have some of our two-stroke runners in there somewhere. As we said, Liam Dinage may be one of the first of the two-stroke brigade, again sitting at around about 48th position overall. As we look just a little deeper into our live timing screen at the moment, let's see if we can scroll down a little bit and maybe even pick up some of our female competitors. All right, so it looks like our production team looking after us here. We can do it the easy way instead of me just scrolling down on the laptop here. The up to 254 stroke class at the moment. Keane leading the way from Hutchins, Harris, Wright, Shaw, Maywald, Hollyoake, Olsen, Chapman, Young and Bryan. And as we alluded to a few moments ago, Leapin' Liam Dinage, he's leading the way in the 250cc two-stroke class. He's, 4 minutes 55 back from our leader. Then we've got Terry sitting in second place, Tilbrook in third, Gelbart, Fowler, Keddy, O'Reilly, Prime, Haddon, Fox and Mangles. Let's have a look at the vets, the old boys that should know better, that we just can't resist. Just keep on coming back year after year. In the 35 to 44 class, it's Gleeson leading the way from Banks on the 603, Pendlebury with Allen, Shanks, Woodbury, Welsh, Day, Gibbs, Hughes and Pete Rossi rounding out the top 11. And the ladies going the full distance here. Danielle McDonald with an advantage at the moment over Jess Gardner. Maddie Healy a little further back. Maddie Simpson back in fourth position. Then we've got Tung and Simeone rounding out the top six. So our
the girls have got a good race going at the moment. They're not too far apart, and Jess will be trying to get that number one spot.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about the ladies. It's a long race. We've got plenty to chat about, because I think at the moment the level of the racing in Australian female off-road and motocross competition is just going through the roof, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, the Pyromex series with the women, it's just pushing them to another level, and they're going really quick.
Like Charlie Cannon's been battling through injury.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the United States, so it hasn't been so impressive, and hopefully by the time she gets back over there for the next round, the finger will be much better, and because she's clearly not too far away from a win. She absolutely spanked all of that same competition here earlier in the year, didn't she? At I think it was at
the first round of the Penrite Pyromex series, and
yep.
And she really set the field alight.
So it looks like we're picking up our leaders now, Belly. And is it still Corey McMahon leading the way on the number 6? You can see him now just starting to dart in between the trees. At this point in the race, would you think he would most definitely be coming in for some more high-octane racing fuel?
Yeah, look at him. He's
2 laps almost in the books.
He doesn't look very tired at all here. He's really charging, pushing that track to the limit, you know, and the bike and body. But he's riding really well. He's got that power to the ground. The track looks sensational at the moment, and he's making full use of that great surface.
Yeah, Kenny Reid, Mr. Hattah, how good a job has he done preparing this racetrack? A 38-kilometre racetrack, and clearly we've been out there watering. He's probably been preparing this for months. It's just a mammoth effort, and we cannot say a big enough thanks to him for all of his efforts.
Nothing better to ride on a circuit like this. It's just fantastic when you've got a lot of riders on the track and it's chopping up a bit, forming berms around the outside and trying to pick good lines. So later on, after lap 7, you know it's going to be pretty rough, a lot of holes. So that line selection is going to be very important. So
this will be very interesting, because those that did not come in for a pit stop in lap number 1, you'd think would definitely be due to come in this time around. We'll get a bit of a reset on the order. You know, when they came through last time, it was a little bit of a surprise to see Daniel Milner dart into the pits, but no doubt if it'll ebb and flow. If his teammate drops in this time and he stays out there, he may well regain the lead of this event.
We'll have to see what happens, that's for sure. So Jack Simpson's still there, back a little bit, but you know, we'll see what strategy he has up his sleeve.
Now we want to say a big thanks to A1 Hay Sales as well. Leading Laps proudly sponsored by this company for all your hay and contracting services. Nathan Smart is your contact. We really do thank them, and Sunraysia Petroleum and BP Redcliffs for all your quality fuel and oil requirements, proudly supporting the event here. So we say a big thanks, as we do, to each and every one of our sponsors. We've mentioned Monaghan Logistics. We've also mentioned Decentralised Demountables Proprietary Limited. It's a big team effort, but with this event growing in stature every single year, I think so many companies just wanting to get on board, and I guess it speaks volumes with Penrite Oil's naming rights sponsorship for the past 10 years or so. The team clearly see the benefits of being involved in such a massive event.
Absolutely, you know, with live streaming these days, and gets a lot of eyeballs on the event, and it's just growing, as you can see with the amount of spectators that have come out this morning. It's a great event to be involved in, the amount of riders and you know, spectators that love motorcycling.
Yeah, it's for sure. So we'll be able to reset the order shortly when they come around. You know that Maddie Healy's out in this one, perhaps not as highly placed as she would have hoped at this point in time, but we know it's an extremely long race and anything can happen yet. She is the back-to-back Think Desert Race queen at the moment, and was 53rd outright in the event.
Yeah,
how good is that?
Riding very well. You know, you can hardly tell the difference between the women and the men riding, and they've just come leaps and bounds, you know. So the competition's getting really tough in the women's class now, and they've really shown some of the boys how to ride.
Well, they certainly are. You know, Maddie, often referred to as the Kyalla Queen, the Victorian Queen of the Desert. You know, was P2 in the women's 8-lapper in 2023, and positioned 82 outright, if you don't mind, on that occasion. And last year, I think, some disappointment, a shoulder injury, and it kept popping out, I believe, in the early stages of the race, forcing her to pull in. So she'll be looking to try and rebound from that as we pick up our leader on screen now. We anticipate that to be Corey McMahon aboard the KTM as he comes full noise. Look at him on the brakes now. The track will just be starting to form up a little bit. You wouldn't say nowhere near at its roughest, but it's just starting to form up a bit now. He's starting to get a few braking bumps, acceleration bumps, and isn't this good stuff? Let's watch him here through this right-hander. Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there for him. Nearly lost the back end, Glenn.
You saw him just slide into one of those big sweepers. He come out a little bit wider to miss some of those bumps on the inside, but absolutely flying at the moment, just picking up some of those, turning off the turns fairly early and getting the power to the ground. He's riding really well.
All right, so let's keep an eye here. Is he likely to dive into the pits? We know he pretty well came straight through. He's signaling for something here at the moment. as we watch him around this left-hander, the Camelback on. At what point do you think these guys, would their strategy be, on a slow-speed corner maybe to just have a quick sip of that water? Would they just be largely, trying to get the drink during the pit stop? Surely that wouldn't be enough. In a 4-hour race, you'd have to be looking to try and get a sip of water at some point around the lap, or at least a couple of points.
Yeah, you just try to find a smooth area and just, put the end in your mouth and have a bit of a sip, as you saw in the pits there. They're taking another drink. So, it's very physically demanding, and the temperature's not as hot as, lucky it's in winter, because in the summer it's really takes its toll.
Well, we could see Gus in the pits there a few moments ago. I don't believe Corey, we didn't see any pictures of Corey actually coming in, did we?
No, I think he just kept out there motoring around, just save a bit of time. That's why they've run those big tanks. So here's Callum Norton at the moment. He's 35 seconds down from the lead. Still charging hard.
Gee, how good do the bike sound? They fly past. There's the Jack Attack. Jack Simpson just come blasting past our commentary point, Glenn. They are just fully committed through here, and a really good chance for you to cheer them on wherever you're located around this vast layout. Be sure to show your encouragement and your support for especially your favourite riders as they come through. They love nothing more than just seeing you guys waving your programs, your caps, just giving them a big G up as they come through. It could be just what they need, especially if they've got a few niggles or they're starting to get a little sore. I know watching some of the YouTube vision from previous years, how tore up do all the palms get of all these guys, not just calluses, but absolutely bleeding by the end of this race. I noticed yesterday even some of the juniors had the hands taped, but I guess there's only so much you can do there because you don't want to alter your feel on the handle grips on the bars.
No, and they run, foam grips as well, so it takes a bit of the vibration that out of the bars. You just try the best you can, because it's a long race and you're going to, you just try to get your hands as tough as you can, but, it's only a certain amount you can do. So in the summer when it's really hot and you sweat, it's your hands get really soft and they do tear up a lot more than in the winter.
There's Sammy Precira just on screen there on the Husqvarna, the number 7, Glenn. We've just now switched over to one of our other competitors. Gee, it's almost 3D when they're coming at us, just blasting underneath the brand new crossover. So we'll be able to update you here. So Corey McMahon was your leader. 27 minutes, 27:19 is the fastest lap time from McMahon. What have we got here? Callum Norton, so he's on the last lap around, a 27-minute and 1 second lap time. So that is some 18 seconds quicker. Cal Norton clearly starting to push now because he has moved ahead of Daniel Milner. So Milner at 27.55, so not the sort of lap that Dan was after.
No, he's 48 seconds behind already. Jack Simpson's over a minute behind, so...
The Gus bus. Gus Reardon sitting there in P4, some 55 seconds in arrears of McMahon. Jack Simpson in behind him, as you called it, Glenn. So he's another 12.7 seconds back. Sammy Precura. So he is currently a minute 59 back from the leader. But about 51 seconds back from Jack Simpson. Then we got Will Rupert. So last time around at 28 minutes and 18 seconds. So at the moment, he's about just under 3 minutes. So 2 minutes 47 to be precise. The Shop Yamaha off-road racing pilot just starting to sneak his way towards the pointy end of this. Jacob Sweet continues to run in 8th position. Andy Wilkes sitting in 9th. Jai Dixon rounding out the top 10. Some 3 minutes 11 behind our leader, Corey Hammond. Sitting there in 11th, Will Dennett. Another shop Yamaha pilot in 12th position. 3 minutes 33 behind. Jonty Reinders trying to hang in there. Must be a little sore down in 13th. Riley McGilvray in 14th. 4 minutes 18 adrift. Mackenzie O'Brien sitting in 15th. Chad Sparrow doing a mighty job in 16th. Then we've got Aaron Mason in 17th. Levi Rogers, 5 minutes 6 off the pace, but running in a creditable 18th. And in behind them, Hunter Simmons is 19th, and Cody Stevens yet to come around and round out the top 20, although he just now he does update on our timing screen. So it's interesting, the complexion of this race, you'd have to say based on the lap time from the previous circulation, that the defending champ has come to play here, and he is fired up and trying to push towards that #1 spot.
Absolutely, he'll be just settling in and seeing where he's placed. So he's in second at the moment, and no, he's not that far off the lead. So it's going to be interesting when they come around for the next pit stops. See who stops and who doesn't. And that'll make a big difference.
So clearly we're seeing from Corey McMahon that maybe some of these riders are able to go 3 circulations before a top up of fuel. That's impressive if that's the case.
Yeah, the big tanks, the Yamahas have a hard time trying to fit a big tank because it's under the seat in the middle of the bike. And it's really hard to get a huge tank. I think they only run 10, 11 litres, so it's hard to, the KTMs and Hondas, they can have a lot bigger tank, like they go down around the radiator shrouds a lot. So they'll be up to 14 or so litres.
I see that water bottle there was one of the riders just
trying to hydrate.
Getting rid of that.
Yeah, get rid of that off the track.
Yeah, he was just having a bit of a sip, so maybe that's just a reminder. See him there, just getting to the bit of a line forming just to the outside of the markers. That's coming into the sweeper here below the crossover. So we'll be able to, if we just wait a little bit longer, we might be able to start updating all of the classes on our screens. But as we told you, at the moment there's a 35.5 second gap between Corey McMahon and Callum Norton. That's first and second outright. Daniel Milner was a further 13.4 seconds back from Gus Reardon, only 6 seconds back from Milner, and Jack Simpson another 12.7 seconds back. The Winners Racing team. So
Corey's doing an awesome job out front there. His riding style is fantastic. He's just getting everything out of this track. Every part of it, he's on the gas, and Callum's really having a hard time to keep up with him.
Yeah, we'll see, I guess, next time around, because we've given you those lap times. It was a 27 minute and 19. Can you believe it? The time's just super quick here. 27 minutes 19 from Corey last time around, and that 27.01 from Cal. 27.55 from Milner, and a 27.35 from the Gus train, with a 28.09 from the Jack Attack. So it's probably going to ebb and flow a little bit, depending on how they're feeling, depending on the fuel load, you would think. But we know as the track gets a bit gnarlier and maybe that little bit of fatigue begins to kick in, you think those times could drop away a little bit.
Just depending on the pit stops as well. Some are, some aren't, and that takes into that lap time as well. But yeah, it's going well at the moment. There hasn't been too many people drop out, and they're circulating on it like a fantastic circuit at the moment. Like, look at it, it's just prime. Can't get any better, and it'll be fun to be out there. We're getting a bit old now, John, but you know, I'd love to be out there having a ride around there.
Oh, it'd be so much fun, wouldn't it? Just blasting around this 38-kilometre circuit. Still quite chilly outside, but these guys wouldn't be noticing it too much now. They'll be well and truly warmed up. And but where does the focus go at this point in the race? Is it more about just trying to remember your hydration points? Is it just hitting your marks? Is it, they'll be starting to come into some of the back markers, some of the slower riders now. So as that becomes a bit of an issue, is it a matter of just trying to look ahead, just to try and make sure that you're planning for that the best you can? Yeah, that you make sure you give the back markers as much room as they can, because you don't want someone to swap or whatever in front of you. So, if you're out there, like Callan, they'd be coming up on the back markers really fast. So you give them as much room as you can, try to stay out of their way. Well, we noticed that when we had the order up before, Danielle McDonald, the Parks pilot, was, I think, leading the way for the women's 8-lap event. She was born in Parks and races both motocross and enduro, and first got involved on a Pee-wee 50cc auto, and she's pretty well become hooked on the sport ever since. She's certainly one of the real bright sparks, and at the moment has got a Tier 2 scholarship with the 2025 Sport Australia Hall of Fame scholarship and mentoring program. So that really does speak volumes of Danielle, that's for sure. She's been selected to race for Australia at the International 6 Days of Enduro, the ISDE in Argentina, with her teammates Taylor Jones and Jess Gardner in previous years. She's won many tests and helped her team to second overall and second in the individual placing. She certainly raced in America in the 4 Mini Olympics. She's got a great career ahead of her, and I think at the moment we'll get those results to be updated shortly. I think we can just see it just scrolls through our screen. She's still leading the way over Jess Gardner, and that just reinforces what we're talking about, I think, with the lady racers in off-road or motocross just coming on in leaps and bounds. So we're just going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with more in just a tick.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever, perfect for water sports. The next adventure is in Mildura, and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
Through my experiences, one of the most simple and yet overlooked things on the bike is our chain care. Penrite have these amazing products, starting with their chain cleaner and their race chain lube. I personally use each of these products every time I go riding on my bikes. A well-oiled chain is less friction, less wear, and longer lasting on your chain and sprockets. So lube your chain and get in the game.
You ready? Rightio guys, we're down here in the pit area. Great opportunity to have a look at what goes on this side of the main racetrack.
As you can see up here, this is the main racetrack running through. They are at full pace through here. But when they need to be serviced, it happens over here. And these guys here, have a look at them. Each and every one of them has a job to do in this area here. The pit stops take very little time, but they are crucial that they get all the bits done. So let's have a quick walk through the tent here with the guys. So what'll happen? They'll come off the race line here, the bike will come rolling into here and into these pit zones here. See the environmental mats? It's to try and stop anything dropping into the ground. We have to do that to protect the environment and make sure we're compliant. The bike pulls up, dead engine, cap off, refuels go in. The IMS system is what these guys are using. They load their fuel into here, graduated. They know what they've got to drop into that tank for the next 2 laps. Pick it, jam it, load it up. It's good to go. That part's sorted. One of these guys is responsible for this. This is what's provided to the guys when they need to take what they need internally for themselves to keep going. Laid out, whose is what, which lap where for which. In the background here, we have a look at the way the teams are laid out, all of this. The reason they're laid out in an order is because if something's needed, you need it in a hurry. You can't go looking for it. You have to have it now. And that's why it's laid out like this. Spare parts laying here, ready to go. Things fail. We know that happens. We don't want it to fail, but if it does, what's your backup plan? It's this. This is what we need to do. Quick as they're in here and they're loading up, quick as they get them lined up, they send them out again. And if we turn around, we have a look here, that's the line out. You can see the way they mesh back into the circuit again here. Brilliant bit of work. So we won't hold these guys up any more than they've done. Well done, guys. Have a great day. Make sure you keep him on the gas. And I know you guys are responsible for it, all right? KTM boys, absolutely kicking it today.
Johnny Contract doing a tremendous Mark Larkham impersonation down there, Belly, giving us a really good insight as to what these teams are looking for, how they lay everything out, and just exactly how it all comes to be in the pits, because it's wide open 1 minute, diving into the pits the next, pretty well back out there and straight back on the gas.
Oh yeah, that was awesome, John. You know, the pit stops are so important, as John was saying. You know, it's it can be won and lost in the pits. Like Jack Simpson last year, he had a fuel vapor lock or something or other, and he couldn't start the engine, and he went from leading to third overall. So it's very important. The guys in the pits have a really important job to do.
Yeah, we want to say a quick thanks to GPM Consulting and Miller Quarries, another one of our very valued sponsors here at this event. Might give us an opportunity to scroll through the leaders in each category. Daniel Milner in the 450 class at the moment from Gus Reardon, Jack Simpson, Sammy Pritchira, Will Rupert, 5th in class, and Jacob Sweet, Andy Wilkes. And we got Dixon in 8th, Dennett in 9th, Reinders 10th, O'Brien 11th, Sparrow just riding out of his skin this weekend in 12th from Mason, Levi Rogers 14th, and Hunter Simmons rounding out the top 15 in the up to 252 stroke class. Keane from Hutchins, Shaw, Harris, Wright, Maywell, Young in 7th, Hollyoak in 8th position, Olsen in 9th, Bryan in 10th, Chapman in 11th, Henry in 12th, Chapman in 13th, Omar in 14th, and Petshaw in 15th, and the up to 250cc two-stroke. Leap and Liam still getting it done. He's got about a 4-minute advantage over Terry from Tilbrook, Gelbart, Fowler, Keddy, O'Reilly, Prime, Haddon, Fox, Mangles, Hildebrand, Caruana, and Cook rounds out the top 14. In the vets, 35 to 44. We've got Gleeson leading the way, followed by Allen, Pendlebury, Welsh, Banks, Shanks, Woodbury, Day, Gibbs, Hughes, Rossi, Bevan, Rendell, Marigliani, Payton. And in our ladies 8-lapper, Danielle McDonald, we were singing her praises, former Australian Junior Motocross champ, leading over Jess Gardner. Not a great deal between them. Maddie Healy back behind them. Maddie Simpson is next in 4th. Then we've got Tung and Simeone rounding it out. So the more two-stroke, DeVries, Kennedy, Knight, Sellings, Kellett, Eddington, Elliott, Bridges, Prentice, Stanton, Horton, Clancy, Goodchild, Atkins and Campbell. And in the ladies 4 laps, we've got Chellis at the moment leading the way from Wilkert Tom, Fleming, Blake, Kuhnke, Morris, Churchett, Miller, Coop, Dre, Park, Harrison, Wilder and Hines, and that takes us back, in fact, to the over 450cc four-stroke class. The big boys on their 500s, Corey McMahon over Cal Norton, Corey Hammond, Riley McGilvray, Stevens in 5th, Ricketts in 6th, from Campbell Hall in 7th, Taylor in 8th, Trigger in 9th, Bradford in 10th, Handley in 11th, Baker in 12th from Harrow, Caldwell and Sherman. And that pretty well takes us back completely. So one thing, just look how whooped out and rough it's sort of getting, even through this sweeper right in front of us, Glenn. There's some of the suspension really working hard, and some of these riders would probably be thinking, wow, they're even up on the, starting to have to get up on the foot pegs through this sweeper. So that's
it's so narrow. It's so narrow coming through here. So all the riders are going through, you know, a couple of metre track, and everyone's riding the same area. So it's going to get pretty rough there. And yeah, you're right. You get up on the pegs and try to get off the bike as much as possible. But that's where your suspension comes into play. You know, you can't have it too hard, otherwise it gives your hands a hard time. Can't have it too soft, it runs through the travel too quick and upsets the stability of the bike. So your suspension setup's very important around here.
Yeah, what about the medical team? Pretty well almost a full-blown hospital and triage unit set up out the back. We hope we don't need it, but should we need it? Shannon and the medical team took me on a quick tour through that this morning, and you know, they've got a full triage set up. I think they've got close to 8 doctors, if you can believe it, that are here to stabilise all of our riders should they need it. It looked like one of the most professional medical setups I've ever seen at a racetrack, and it's a real credit to all involved. They've got a complete logistics team where they can map it all out. If there happens to be a rider injured at a certain point, they've got big maps up on the wall, so they can then look to possibly bring a couple of riders back at the same time if they're out at a similar part on the track. But I'll tell you what, it just shows you the confidence. Shannon was telling me when his own lad struck some trouble here a few years back, he had total confidence in the medical team. He wasn't even over there. He just left them to stabilise his son, and he knew that he was in very capable hands. And I guess that's reassuring. We know there's always risks when it comes to motorsport and motorcycle racing, but it is reassuring to know that we have got one of the most professional teams in Australia here to look after our riders if they need it.
Absolutely. Do a marvellous job. We have Race Safe in Pro MX, and it's been amazing, you know, because motocrossers probably have more injuries than out here, but it's just because you're pushing yourself to the limit, and it's you know, it's comforting to know that you have those professional people out there.
Yeah, for sure. But we're talking about the ladies at the moment, and the intriguing battle between Danielle McDonald and Jess Gardner. We might just come back to this because I reckon Corey McMahon is on screen here. He's already into back markers. Look over that little drop off down through a very sandy section here.
So look how fast he's picking up these back markers and going past them, just picking different lines to them and shooting past fairly fast.
Yeah, we will lose him in a tick, but of course Jess Gardner, a very, very accomplished female racer, Glenn, and she in 2013, at just 20 years of age, Jess became the first Australian woman to win the International 6-Day Enduro, the women's class, and lead the Australian women's team to victory in the women's teams event. So she is an absolute legend of female off-road racing.
She's been at the top of the game for quite a few years now, and you know, often the women do better in the ISDE than what the fellows do. So you know, it's a credit to the fitness and bike skill that the women have these days.
I'm just reading here that she's a dab hand at karate and was into a bit of horse riding as well. So you wouldn't want to mess with Jess.
No.
I think that's the clear message from all of that.
Absolutely. No, she's a fierce competitor, and you know, wants to win and get things done.
I'm pretty sure that, you know, she operates some heavy machinery during the week as well. So, you know, be a lot of kilometres spent travelling to and from the events, and you just have to marvel. I know this is, you know, such a huge event. It's pretty well documented, but just chatting with some of the teams down in the pitch yesterday, you know, a lot of them have come from all across this country, you know, from WA, from Tasmania, from Queensland, of course, South Australia, Victoria. It doesn't matter, but they've come from everywhere because they all want to be a part of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Absolutely. You know, the biggest desert race in Australia, that's why Penrite sponsor it as the naming rights sponsor, and having live stream and getting behind the sport, and, you know, trying to push their motorcycle range. And if you ever, just a shout out to the guys under the tents over there in the Penrite tents, they got their merchandise. You see the boys over there, they've got some really cheap hoodies over there, really good quality, and all the oils. They've got a lot of motorcycle oils there, and if you want some cheap oils, they've got specials on at the moment. So head over and see the boys under the Penrite merch tent.
Yeah, they certainly have, you know, not only the black hoodies, but the grey as well. They hooked me up with one yesterday in a hat, and I'm really grateful. Oh, somebody sideways here, almost a big high side right in front of us on the sweeper. Oh, he nearly ate it.
He was going a bit slow for that sandy stuff. You know, you got to really know when you're getting tired. You know, the front wheel will dig into that soft sand and you know, want to throw you over the bars. So it's something different to ride, and you need to ride a lot of it.
Yeah, certainly do. So we shouldn't be too far away, you wouldn't think, from our leader, Corey McMahon. We did see him on some of those drone shots a little while ago, so we'll pick him up again shortly. So it will be lap number 3 of 8. They're coming around, so you think we don't believe that Corey has pitted yet, so surely at the completion he must be getting low on fuel by now. Even with a 12 or so litre fuel tank, he would have to be needing some motion lotion, you would expect, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. But they'll stop him up there, and they'll have a strategy, you know, fuel stop strategy, and they'll sort him out. You know, it's only going to be a quick. But look how fast he is on the gas. So riding really quick, a really good style, conserving as much energy as he can. And we'll see if he comes into pit now.
It'll be very interesting to follow him, that's for sure. I know our team will be doing their best to pick him up. For those tuned in on the live streaming through YouTube, a very warm welcome to you, particularly if you missed the start. It was Daniel Milner that led this snarling pack away. Jack Simpson quickly was able to get by him, but then Daniel Milner responded. He dropped into the pits after lap number 1, and his teammate Corey McMahon took over the race lead. We're still watching him here darting towards the pits. Here he is on screen, the number 6, and right on cue, he is into the KTM DM31 pits. A quick change of goggles, straight for a new set with the roll-offs. Will he get a little bit of quick hydration? Will there be any gel pack? And there is Callum Norton, so he's pretty well right on him. So it hasn't updated yet, our transponder timing loop, so it's clearly on the exit of the pits, Glenn. We've worked that out here because they're still showing us 2 laps complete at the moment. It'd be great to go back there and just see them on the exit. So it looks like Corey's back into it. He's just blasted through the crossover. Corey McMahon, it's a Mac attack here so far at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Oh, he's nearly run off track there. Just pushing a little hard. His team would have given him a bit of an update. What is the gap? We'll find out in a few moments as he rails his way around the outside of some back markers.
Well, he had 35 seconds on Callum Norton, so it's going to be interesting to see
Cal. Yep.
Where he's at the moment.
I reckon it's still a good 20 to 25 seconds, just gauging from when
there you go.
Corey came around.
27 seconds, so he's You know, he's gained a few seconds there, and Callum knows where he's at, and that's why they were pushing so hard out the front.
Yeah, I just noticed the Gus train, the Gus bus just flying around a few moments ago. So
Daniel Milner's in.
He's in hot pursuit of Jack Simpson, so Jack's actually moved up into third, and Gus is a couple of seconds behind him in fourth. And there we are right on screen now. We can see the Husqvarna, the winners racing Husky of the Jack Attack, Jack Simpson. Laid back character he is. There's a 7 of Sammy Pretshira, still running in position number 6 at the moment. Have we seen the 5 come through? Yes, we have. Yeah, it's just updating now on the timing. It just seemed to be stalled out there for a moment on the timing.
So Daniel at the moment is like a minute 27 behind. So like he doesn't look like he's too urgent to get around this circuit. So he's dropping some time here and there. So I don't know if the fitness is really starting to play a part in this. As you can see, Jack Simpson going around, he looked like he wanted to win, and he was really charging.
Yeah, he's starting to get pretty whooped out and rough at the moment, as we not quite at the halfway point yet. Let's have a look at the lap time. So 28.52, as you said, the pit stop will come into this, so it's not always a 100% crystal clear indication of pace out there, but a last lap around was a 28.52 from Corey and a 28.44 from Callum. So the last 2 laps, Cal Norton has definitely been quicker.
Absolutely. So Callum's really trying to chip away, and so Corey's fitness is really holding up, and we'll see what he has in the next few laps.
So Gus Reardon still there in position number 4. So he's about 47 seconds behind our race leader, Daniel Milner, now that minute 27 back. Sitting in 5th, Sammy Pretshira in 6th position. So he's 2 minutes and 3 behind at the moment. So if we look at the best individual lap times so far, so Corey McMahon with a 27.19, Cal Norton with a 27.01, Jack Simpson a 28.09, Gus Reardon a 27.35, and Daniel Milner a 27.55. So the rest of this order just starting to update now. Will Rupert, for all you Yamaha fans out there, the YZ Blaster sitting in 7th position, some 3 minutes 29 back. So he will continue to push, not beyond the realms, as we said, only 3 laps complete of 8. There's a whole lot more to play out in this race just yet. There's some more live shots coming to you. Field blasting their way in amongst the trees. So the up to 250cc 2-stroke class, proudly supported by Deakin Motorcycles and Bicycles. They can cater for your Honda, Suzuki, Yamaha and gas needs. So you're passionate about motocross, motorbikes or boating on the mighty Murray River and maintaining your garden, you'll find what you need in store or online with great service to match. That's the team at Deakin Motorcycles in Mildura. Gee, that's a good shot, isn't it? As we see that rider there hard on the brakes. Corey Hammond.
Yeah, up on the pegs, you know, absorbing those bumps coming into the turn. And as he goes to get on the gas, he sits down and really starts to feed it on.
A tall young man he is. Really a bit of a different kettle of fish though here at the Hattah Desert Race in comparison to the Fink. So you've raced the Fink Desert Race a couple of times, Glenn. How did you find that?
fast. It's the fastest desert race in Australia. So, you know, you're reaching speeds up to 180 kilometres an hour, and, you know, some of the road sections and things, but it's very choppy sort of track. You're doing, you know, your average over 100 kilometres an hour for the whole distance is 227 kilometres, and it only takes a couple of hours to get down there, or under a couple of hours now. And you know, with the cars and everything going through there too, it's the track is really choppy, and yeah, the boys get going on these 450s and 500s, you know, with the really tall gearing. It's something to it's a lot of fun, but it's very dangerous. You know, you can't afford to make a mistake at doing speeds like that.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's such a fast race. You wonder how long it'll be before something like the Alpine Stars AirTech body armour that becomes compulsory. I actually tried that out on at the sign-on Friday night, and I was the guinea pig, the crash test dummy, if you like, when Christian deployed it, and just bam, in a millisecond when that thing deploys, you feel like the Michelin Man overnight. Like, it gives you so much support, lower back, middle back, upper back, and your neck, your ribs, your chest, and then it just from that point, if you're good enough and fit enough to get up and resume, it just slowly deflates, so you can continue on. And you know, we've seen some of the guys in the Oz Pro MX race. I think Luke Clout might have been wearing one at Gilman. When he had a crash, you could see that sort of blown up and then slowly starts to deflate. But the technology in that body armour itself is just mind-boggling, and perhaps it's the next step. I mean, it doesn't feel that heavy. You pick it up on the table, you think, oh yeah, maybe there's a bit of weight here. The minute you actually, you know, put it on, you can't really notice the extra weight. But to me, it seemed like it was just offering you so much more protection.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's all new technology coming along all the time. Like, look at road racing, and that's where that came from. So, you know, because they have big hard hits onto that tar, and those suits, when they inflate, really protect them. So they just thought, why not for motocross, you know? So they started that with enduro and everything else as well. So it's a good safety aspect, and they're trying new things all the time.
Yeah, it's good stuff from the crew at Monza Imports and Alpine Stars. They gave a set of that body armour away at our sign-on. It was magic to be a part of that, wasn't it? All competitors there, the fireworks display at the end of the night, the giveaway of the KTM 500 and the freestyle motocross boys. It really just sets the scene for what is a magnificent weekend.
Yes, absolutely. The Friday night scrutineering, you know, all the competitors get their bikes through there. It's a great spectacle for the spectators coming through, and you know, it just gives everyone a high to come out to watch the race in action.
It sure does. We want to give a quick shout out to AgTech Machinery. Welcome to the future, that is for sure. And your souvenir programs, gee, that looks a pretty tough piece of kit, doesn't it? The gusag.com. You can find out more, of course, at www.agtech.com.au, and they are the specialists for all your agricultural machinery needs here in this region. I want to say a quick thanks to Coat Tyre as well, and also Mildura Waste and Recycling, 100% local, 100% committed. We always thank each and every one of our sponsors. So we're getting towards the halfway point in this race. Maybe we can start to recap through that running order as we told you. Corey McMahon continuing to lead the way. It was 27.6 seconds over Callum Norton, your defending champion. Jack Simpson, he was back there in position number 3. So he's another 18 seconds back from Callum. Then it's Gus Reardon in position number 4. But Gus was hot on the rear mudguard of Jack when they came through. Then Daniel Milner, he was another 36 odd seconds back in 5th position. Sammy Prechira sitting in 6th. So he was another 35.7 seconds down the track. Wild Will Ruprecht, he's in 7th. He was another minute 25 back and presently 3.5 minutes behind the race leader. But has done a remarkable job because he's moved forward, and anybody that moves forward in this gnarly demanding race deserves kudos, because it means your fitness is there, your setup's there, and your focus is on point.
They're doing a good job there, you know, and as you said, their fitness.
Oh, no. Rider down. Oh, the helmet's off. He looks a little winded. One of the Yamaha mounted riders, we cannot see the number. Wow, he looks a little busted, dusted and disgusted here, Belly. But his bike in a rather precarious spot.
He looks all right. It's on the side of the track. The guys could see him, so he's just shaken up, especially when you're going so fast and you have a get off like that. It tends to wind you a little bit and shake you up. And yeah, he's at least it looks like he's okay.
It's a very fast piece of the track too.
Absolutely. Well, there's a few whoops there, and he would have got a bit sideways, and it's flicked him off that bike. Yeah,
you'd think that it could well have been almost the mother of all high sides there. We can't quite pick. Is that 404? 404. It may well be the number of our rider involved there. Let's see if we can pick up who that is. I reckon it's Aaron Mason. Aaron Mason on the 404, so he was in 16th position.
Yeah, and there's a lot of disappointment there as well, you know, just going, oh, I've just thrown that away. Because he was riding really well, you know, like you said, in 16th position, you know, going very well, and yeah, it's very disappointing to have a get off like that.
Yeah, let's hope he's going to be A-OK for Deakin Motorcycles, Yamaha Australia, CTP Contracting, One Industries, Bell, Beaton's Pro Formula, LBS, NVC Concreting. Gee, Beaton's Pro Formula, there's so many motocross guys training under that umbrella at the moment with Ross Beaton. I mean, you only got to look at Kyle Webster and Jed Beaton in the motocross ranks. Jed absolutely taking a stranglehold on the points lead in Oz Pro MX1 category. What a performance at Canberra from Jed Belly. He's really looking good.
Absolutely. He's really stepped up to the plate, because he's just from Traralgon like 3 rounds ago. He's become more familiar with his bike, just loves that bike now, and they've made a few changes to it, and he's just gelling with it, and you could really see he's more aggressive on the bike. We went over to Manjimup, one over there, and Kyle had an injury, practice crash. They practice together all the time and push each other, and that's why they're ahead of everyone else. They just push each other every day of the week, you know. And but Kyle, with his injury, he's just been a bit tentative, and Ross has really made strides to win this championship this year.
It's going to be interesting, the Aussie team. We know that Jet and Hunter pretty well lay down Mazaire for the top 2 spots to represent Australia in the Motocross of Nations, which is going to be in the United States a little bit later this year. But that 3rd spot, surely if it goes on results alone, surely, and Jed has come out and said that he's happy to ride a 250 if need be. That, you know, we know he's a little bit bigger in stature than Kyle Webster. We know it was a pretty good fit with all of them being on Hondas last year. And of course, we are the defending champions. How good was that last year to finally get on that top step?
Unbelievable. You know, for Australia to win with such a small population, you know, you got the Lawrence brothers who are riding so well, and Jet's probably arguably the best rider in the world at the moment. So it just shows the level that Australia has come, and with Kyle over there, he rode magnificently on that 250. He only really needed to have one really good moto, and he did, and Australia come away with the win. And I'd hate to be the selectors now, because, you know, it's going to be really hard for them, because as you said, Jed's leading the championship, he's riding well, and Kyle's had an injury and things, but it's so to run with just Honda, like Kyle had a full factory Honda 250 last year, it makes it a lot easier for the Honda boys to, to get Kyle over there, and he can do some American races and things like that. But the selectors are going to have a hard time trying to convince everyone that Kyle should go to the donations, So Jed hasn't ridden the 250 for quite a few years, I'm sure he'll still be very good on it. He'll probably get a Star Yamaha motorcycle, and it'll be a bike that's really up to scratch to race in the Motocross of the Nation. So it's going to be interesting to see who they pick. And being defending champions, and if they don't pick Kyle, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Jed to perform,
Yeah, I think either would be perfect candidates, that is for sure. So we'll see what happens there. One of our riders just gesturing towards his team or something, so we'll be able to recap the order shortly. Just before we move on, how good was it watching Jet Lawrence when he dropped the bike last weekend at Redbud, got back on, just carved up an absolute storm, got back to the front, won by 10 seconds. That was one of the best motocross rides I think we've ever seen. And sometimes people question Jet whether he's just going through the motions, but he showed his true pace and his fight and determination in winning that moto and putting an absolute exclamation mark on that round.
He's sensational. He just wins, and his brother, even though he's running second in the championship, doesn't get any limelight basically because he's always overshadowed by Jet. And but Hunter's riding really well. He come through and past Eli Tomac, and he's riding really well. But because Jet's just one step ahead of everybody and such a good rider, he just doesn't get as much limelight.
Yeah, so it probably has been another round of that AMA Pro Motocross Series as well overnight. I must admit I haven't caught up with the results. Many of you out there will know exactly what's happened, but we'll catch up on that a little bit later on, Glenn. So maybe a good chance for us to have a little bit of a look at the running order for the various classes here. We'll just wait for it to scroll to the next screen and we'll pick that up. But at the moment, just recapping, Corey McMahon for the KTM DM31 outfit in control of this motor race. 27.6 seconds to the good of Callum Norton, your defending champion. Jack Simpson a further 18 seconds back in third, and that winner's racing Husqvarna. Gus Reardon, he was only 2 seconds back, so that's going to be interesting when they come around next to see who is running in that P3 spot. Daniel Milner just fading a little bit, or is this all part of the plan? Is this just a little bit of energy conservation so that he can mount another serious attack on his attempt to win 4 of these races? We'll see a shot there of a rider in the pits, the Steg pegs on display on that Husqvarna. Have you trialled them out on any of your motorcycles, Glenn?
No, I haven't, and like you can see, they must work pretty well because most of the guys doing desert racing use them, and you can put a fair bit of weight and take a lot of pressure off your arms. So, but yeah, I've never tried them, and yeah, I haven't done. When they came out, it was a bit after I started, finished racing, and it's a bit different. But here's a couple of guys that, unfortunately, mechanicals and get-offs there somewhere, and there's a couple more bikes being trailered back to the pits.
Yeah, just trying to pick up the numbers there. Tyler Radford may have been one of them on the 504. Just disappeared off screen at the moment. So let's have a look now. So at the moment, the over 450 class, Corey McMahon leading the way over Callum Norton. Corey Hammond in third place, Riley McGilvray in fourth. Then we got Stevens back there in fifth in the 250 through 450 four-stroke class. We've got Jack Simpson from Gus Reardon, Daniel Milner, Sam Pretschura and Will Rupert In 5th, the up to 254 stroke class, we've got Ty Keen on the 19 from Hutchins, Shaw, Harris and Maywold. The up to 250cc 2-stroke, Lethal Liam Dinage on the 100 at the moment with a 6-minute advantage over Terry. Tilbrook not all that far behind, Gelbart and Fowler. So that is your top 5. The vets 35 through 44. Gleeson followed by Allen, Pendlebury, Welsh and Shanks. The 251 and over 2-stroke class, we've got De Vries leading the way by a couple of minutes over Kennedy. It's back another 10 minutes to Knights, followed by Kellett and Sellings. The ladies 8-lapper, Danielle McDonald, just keeping that 2-minute gap over Jess Gardner, who's got a minute over Maddie Healy. Maddie Simpson back behind them. And the 83 of Tongue rounding that out. The next field, Chellis, Blake, Wilkett, Tom, Fleming and Kuhnke back there in 5th position. The over 450 4-stroke back to McMahon, Norton, Hammond, McGilvray and Stevens, and I think that has taken us through all of the classes here at the moment. So where would the riders be at just at the moment? Belly, would they still just be focusing, keep an eye on lap traffic, the track, the pictures that we can see at the moment? It is starting to get pretty gnarly out there. So not only is it formed up, but it's really starting to get whooped out now. And this is where I think preparation and rider physical fitness is really going to come to the forefront.
Absolutely. Like, these guys will be starting to feel it now. And the guys up front of each class, they're all chasing down that leader, and they really, the fatigue and all your preparation all comes down to these last few laps, and it's going to be interesting to see how they come around this time. So they're all pretty close still, and yeah, they're still just trying to chase down that number 1 spot.
Yeah, we're trying to pick up our leaders shortly, that is for sure. Of course, Penrite is naming rights sponsor of this event for 10 consecutive years. What an effort. Penrite Oil proudly continues its commitment to Australian motorsport, from supercars and off-road racing to speedboating and motocross. Penrite supports team and events nationwide, proving the performance and reliability of its products in the toughest conditions. For those of you watching the screen here at the moment or tuned into our live streaming, again, a very warm welcome to you. We can tell you that it's the KTM DM31 blaster himself, Corey McMahon, at the moment, trying to etch his name into the history books as he comes over that drop-off. Callum Norton was sitting in 2nd position last time around, followed by Jack Simpson, Gus Reardon and Daniel Milner. We'll be able to get a refresh on that next time around, because we will be officially at the halfway point. We've seen some interesting strategies, haven't we? And potentially our leader getting 3 laps out of a fuel load, which has been super impressive from the KTM team.
Yeah, he's riding fantastic. Like, you can see, like, he's on the gas, exiting those turns, the roost coming off that back wheel. You can see how aggressive he's riding, and Callum Norton's doing everything he can to chase him down, and yeah, he's having a hard time. Same with Jack Simpson, he knows he wants to win, but that pace is really on at the moment.
So we see the riders continuing to file through. There's the 455 on screen at the moment. You can just see even a few of them just getting a bit hairy here. There's not too many places to rest around this racetrack, that's for sure. Maybe the odd straight stretch, if it hasn't really started to get whooped out, perhaps you can just get a little bit of a breather here and there, and even just trying to take in those breaths, to remember to breathe, because I know myself, back in the racing days, sometimes you just get that focused on what you're doing that you even sort of forget to just you know, draw in a few breaths here and there, just try and keep getting in that oxygen, because it is pretty important.
Well, your heart rate gets up there, and you don't you need to breathe, that's for sure. And you see it in motocross a lot. Once it's really intense, they tend to hold their breath a little bit, and some of the pit boards tell them, you remember to breathe, you know. So it's yeah, it's very important about you know, staying on the bike for such a long period of time, and you know, just to get that oxygen around your system. You know, your forearm pump and trying to balance on the bike to take, and that's where your steg pegs come in. You know, you put a lot of the weight on your legs and try to relax as much with your arms.
So it won't be too far away now. As you can see, for those tuned in, the gap separating them. Will Ruprecht, has he got enough? Can he continue to storm his way towards the front of this field? It could be like Daniel Milner, and almost a 2-year plan for him, Glenn, to try and set himself up for the prologue next year, so that he's locked into a much better position, and then perhaps he can really try and attack next year.
Absolutely. So you can see, as it is, you know, how important the prologue is and getting out there, because if you're down in, say, 20th or so, you know, it's hard to come through the pack so much. You have to be so much faster than those guys, but you're stuck down there. So the first year you go out and do it is trying to get a decent time to get in the top 40 and then get up the front. So trying to get into that top 10 shootout at the end, and then getting into the top 3 positions, you know, to lead the race out from the beginning. So it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it sure does. As we watch now, and looks like our leader, we're thinking that is Corey at the moment. Just having a bit of a look over his right shoulder there. Tremendous footage here from one of our drone operators. We see him here just coming into the turn, hitting his marks, just staying a little bit wider, and now he is pretty close to pit lane. We can see the gazebos, and he's going to blast his way through here. You wouldn't expect him to be peeling into the pits when he pitted last time around. How impressive, this young man, under the guidance of one of the greatest Australian off-road racers of all time in Daniel Milner. He'd be so proud. He would have liked to have been up there himself, but if he couldn't be, just to see one of his teammates up here leading the way, Glenn, would certainly be exactly what he's after, because he knows just how grueling and how tough this event is.
That's fantastic. He's riding really well, and yeah, hats off to him, because the way he's standing on the bike, conserving energy, you know, standing up late into the turns mostly, and passing these lappers as they're standing still. So it's he's going, absolutely going for the win, that's for sure.
All right, there we see the big number 1, Callum Norton, coming through. We'll see if we can update 4 laps now in the books. And Corey McMahon has 22.6 seconds over Callum Norton. We're still waiting for Jack Simpson and Gus Reardon just to update on our live timing. Wow, Corey is looking strong. Last time around, 29 minutes and 10. Cal Norton at 29.05. So you're only talking 5 seconds between them. There's Gus Reardon on screen now, hanging off the back of that KTM, wringing the neck of it. You see him just trying to stay off And often the extreme left or the extreme right can just be a shade smoother. He's just blasted by our commentary point. How good does it look? We're watching on the screen here, Belly. Then we get a glimpse. In fact, here comes the Jack attack. Just ripping his way beneath the crossover. So Gus has clearly got the better of Jack now, running in third spot. Jack back there in fourth, and we're still waiting on Daniel Milner to come around, who I think is diving into the pits. Yep, right on cue. There he is. He jumps off the motorcycle. The fuel churn goes in, grabs another set of goggles, a quick sip of water. Is he going to hang on to that bottle? We've seen them doing that with the straw basically in the mouth. And away he goes now. So that is pit stop number 2 complete now for Daniel Milner. Gee, it's going to be a fair way back for him from here, Glenn. I mean, anything can happen. We are only at the halfway point, but finding himself now potentially, even 2 or 3 minutes is a pretty big deficit to try and claw back.
Oh, absolutely. At the pace at the front, there's no way, unless something happens to Daniel and Callum Norton and McMahon, he's not going to catch them. So you can see a 38k loop, and you got 5 seconds between McMahon and Norton. It's hard to catch up that time.
We apologise about the slight pause in the commentary there. For those of you here live at the venue, and enjoying this on the live streaming through YouTube. We just had a couple of social media obligations there in our brand new commentary box. Shannon and the entire Northwest Victorian motorcycle team really looking after us here. They've positioned us absolutely to perfection. As we see the big number 8 just blasting by here to complete another lap. It's Corey Hammond down in 12th position. So at the moment, Corey McMahon 22.6 seconds ahead of Callum Norton, your defending champion. Gus Reardon is a further 1 minute and 3 back, but a minute 26 off the leader at the moment in third. Jack Simpson sitting in 4th place, another 10.2 seconds behind Gus. Then we got Daniel Milner. He's almost 1 minute behind Simpson and 2.5 minutes behind the leader. Sammy Pretshura sitting in 6th place. So he's another 57 seconds back at the moment from Milner. Will Rupert in 7th. So he's a minute 12 further down the track from Sammy. Andy Wilkes in 8th position, 16.1 seconds back. Then in 9th we got Jacob Sweet. He's another 2 seconds back, followed by Will Dennett. He's a minute 5, so he currently rounds out the top 10. Jai Dixon in 11th. Corey Hammond in 12th place. Riley McGilvray in 13th. Jonty Reinders in 14th. Mackenzie O'Brien in 15th place. Just waiting on the next crop of riders to come through. I just heard a 2-stroke blasting beneath the crossover. Chad Sparrow comes through in 14th position. So the action continues here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2025. Looking like some live pictures there, I reckon, of Corey McMahon. At the moment on that number 6, KTM DM31 entry. Gee, look how rough it's getting there down in that section into those trees. Not for the faint-hearted, Glenn, that's for sure.
You can see the fitness levels. You know, you can see the guys are just cruising around, the lappers, you know, having a good old time riding around this track and really struggling. And you see Corey's just on another level. So, you know, he's put a lot of effort into this race, and, you know, he's on track to take it out.
Yeah, he certainly is. Remember the ladies 4-lapper, that is going to be coming to a conclusion shortly, and the voice of this Hattah event, Johnny Contract, our fellow commentator, will be down there to capture that and the presentation. So the ladies 4-lapper, see if we can get that up on screen shortly, but no, we've had the likes of Tegan Wilkin-Tom has been right up there. Chloe Park, Jade Chellis, Danielle Churchard, Ella Harrison, Phoebe Hines, Alex Stray, Hayley Miller, Joey Barton. I haven't seen a lot of Chloe's name so far today. Would have been hoping for a strong run. Shailene Kuhnke out there as well. Sinead Marr, Emily Hausler, Felicity Wild, Susan Coop, Taja Morris, Holly Blake, and Mackenzie Fleming. That is the ladies 4-lap field, courtesy of Sunnyland. So we'll do our best to give you the running order in all of the respective classes here shortly. See if we can break it up. We're just waiting for more of the field to come through so we can update that. More pit lane activity. Bit of a change over the Camelback there.
You can see now, John, you know, the fitness is waning a bit, and there's not a lot of urgency getting out of the pits, so you know, they're having a lot of fun out there, and yeah, wish I was out there myself.
Yeah, you and me both, that's for sure. Been pretty busy of late, haven't had many opportunities to get out on the KTM EXCF 350. So where we see another rider heading back out there, so in the up to 250 4-stroke class, Ty Keane from Hutchins, Shaw, Harris and Maywold at the moment at the halfway point. The up to 250cc 2-stroke class, Leap and Liam Dinage. On the 100, Terry, Tilbrook, Gelbart and Fowler. That is your top 5. In the vets, 35 to 44. We've got Gleeson leading the way with a 4-minute advantage over Allen from Pendlebury, Shanks and Welsh. In the 250 and over 2-stroke class, De Vries from Kennedy, Knights, Kellett and Stanton. The ladies 8-lapper. Well, this is an intriguing battle, isn't it? And Danielle McDonald continuing to pace this hungry pack of female racers, from Jess Gardner in 2nd and Maddie Healy in 3rd place. Maddie Simpson in 4th at the moment, with Tongue back there in position number 5.
They're all pretty close, John. So it's going to be a good race to the end of this 4-lap race.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, because there's a lot of things that can happen, isn't there, in the dying stages of this one.
I'd hate to have Jess Gardner on my tail. There'd be a lot of pressure out front.
Yes, definitely. So, some more live shots coming your way at the moment. So Mia Tongue on the 83 from the Coastal Motorcycle Centre, and plenty of other support on that Honda CRF 250. So yeah, a stout field indeed of lady racers, proudly supported by the Gateway Tavern Mildura, established back in 1990. We're going to cross down to Johnny Contract. Down to you, John.
Rightio, we're down here in the main compound where everybody's in the catering area and all of the food stalls and the like are. But we're down here in the Penrite tent with Brendan. Hey, Brendan, great to have you down here this morning.
Yeah, thanks. It's been great to be here again. I said Penrite being our 10th year as sponsor of the race, so it's a great place to be.
Absolutely. 10 years of Penrite here with the Hattah Desert Race. It's been a great journey. And of course this morning, so for those that are watching in on the live stream external and not here, first things first, you got to come here. It's a bucket list thing. You got to come to Hattah, huh?
Yeah, you do. You have to come and see it because a lot of people don't know what it's like. I know my friends who don't know what it's like, how big it is, how popular it is, and it's just a great place to be.
And on top of that, for Penrite, they support this event so well. What you've caught us in the middle of right now is the 10-year, $10 Hattah sale. And Penrite at the moment discounting pretty much all this gear on the table, and they've got a ton in the truck over there, discounting all the products out for $10. There's oils up here that are like 20, 25, but the commitment from these guys is to make sure that when people come to Hattah, not only do they get to celebrate the race, they get bargains and specials coming out of Penrite as well. Mate, it's just incredible.
Yeah, we like people using our product, and a great way to get them to use it, especially the people that do use bikes and ride bikes, etc. Come and try a Penrite product.
It's funny, you know, because everybody that comes and grabs something always keeps coming back through the day-to-day, mate. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time out of your schedule today to get us an opportunity to do this. I know we'll be doing a number of sales throughout the day today.
Yeah, hopefully we'll sell it all out before then. But anyway, come down and see us for a bargain, and talk to us about oil. If you don't know what goes in your bike, your car, whatever, come and talk to the people down here. We'll help you out.
And on top of that, of course, a big thank you to not only yourself and Ryan and all the team here today, but of course Marg, Diamond and all the family and all of the Penrite people for their involvements and connections with us here at Hattah, because it's been a lovely journey for 10 years. I'm really hoping we can just continue beyond that for time and time again, mate. It's just a great association.
Yeah, it was actually Margaret originally who got us here. She used to come to the event, so I'm sure she'd love to be back here today with us. But anyway, we've been a happy sponsor for the last 10 years, so hopefully it'll keep going on.
Absolutely. Big shout out to you, Marg, if you're wherever you are, that we're thinking of you. Would love to have you here again at some point too. So another year of just fantastic sponsorship and another year of a fantastic race, Brendan.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Good work. Brendan and the team here down at Penrite and looking after us in a big way, not only from a sponsorship, from naming rights point of view, but also looking after all of our people on site here and giving them the bargains they need out of the Penrite site here.
Your next Mildura adventure awaits. Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria.
Through my experiences, one of the most simple and yet overlooked things on the bike is our chain care. Penrite have these amazing products, starting with their chain cleaner and their race chain lube. I personally use each of these products every time I go riding on my bikes. A well-oiled chain is less friction, less wear, and longer lasting on your chain and sprockets. So lube your chain and get in the game.
Experience the new seasonal menu at Verde Mildura. Verde's new wine and seasonal restaurant menu showcases delicious winter warming options, as well as uniquely chef-inspired dishes to satisfy the most discerning palate. And start your day the right way with a Verde-licious breakfast Friday to Sunday 7 till 10:30 a.m. Order with ease using our QR code or wait staff table service. Only at Verde, corner of San Mateo and 15th Street. Book now, online or phone with walk-ins welcome.
Welcome back to the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. What an event. These guys are really going at it. They're having a fantastic time. The track's really getting cut up. They're struggling with fitness, but the classes they're coming through, McMahon's still leading by coming from Callum Norton by 22 seconds. Hammond, McGilray, Stevens in that 450 class. So they're going really well at the moment, and yeah, we'll see if Callum can bridge the gap.
Yeah, there's so much to play for, isn't it? We're looking forward to the presentation for the ladies' 4-lap event shortly once they've come through and had a quick freshen up, quick drink of water, and no doubt JK, he'll be all over it. He loves to chat with the winners. We all know winners are grinners.
Absolutely. Look, they're coming into the pits thick and fast now, and some of them have got a lot of urgency about them. The others are just coming in for a cruise, but you know, they're all having fun out there. There's nothing like riding the motorcycle around the desert.
Oh, that's for sure. I saw a couple of the Simford Racing riders in the pits there a few moments ago. Very friendly team. I was having a good chat with them at sign-on night on Friday evening, Glenn. Very professional. Got a pretty big outfit there with a lot of riders under their tent, so we wish them all the very best of luck here today.
Yeah, there's some big teams coming through here, like Monster Energy Yamaha brought their semi over and got a few riders. It's very impressive going through those trucks, and it's good to see the input they have into the Hattah Desert Race now.
Yeah, I think the enduro scene and Australian off-road scene now having a bit of a freshen up with the name of the series this year as well. A lot of the manufacturers taking a lot more seriously now. You're starting to see it get a bit more coverage on you know, your Moto Online podcasts and various other podcasts as well. So it's really starting to ramp up, isn't it? The coverage of this Australian Championship, and a lot of heavy hitters in there, a lot of guys coming back from overseas to compete, and the level of competition is just so high to try and take out an overall in any of the classes.
Oh, absolutely. Like the preparation to go into any form of motorcycle racing, to be at the pointy end is phenomenal these days. You have to have big teams behind you. There's a lot of bike prep, getting your suspension sorted, the whole thing, engine dialed in. There's a lot of diagnostics and data that they can take nowadays with the new technology. So it's the level is just increasing every year. And as you can see here, the boys, the fitness of these guys are really pushing the level, and you know, they're going really well.
Yeah, certainly are, but our race leader continues to be Corey McMahon, and of course leading the over 450 four-stroke class, doing it for KTM, DM31 Racing, Gal Street Recycling, Central Concrete, Multec, Braybuilt Construction, Sutto's, CTI Knee Braces, Leatt, Motorex, Pirelli and Acerbis. So he is representing all of those sponsors with distinction. Callum Norton, your defending champ, he's doing it for STE Racing. Notice he's even been spruiking the Rossi gear goggles just of late as well. A lot of other people in Callum's corner. It was such a shame that he got crook just a few days prior to the Fink Desert Race. He was right up there. I think he gave it a shot on the return leg, but he was just too unwell. And I think anybody out there can relate to that. If you know, you're busy working, or you've got a big conference, or you've got something coming up, trying to compete in whatever sport it might be, if you're unwell and you just feel terrible, it's just so difficult to try and perform.
Absolutely. Like, you know, he was the defending champion, and to come down with a bug, it's so disappointing. You know, he gave it a shot, but you know, on the way down, he realised that he couldn't keep going and had to pull out. So yeah, it's disappointing for him. He was riding very well, and as you can see, you know, he's on top of his game again. He's running second at the moment, and you know, he's only 20 odd seconds behind. So it's not too much of a bridge to gap, but we'll see how they go.
So we might be able to just get a bit of a recap on the order there. We can see those results scrolling through. Liam Dinage still with 7 minutes over his nearest rival. Terry with Tilbrook in third place, followed by Gelbart and Fowler. And we have a look at De Vries, Kennedy, Knights, Kellett and Stanton in the 250 and over two-stroke class. The vets 35 to 44. Gleeson, Allen, Pendlebury, Shanks and Welsh. And that ladies 8-lapper, Danielle McDonald Still showing him a clean pair of heels. He's got 14 minutes now over Jess Gardner. So, Danielle absolutely has put the foot down here. Madison Healy back there in third. Maddie Simpson a couple of minutes adrift in fourth. And Mia Tung back there in position number 5. The ladies' four-lapper, Jealous over Wilker, Tom, Fleming, Kuhnke and Morris. Not sure whether they've quite come through yet to complete lap number 4. So strung out, isn't it, over this 38-kilometre course. In the up to 450 four-stroke class, Gus Reardon leading the way from Jack Simpson, Daniel Milner, Sam Pretura and Will Ruprecht. The under-19s, we got Verstegen leading the way over Stevens, Fox, Cardenas and Moritz. The up to 250cc four-stroke class, Ty Keane from Hutchins, Harris, Shaw and Wright. And I think that pretty well takes us through each and every class. It really is getting rough, isn't it? We can just see it here, and this is only just such a small portion of this track.
38 Ks of this, and you know, the big whoops over the back and the big fast straights, it all takes its toll, and I think they're starting to feel it.
Yeah, most definitely. You see the riders coming through here. It's really rough. You've got to be on the pegs here. One or two of them I noticed that have gone around the outside of the whoops, but even that's a bit gnarly because you're right out near the fence.
Yeah, you can see they're starting to run outside, really outside lines, you know, tight inside lines on the edges of the track, crisscrossing the track, just trying to find the best line possible. And as you can see now, with the wind coming up a little bit, it's drying sections of the track out, and it's getting a little bit dustier. So the guys have to deal with a lot of other things as well.
Yeah, they sure do. As we said, Winners Racing supporting Jack Simpson. As we see our race leader, Corey McMahon, must be coming through, I think, to that complete lap number 5. Will he continue that stretch of churning out 3 laps in between fuel stops, Glenn? We see him there nice and wide.
Yeah, right on the edge of the track.
He's straight in. He is into the pits. Race leader into the pits. He hops off the bike. Will it be a clean set of goggles, or is he happy with what he's got? And Callum Norton, he is in there as well. So maybe Cal has bridged the gap here. We were looking at about 22 seconds. He goes for a quick a gel pack by the look of that, trying to get a little bit of sustenance in. And Corey is straight back on the motorcycle. We'll probably blast by our vantage point in a moment. He might have already been through.
So Corey knows how close Callum is, and look at him, he's just taken off.
Here he comes.
He's got a lot of urgency about him, and
he's fresh.
He's on the gas, like he's really pushing hard, and so is Callum. You know, he wants to win this event as well, and not too far behind.
Yeah, here comes Callum Norton now. Big number 1. There's a slower rider ahead of him. He's going to have to sweep around the outside. He might have found himself a new line there, right out near the fence. It just covers that back marker in roost. He says, here you go, pal, cop some of this.
Yeah, there is a bit of roost out there, and the roost from those 450s hurts quite a bit.
Yeah, Brett was actually talking about that from his recent cameo at the Manjimup 15,000. He said, man, from these paddle tyres, I'm not sure that if they're all using paddles or just going for a soft or a mid-soft, but he was saying, man, the Pirelli in particular, the scoop tyre, the roost that it throws up, just leaves you with big welts and all sorts on the body. It really does hurt.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely all over you. We had the Pro National last round. They had like concrete in there and all sorts of rocks and bits and pieces and mulch and sticks, and it's it really hurts, and yeah, you welt up really bad after a day of racing.
We were talking a little bit about the 500 yesterday with Medi, and whilst he'd had a couple of rides on them, I thought I'd really just save it until today, until you were in the com box alongside me. Tell us about what it was like trying to muscle the 500cc motorcycles back in the day when you were racing.
I had the 2 strokes, yeah. the biggest thing was having them jetted properly, and so you can get a smooth power delivery, because if they're a little bit lean, they were a really snappy type of beast, and everyone that rides them, if it is a little bit lean, they just go, how do you ride one of these? But once they're jetted properly, and you can't manhandle one of those bikes around the track. It's you got to finesse them a little bit, pick really good lines. Where other you ride a 125 and it's a lot lighter bike, you have to manhandle those things around the track. But a 500, it's a different beast, and setting the suspension up and making sure it's working properly is the same as what it is today. They've still got 2 wheels, suspension, but the bikes are made a lot better these days than what they were back then. It was only around the mid-80s, the late 80s, they started to be able to make a bike that was half decent, that wouldn't fall apart, and handle quite well with, front and rear discs and things like that. So it's made a lot of difference. And today's bikes, the technology is just in the ignition systems and that are coming a long way now, but the overall motorcycle is pretty much the same year to year, so there's not much of a change. But back in the early 80s to late 80s, there was huge changes every year. They went from air-cooled to water-cooled, upside down suspension, from conventional forks and to drum brakes to disc brakes. So there was a big learning curve on the way you rode the bike as well. They stood up a lot more than what they did in the old days, and the American riders had it all over everyone in the early 80s and late 80s.
And what about some of the battles that you would have had back in the day with Craig Dack, Jeff Leask, and many more, the late Reggie Melton in the probably in the Supercross days? You must still have some very fond memories of those events.
Oh, absolutely. Each generation and each time period, you have a whole group of riders that can always ride fast, and it doesn't matter where it is or what it is. There's always memories all the way back from when you were racing, and it's like Callum Norton now winning the Think Desert Race and things like this, and the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. They're all fond memories, and one day they'll look back at those and go, that was a cool time. So Toby Price, the same thing. He's gone out to car racing now. The bikes, you can only ride bikes for a certain amount of time, and it's really tough on the body. So he's got a cage around him, as they say. With age comes a cage, and that's what's happening with him with the Baja Desert Race and the trophy trucks that he rides in now.
No, very well said. Some great racing back in the day, and I thought it was riveting listening to yourself, Jeff Leask and Craig Dack up on the stage at Manjimup recently, all three of you together with our Master of Ceremonies, the one and only Wade Oranger. I want to say a quick shout out to Wado. He could well be tuned in from the United States. He's over there in Iowa at the moment, doing a tremendous job helping with the commentary at the Knoxville Raceway, the sprint car capital of the world. So huge thanks to Wado for putting my name forward and suggesting to Shannon and the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club that I could fill in for him, and certainly thoroughly enjoying this experience. This is just a spectacular event, and it's blown me away just how big it is.
Yeah, especially for your first time, John. It's an eye-opener, that's for sure. With so many spectators around looking this year, and Penrite involved in 10 years, and how we set up the track, to all the competitors, how many competitors there are in this event. It's an iconic Australian event, and they just all come here and just can't wait for this weekend.
It's very much a survival of the fittest. There's no room for the faint-hearted out there. There's no doubt about that. We might even be able to recap the order a little bit as some of the field start to file their way through. We've told you that Corey McMahon currently leads the way for the KTM DM31 outfit, and he leads by 23.8 seconds. The last time around it was a 29-minute 35 circulation. Callum Norton was a 29.36. So Cal is just trying to keep applying that pressure, but at the moment, you know, unless Corey has some sort of misfortune, he's looking very solid, very consistent with the lap times.
It's so hard to pick up the pace because, you know, Corey's riding really well, and you know, Callum's trying to chase him down, and you could see the urgency in the pits when they were pitting. You know, they just wanted to get out there and get going to try to pick up some time and not lose time to Callum. You know, so they're riding extremely hard, and you can see their fitness levels right up there, and they're really pushing.
Yeah, they certainly are. So Corey McMahon, 23.8 seconds ahead of Callum Norton. Gus Reardon sitting in third place.
Thank you.
So he's 2 minutes and 3 back from the race leader. So Jack Simpson back there in fourth, but 2 minutes 30 in arrears of the leader. Daniel Milner continues to run in fifth, but he's 3 minutes and 23 back. So his chances certainly appear to have faded here, maybe just not quite the pace or the fitness to go with the top 4 men at the moment after having pole position from that top 10 shootout yesterday. Sami Prechura, he's there in sixth, but 3 minutes 59 back from the leader. Andy Wilkes in seventh, he's done a really good job, 6 minutes 22 back. Then we got Will Ruprecht in eighth, the shop off-road Yamaha entry, so he's 7 minutes and 2 back from the leader. Jacob Sweet runs in ninth. Will Dennett doing a solid job in 10th. He's 8 minutes and 25 in arrears of your race leader. Jai Dixon, he's out there at number 17 in 11th spot, 8 minutes 35 back. Corey Hammond, we're pretty well around about that 10th to 12th mark for the majority of the days, 8 minutes 49 back from the leader. And I think we still waiting, are we, for McGilvray and Sparrow may not have quite come around just yet, but so less than 3 laps remaining now for those that have completed their 5th lap.
You can see, like, Daniel Milner, for instance, like, comes out here, you know, wants to go for his fourth win, and you know, it's that physical fitness, and like, he can do a lap because he pole position, led the field off, but it's really tough to finish this race like on a high, and the amount of physical effort that goes into racing is incredible.
How impressive is the ride from Jackson Verstegen? It may have sort of slipped through up until now with our broadcast, Glenn, but he's sitting in 20th overall, the first clearly of the under-19s. What an effort for the Gas EC 450F pilot, doing it for Peter Stevens, Fox, Michelin, Moto Cred, USWE Motul, and Vision Mining and Equipment. That is
that's impressive, isn't it? For under 19,
masterful performance to be running top 20,
to come through from back in the pack and just getting up to the 20th position so far.
Yeah, not over yet, of course. And let's have a bit of a look here at our under-19s. Levi Stevens, also well worth a mention here, sitting in 25th overall, so he'd be sitting in that second place. Oscar Fox, the Flying Fox, he's sitting in 30th overall at the moment. Gee, the wind just picking up. Just ripped open the door of our commentary box here. Belly lucky we weren't right out on the track itself. Could have almost coat hangered some of our riders coming through. Gee, we're taking evasive action. I was on the mic calling the Oz Cycling National BMX Series round last weekend at my home track at Cross Keys in Adelaide, and we had some new stands there and a tablet giving us up to the minute live timing information. The wind caught those at one stage. I had the mic in one hand, I was catching the stand that was blowing over in the wind with the other. Who says that us blokes multitaskers, eh?
Absolutely. The things you got to deal with.
Yep, challenges in the commentary box, but no, we get by. But no, it's impressive, some of these under-19 boys, that is for sure, and even the two-smoke brigade. I'm sure there's a lot of you out there that are avid two-stroke fans. It's all there was. You know, when I grew up racing junior motocross, it was nothing but two strokes. And I remember back in the day, you know, you'd come up towards a state title or something and just get fresh piston and rings in, and a new soft terrain tyre on the rear, and it just felt like a different bike out there.
Absolutely. It was two strokes up until, like, unless you rode an XR 400 or 600, you know, those sorts of bikes. But, you know, 2003, I think they started bringing out the really good four-stroke motocross bikes, and it changed the game. And everyone just switched over to the four strokes. They've got a more linear power. They've got, you know, a lot smoother, it's a lot better on the hard packed tracks. And even though they're a little bit heavier, you know, the suspension's come a long way from the 80s and to now, and you know, they're a really good bike.
Fuel injection and you know, all the different ignition modes that you can slip them into. I mean, I paid a little bit extra for my motorcycle, you know, to have the couple of different modes, and even a traction control mode as well for slippery, muddy conditions or very dusty, slippery conditions. It makes such a difference, just modulating the revs, and makes the motorcycle a lot more rideable.
Yeah, a lot more rider friendly, that's for sure. You know, the four strokes have changed the game. You know, Stark-Varg's starting to play around with electric bikes, but you have Triumph coming into the fold now, and with their, you know, 250s and 450s, and now with Ducati just ready to release a 450 now, and later on a 250 as well. So they can see the value in motocross and supercross, especially in the States and Europe, and yeah, we'll have another brand adding to the mix.
We certainly will. The Ducati, they're an impressive motorcycle. Tony Cairoli, currently racing in the United States, was close to a top 10 in Moto 1 at Redbud last weekend. Jeremy Seewer in the World MXGP Championship has already put the 450 on the podium, and largely a stock motorcycle. They're not really running too many aftermarket or any real factory parts at the moment, just out there trying to show what a close to stock motorcycle can do. And it's impressive, isn't it, with the Desmodromic, almost valveless system that they have in the power plant of these bikes. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they just don't run any springs in them. So mechanically open and close the valves, so they can rev to the moon. They don't get any valve bounce or anything like that. So it's a very impressive system that they've patented over the years. You know, they've had it in all their bikes right from day dot, basically. And yeah, it's a good system. So they brought it over into the motocross bikes now, and the bikes look impressive. They have, like you were saying, they don't need all that factory stuff. They got really good components on the bikes. But as we can see here, number 14.
Yeah, it's Jonty Reinders. I think he could be retiring from this race after that crash early on, that coming together with Sami Prechura. And it looks as though he might be going to call it a race here. He's looking a dejected figure in his pit bunker right out the front of that KTM DM31 marquee. And that could be the end of the road for jumping Jonty Reinders. Geez, disappointment. You know, you'd be 5 laps in to have to call it a day. The Tasmanian Charger. There'll be a lot of people watching from Tasmania that no doubt their hearts will be sinking right now. This is one of the country's toughest motorcycle races, that is for sure. And I guess it just didn't start well at the completion of lap number 1. And that's what we talk about. You can be as physically fit and prepared as you like, but you've still got to have that little bit of luck. That was a coming together that neither rider really saw coming, but before he knew it, he was down on the deck, and it's upset his whole race.
Absolutely. Like, you know, just to persevere with bent bars or broken levers, you know, it takes its toll, and you don't know when he fell off that bike if he, you know, had an injured shoulder or wrist or whatever. So, you know, persevere from lap 1 up until now. It's tough, and it's very disappointing to be to pull out of the race. That's for sure.
It was interesting last year, wasn't it? Jonty Reinders finished second to Daniel Milner in the Australian Off-Road Championship, and next thing, the offer was on the table for him to join the team. So he's come in there on the 250 and took out the first 4 rounds without missing a beat whatsoever, and has been right up there in the overalls as well. So it's certainly been a great year for Jonty. But if he has pulled out, we haven't got him on screen at the moment, but he'll definitely be slipping well down the order. The longer you spend in the pits, clearly, the more you slide down through the field. So it will be interesting to see whether or not he rejoins, but maybe we can just have a bit of a look here, just recapping Corey McMahon over Callum Norton. So 5 laps in the books at the moment. The gap between them is 23.8 seconds. Gus Reardon, so he's a further 1 minute 39 down the track in 3rd place. Jack Simpson, he's sitting in 4th. He's another 26.8 seconds in arrears of Gus. Daniel Milner, another 53 seconds down the track, and presently 3 minutes 23 behind the race leader. In 6th place, it's Sammy Pretshira. He's another 35.5 seconds back from Milner. Andrew Wilkes sitting in 7th, another 2 minutes 23 further back from his nearest rival. Will Ruprecht fighting back in 8th, but it's kind of stalled out a little bit. He's 7 minutes back from the race leader. So at the moment, that is a 39-second buffer between Wilkes and Ruprecht. Then we got Jacob Sweet sitting in 9th. He's another 12.4 back from his nearest rival, from Ruprecht. Then we've got Dennett, another minute 10 down the track. He's rounding out your top 10. Jai Dixon sitting in 11th. Corey Hammond still in 12th position with Riley McGilvray in 13th. Chad Sparrow 14th. Hunter Simmons rounding out your top 15, followed by O'Brien, Levi Rogers, Cody Stevens, Jaden Pilgrim, and Jackson Verstegen, the first of the under-19s, now showing down in about 21st position. We might take a very quick break. Back with more in just a moment.
Mildura is an art lover's paradise, so you can wander around and enjoy the art in the heart of the city. No big pineapples, just big art. You can basically immerse yourself in arts and culture.
Penrite offer a range of full and semi-synthetic 2-stroke engine oils. The range includes a semi-synthetic 2-stroke engine oil, which is great for your everyday motorcycle riding, or if you've got that old 2-stroke sitting in your shed, this is the perfect gear. Or for your modern day racer, Penrite offer a full synthetic, racing grade, high performance engine oil, offering better protection for your racing engine. It's a low smoke, clean burning, high efficiency racing oil. So to get your 2-stroke to sing, make sure you check out Penrite's 2-stroke motorcycle range.
Gee, it is getting so whooped out here through the big sweeper as the riders blast towards us, Belly. You've got to be up on the foot pegs, no doubt. We've seen a couple just sweep around the outside, but if that's just an indication of what's happening out there across the 38-kilometre loop, it's got to be pretty wild and woolly out there.
Yeah, there's a few places through the pits. This is really one line, so all 600 riders have to ride through there. Like there's only 2 lines basically, so it's going to get really rough just through this section, and trying to pick your line after you're so tired and you just have to lift the front wheel across some of those whoops. It takes its toll.
Yeah, it certainly does. So Levi Rogers doing a pretty good job. The privateer motocrosser in 17th. So both he and Zach Watson have been very impressive in the Oz Pro MX series this year, punching well above their weight. And it'll be interesting next year to see if any seats free up and whether or not they can secure a factory ride.
Yeah, they've been riding really well. Levi had the 4th fastest time in qualifying for the last round, and he was riding really well. And Zach Watson the same. He's running 5th outright in the championship at the moment, so doing very well. Levi out here, he's running 17th.
Yes.
So he, it just shows like he hasn't done one of these races before, and you're chasing down people, and he's having a hard time. He started 20th, he's only got up to 17th, so it's tough going out there.
Yeah, it is. So he's presently 12.5 minutes behind the leader. Obviously, you're at a bit of a disadvantage if you're not out in the top 10 straight off the bat. You've lost a bit of time, but I think full credit to him coming out here to have a crack. Just seeing how tough and how gnarly this event is. I think for any of them, it seems to be key, doesn't it? You need to set yourself up to be further up the pecking order for the prologue. That prologue is absolutely crucial to this event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great experience for him, being the first time. It's a whole new event to see, and he's been out here, and he'll realise like how fast these enduro guys go as well. So he in prologue you got to carve through the field a little bit, which slows you down. So he was 20th fastest, so he was up there, but it's a tough race. This is one of the toughest races. You're riding for 4 hours. It's relentless, and it's tough to get through the whole thing.
One thing I've noticed is the under-19s. There's been a change at the top of the charts there, because Levi Stevens on the 846 for True Painting and Decorating, Freeman Civil and We Are Lusty seems to have just got the better of Jackson Verstegen at the moment. So Jacko has been leading the way for the majority of this race in the under-19s, but that has changed. So there's only a few seconds separated, and 3.6 to be precise. As we scroll a little bit further down, so Oscar Fox, so he'd be another few minutes down the track, and most likely sitting in about 3rd place in the under-19s. Bjorn Cardenas only a couple of spots further back from Oscar Fox, and Riley Moritz in there somewhere as well. So a slight change, but this we can recap now as we see it scrolling through the board. So the ladies' 4 laps could be in the books already with Chellis victorious. There'll be a presentation coming up shortly. Tegan Wilkin Tom in for 2, with Fleming in for 3, Kuhnke in for 4, and Morris in for position number 5. And the over 450 4-stroke class, no surprises here. Corey McMahon getting it done over Callum Norton. It was 23.8 seconds between them. Corey Hammond, Riley McGilvray, and Stevens back there in 5th spot. The 450s, we see Reardon, Simpson, Milner, Pretchira, and Wilkes, your top 5 in that class. The race within a race, of course, for all the different categories. The under-19s, Levi Stevens, as we mentioned, with only 3.5 seconds over Jackson Verstegen. Oscar Fox, Bjorn Cardenas, Riley Moritz, and then the up to 250cc 4-stroke Ty Keane, got Hutchins, Harris, Shaw and Wright. And the up to 250cc 2-stroke, Liam Dinage, for Terry, Tilbrook, Gelbart and Fowler. And our 250 and over 2-stroke class. De Vries followed by Kennedy, only a few minutes between them. Knights, Kellett and Stanton. So the next class will be the veterans, 35 to 44. Gleeson from Allen, Pendlebury, Welsh and Shanks. And the ladies' 8-lap field, Danielle McDonald absolutely taking the big stick to the field here at the moment with close to 3 minutes over Jess Gardner, who has only got about 20 seconds over Maddie Healy, with a couple of minutes between her and Maddie Simpson, with Mia Tung a further 5 minutes or so back. Gee, they've got to be fit, don't they, these young ladies that opt to go for the 8-lap journey.
Well, Jessica Gardner, she has to keep pushing because they're so close. You know, Healy's right behind her and they could just about see him down the long straight, you know. I've got to chase it down, I've got to chase it down, you know.
Yeah, for sure. So what have we got remaining? So about 2.5 laps remaining for our race leader at the moment. So we'll keep a keen eye on them, and it looks like this could be Corey McMahon running full tilt down into this turn. She's still looking strong, just so balanced. Look at his positioning on the motorcycle, Glenn. Looks absolutely picture perfect as he comes back into the pit area.
Absolutely, he's doing a magnificent job. He's, you know, on the pegs as much as he can, you know, just keeping that momentum going and picking some really good lines around here. Sweeping in, crisscrossing the track sometimes is, yeah, really riding well.
Yeah, one rider just pulling off into the pits. Here comes our leader, McMahon, blasting by a couple of back markers. Still pushing hard up on the pegs. Wide open out of this turn. Wouldn't expect him to be peeling into the pits, I don't think, this time around. But he is an absolute picture of concentration. The KTM DM31 outfit. Looking fairly fresh, to be perfectly honest, as we see him here just flat out up over the crest. Give him a wave as he comes past. If you're right here, he's just coming under the crossover right now. Beautiful balance. He went around the outside of those whoops as he blasts his way down the start straight. Now only 2 laps remaining. Corey McMahon, perhaps with one hand on the trophy. We don't want to jinx him here. So much can happen in 2 circulations. But gee, he is looking super strong.
He's having fun out there. I tell you, he's out there just having a blast. You know, he knows that Callum's not really catching him that much, and he's got just the flow going around this circuit. He's done enough laps to know most of the track and the lines, and he's just sweeping around there really well.
He's extended the lead as well, Glenn. He's now out to 29.4 seconds, so he's extended it, I reckon, about 6 seconds on that last lap alone. Gee, if it all stays together and he continues to hit his marks, if he can keep this sort of pace up, could he possibly dream of the Holy Grail here and winning the Penrite 2025 Hattah Desert Race? What an amazing achievement. He'll be just trying to be keeping it, I think, section by section, lap at a time, the old cliche. He will not want to be getting too far ahead of himself, as we saw last year. Anything can happen in the dying stages of this battle.
Absolutely. Like, Jack had it in the bag last year, but, you know, a fuel vapor lock or something happened and ended up third. He couldn't really do it this year. He's back a bit. You know, McMahon just on top of his games, put a lot of effort into this event and really wanted to take it out. So even though he wasn't the fastest in prologue, he's just showing his wares in the full race, but he was up there far enough to be able to just pass a couple of riders and go on and take it from there. So anything can happen, but with a couple of laps to go, he's been riding really well and looks you know, fresh as a daisy really, and he's got the momentum and just the flow going around this circuit.
So we see one of the KTM boys. We presume that is Corey's. There's the number 2 of Gus Reardon coming in, jumps off the motorcycle. There's the fuel churn straight in. You can see the water bottle there. Drops the bike back in gear, just takes off once again. A quick look over his shoulder. He'll be looking to dispatch that water bottle. I think he's just done that. Might have been a sports bottle there. Getting in a little bit of something extra just to try and tide him over for the remaining 2 laps.
But look at the urgency of that pit stop and him going in, stopping, and to get going as well. Like, he's on a mission, you know. He wants to pick up, he wants to get to second place, but you know, it's going to be tough. But he's on a mission to do it. He looks very fit. He's still like standing on the pegs all the way through there, past the commentary box there, and look at him. He's on a mission.
3 minutes 21 back from Corey McMahon. Gee, it's a sizzling pace that our race leader is setting, and he just hasn't looked back, has he? From the moment that his teammate was leading early, dropped into the pits, he assumed the lead at that point at the commencement of lap number 2, and it just appears as though there's no stopping him from here. He's got the 500cc KTM 4-stroke, absolutely purring like a kitten at the moment as we see Jack Simpson on screen. He's out there on the Husqvarna for Winners Racing, running around in position number 4, but looking as though he's maybe close to a minute or so behind Gus Reardon. We'll double check that in a moment, because he is coming over the crest and about to come through this sweeper right in front of us. Oh, that sounded nice, didn't it, as he ripped under the crossover. And we can see there that he is 4 minutes 19, so it is close to a minute behind Gus, holding down 4th position. Geez, all of these guys absolutely giving 110%.
He's trying hard, trying hard. It's just difficult, you know, to catch up that amount of time, and you know, you're struggling for fitness and everything else, and you're just going, how do I bridge that gap? It's very difficult.
Dan Milner straight into the pits. Looks like he's trying to get a little bit of something there. Maybe a quick gel pack down. Whoop, he forgot about the goggles. He's straight back to swap them over. Currently running around in 5th position, the 3-time winner of this most prestigious event. There's Sammy Pretschira in the 7 on the Husky. So he might have picked up a position there over Milner whilst Dan was in the pits. And he has moved up into 5th, 5 minutes and 15 seconds in arrears of your leader. So Dan the man will rejoin in a moment. In fact, he has rejoined. He's still got that water bottle just swinging from the bottom of the helmet there. Gee, you think he'd be dispatching that shortly. It would have to be annoying.
Absolutely. Yeah, you'll get rid of it shortly.
So we will be crossing down to John Crontrek any moment now with our ladies 4-lap presentation. He's got the top 3 with him. So JK, it's over to you, mate. Go for it.
Rightio, we're down here for the first part of finishing for the day today. This is the 4-lap division for the tenacious women of Hattah. So the girls have done a pretty solid effort out there, completing 4 laps, and we'll go through the placings from the first run home to 3rd place at this stage of the game. First home, of course, is Jade Chellis, and a round of applause for you, Jade. Well done.
Thank you.
Pretty solid day out there. The wind's pretty tough, the track's cutting up, but you did a pretty solid job, and you're a long way in front of the rest of the field, mate, so well done.
Thanks. It was pretty good out there. It wasn't too rough and few, so it was good.
And Jade, you know, like for you to sit on the top of the podium, it's got to be a real, like a real accolade for you to know that you went out and just did your best. You were a long way in front of the rest of the field, mate.
Thank you. Feels good to get first. Never gotten first at Hattah before, so it's good.
Riding Hattah and finish it is one thing, but riding it, winning it in your class is another, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks.
So, Joe, is there anyone you want to thank for your weekend?
I'd like to thank Northbound Drive Training, Dubbo City Motorcycles, Lusty, my brother Luke for doing all my mechanic work, and all my pit crew and everyone else who helps me out.
Good work, and great to see you here. Back again next year?
Sure will be.
Good work, well done. Jay Chalice winning the class today. We'll move on to second, and Tegan Wilkin. Tom, Tegan, great to have you back at Hattah.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
It's even better than you here in the top three.
Yeah, it feels good.
Good day out there?
Yeah, it was actually not too bad. I thought it'd be worse, but it was pretty good.
Really cuts up in some spots out, doesn't it? But you know, like the way it's what it is, so you just like everyone else, don't you?
Yeah, especially with this many riders, it does chop up a bit.
And most of the guys that are slow in the field, you know, you come up behind lappers and the like, you know, the guys and all the rest of it, they're really pretty good in the way they you know, the line that they take give you an opportunity to get past them pretty well, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They leave the open lines to us, so it's good.
And you want to thank for your today?
I'd like to thank my mum, dad and my brother. Alan J 4x4, Tweak Performance, Waldy Transport, the Hitch Group. Everyone else helps out, thank you.
Good work. We'll see you back in next year.
Will do.
Good work. Thank you so much, Tegan. We'll move on to Chloe now. Chloe Barton, great to have you here as well.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Great campaign for you this year to be in the top three again.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be up here this year.
And of course, for you, this is not your first Hattah, right?
No, I think this is about my 9th or 10th.
Now, I can remember you from way back, right? So you have been swinging out there for a long time. Hey, for you, you know, to finish third, still a great effort because there's a lot of girls in this class now. I can remember we never had a girls' class at all, but it's really well supported now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good to see, especially these junior girls coming up to give the senior track a crack, because it's brutal out there.
It is brutal, right? And you've worked your way through the field to come into the top three, and that's a stellar effort. Who would you like to thank for all your help here this weekend?
I'd like to say a massive thank you to Ian, Tracy, Butler, for getting me here. Without them, I wouldn't be here. Dad, all my support crew, and all my sponsors.
So that means you come back next year to try and move further up the field, huh?
Hopefully.
Good work. So we'll see you back next year, yeah?
Probably.
Good work. Chloe Barton, of course, Tegan Wilkin Tom, and Jade Chalice. Three really lovely girls, but just the face of what the Tenacious Women of Hattah class is all about. Also out there at the moment, we have an 8-lap class that's running as well. So there's a number of girls we'll need to talk to at the end of the day as well. But in the meantime, for the 4-lappers, that's a wrap for 25 for them, for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, for the Tenacious Women of Hattah 4-lapper. And they get to sit back and enjoy what has been a solid weekend's competition. We'll go back to the guy in the main commentary position now.
Thanks, John. What a great class, that 4-lap women's race. You know, they'll probably go into next year and try to do the Ironman and do the 8 laps. But, you know, congratulations to them. They've done an awesome job competing in this Penrite Hattah Desert Race. So that's a wrap for them for 2025, and on to 2026 they'll be thinking about next. But we still have Corey McMahon leading from Callum Norton. Callum's still trying to chase him down, but you know, the lap time of McMahon is just incredible at the moment.
He really is flying, isn't he? Great to be back in the seat again with you here, Glenn. I just somebody put off the peg right in front of us here. Just took the opportunity to wolf down a bacon and egg roll there quickly, whilst John was chatting with our ladies 4-lappers. And what a great achievement from them. They would have noticed that track just started to get as rough as guts, and I'd say they're probably pretty happy to be parked up now with a you know, hydrating and back at their pit tents, so they can see out the dying stages of this event. So we really should recap here. So Corey McMahon from Callum Norton, as you called it, Angus Reardon Up into third place, Jack Simpson. Sammy Pretschur in 5th. Dan Milner down into 6th place. Andy Wilkes in 7th. Jacob Sweet in 8th position. Will Rupert in 9th. Jai Dixon in 10th. Corey Hammond in 11th. Will Dennett in 12th. Riley McGilvray in 13th position. Chad Sparrow has been pretty well in that top 15 mark for the majority of the day. Hunter Simmons in 15th. Mackenzie O'Brien is 16th. Levi Rogers in 17th position. Cody Stevens in 18th. Jaden Pilgrim in 19th. Levi Stevens, first of the under-19s, in 20th. Jackson Verstegen only 3.6 seconds behind him, so that battle rages between those two for class honours. What else have we got? William Price in 22nd. Levi McManus doing an exceptional job in 23rd. Max Rickus in 24th. Jack Bithell in 25th. Campbell Hall in 26th. Campbell was runner-up in the Fink Desert Race this year. Ty Keane is 27th. And leading the way in the up to 250 four-stroke class, I think, at the moment. Oscar Fox behind him in 28th. Luke Jellis in 29th. Taylor Adams runs 30th. Bjorn Cardenas in 31st. Benny Novak is 32nd. Nathan Trigg runs 33rd. Jeremy Carpenter in 34th. From Riley Moritz in 35th. Bo Taylor 36th. Max Midwinter, the big fella's been battling away since the drop of the flag here, runs in 37th. Behind him, Will McInnes, Jake Henderson, Sam Handley, Liam Dinage, first of the, or one of the top couple of up to 250cc two-stroke. Kyle Tupperainen in 42nd, Josh Harris 43rd, Jamie Dunstan runs 44th. He's chased by Lewis Monaghan, Harrison Baker, Kogan Locke, Jackson Rossi stepping up into the seniors. In fact, in the under-19 ranks, running 48. That is a great achievement. Archer Colwell, not that far behind him, only 10 seconds or so. The Bordertown Bullet, Xavier Oakley, Justin Harrow, Jacob Craig, Braden Taylor, Jack McLean, Oscar Harris, Ben Lynch, Brock Hutchins, Tommaso Porto, Bailey Cool and Ray Cole, Connor Terry, Tom Anderson, Jackson Williams, Jordan Simpson, Travis Cooper, Dylan McDonald, Josh Gleason, Ethan Bastanek, Jasper Baker, Thomas Livesay, Brock Parker, Jack Anderson, Gus Ryan, Sam Armstrong, Jake Cobbin, Cam Shaw, Tom DeVries, Nathan Brocktrup, Lloyd Woolman, Ryan Carey, Tim Sherman, followed by Kennedy Stevens, and Danielle McDonald slips into 84th position outright, but leading the ladies, 8-lapper. Hudson Crothers, Jock Hulland, Zach Wright, Sam Bell, Jeb Bryan, Regan Hollyoak, Callum Penny, Daniel Allen, Zeldon Olsen, John Kennedy, Jalen Lesio, Christopher Wine, Maddie Healy, Jessica Gardner. So looks like Maddie might have got the better of Jess. Trent Stone and Dylan Casey rounding out the top 100. I might have to call it quits there because I'm not sure if I can go all the way down to how many we still got running here. 441 riders still running, Belly. How about that?
Yeah, and for the women to be running like 80th in the class, it's unbelievable. Outright, I mean.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Sure is. It just, you know...
And the girls just finished the 4 laps. This is another level going exactly double that distance. It's really tough for them. So hats off to the women that do the 8 laps. It's another level.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we'll see if we can break it down a little bit class by class. See how far are we at the moment as they're clicking through. Just see how many are down as completing their 5th lap. Is that the majority of the field now? So it's lap number 6. So at the moment we're down to Levi Rogers has completed lap number 6. So we're down to 17th position there. So the rest of the field from 17th onwards yet to make their way around and complete lap number 6. So we might be almost a little better to perhaps just hold off until a few more of them come through and it starts to update.
But look at the track, John. Like, the moisture's still hanging in there. It's prime conditions for this year's Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Oh, it is a little bit breezier today. It was a very still day, wasn't it yesterday? Quite foggy in the morning, but we didn't have that pea soup or fog here this morning, but a little breezier. Now, of course, we want to remind you, Penrite Oil celebrating 100 years and set to celebrate its centenary in 2026, so certainly getting closer. As a proudly Australian-owned brand, Penrite has been a steadfast partner for motorists across the nation, delivering world-class lubricants and innovative products tailored to endure Australia's toughest conditions. Today, Penrite's commitment to Australian manufacturing is stronger than ever, with products locally made at Dandenong, Victoria and Crestmead, Queensland. And with more, here we go about Penrite. We'll get there in just a few moments. There's a beautiful ad, I think, with Mark Larkham at the helm talking about everything Penrite. Here it is.
So let me tell you a great Australian story from a truly great Australian business, Penrite Oil. Started making automotive lubricant right here in Melbourne, Australia, nearly 100 years ago. So with the increasing demand for high quality lubrication made in Australia for Australian conditions, Penrite have stepped up to meet that demand. Penrite are really proud to show off this. A multi-million-dollar investment in a modernisation, upgrade and complete redesign of their primary blending and packaging facility to meet the high-quality expectations of its customers across automotive, commercial, transport, agriculture, motorcycle, marine and more, for an ever-widening range of specifications called for in a very dynamic automotive world, making this the most state-of-the-art oil facility in the country.
Well, thanks very much again to the unbelievable team at Penrite Oils, naming right sponsor for the past 10 years or so of this event, naming right sponsor of Pro MX and many more motorsport events across the country. It's a huge investment, and we urge everybody to support those that support these type of events and motorsport throughout the country. That's what it's all about, just helps keep everything ticking along nicely.
Absolutely, John. You know, I had the privilege to go down to the that blending facility in Melbourne, and it is incredible. The automation and things that go on down there is like next level. You know, that robotics is all coming, and you know, if you don't move with the times, you get left behind. So, and Penrite is definitely moving with the times.
Yeah, they certainly are. A great crew that's here this weekend, that is for sure, as all of these riders continue cycling through with only a couple of laps remaining. Let's see how far we've got down now. So 6 laps complete, all the way down to Ty Keane in 27th position at the moment. In fact, Jack Bithell has just come through in 28th spot. So very much the battle within the battle at this point. They've been on the motorcycle for 3 hours, so almost 3¼ hours. You know yourself, you hop on the motorcycle, if you don't ride much, I know, you know, you can push hard even for 8 to 10 minutes. If you're doing a little sprint somewhere or a little circuit and you start to get a bit of arm pump, you start to get a bit fatigued. Well, these guys have been pushing the limits, absolutely flat chat for 3¼ hours, and they're still going, still endeavouring to stay fresh, to hit their marks on a track now that is almost at its roughest, the roughest part of the day, and they're having to adjust lap by lap as they come around. It doesn't get any tougher than that, does it, for a motorcycle racer, Glenn?
No, it's like a big motocross track at the moment, so as you said, it's getting really rough, and yeah, that physical toll on the body is really becoming evident with some of the riders, you know, that just ride on the weekend and want to have the desert race to tick off the list and have some fun out there, and they'll know on Monday when they go to work that it's they're going to have some sore legs and some sore limbs around the place.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, it'll be. I don't know. You suspect if they were going to try and hop on the bike tomorrow, you want to be straight in the ice bath. But a lot of people do swear by that for the recovery. You know, we used to use it a little bit. Even a swimming pool in the middle of winter, just getting in as a bit of a recovery when I was still racing BMX only a few years back. It was pretty helpful. It's amazing just how refreshed the muscles and all that feel after you've been in the ice bath.
I like the heat, John, from Queensland. I don't like that cold icy water. So
we had a bit torturous.
We had to do it at the AIS one year, and I could not stand it.
Unreal. So the riders continuing to file through here. So we've seen our 31st place rider in Taylor Adams come through to complete lap number 6. Soon we might be able to give you a little bit of an update, but it was all Corey McMahon. He was 29.4 seconds up the track on Callum Norton, the defending champ. He's got it all to do. He's really going to have to dig particularly deep if he's going to try and challenge for back-to-back victories. Gus Reardon, the Gus Bus, there in P3, but he is 2 minutes 51 back from Callum, and 3 minutes 21 back from your leader, the Jack Attack, Jack Simpson. The Winners Racing, he's another 58 seconds back from Gus, and 4 minutes 19 back from McMahon leading. Sammy Pretcheer in 5th place, another 55 seconds back, and now 5 minutes 15 down on the leader. Daniel Milner in 6th place, another 19 seconds adrift. So he's 5 minutes 34 away from his teammate in Corey McMahon. Geez, what a moment it will be for Daniel Milner. We don't want to preempt anything, but if he stays where he is, but if one of his boys gets up to take the win for the first ever time here at the Penrite Hattah 2025 event, he's going to be absolutely beside himself. Be the next best thing from him taking out the win himself.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you always want one of your teammates to win if you can't win. So, you know, it'll be great for McMahon to win and for his first time and get his name on that trophy. And yeah, it'll be awesome for him. A great memory down the track.
Yeah, certainly would. See those class results now just starting to scroll across our screen. For those of you tuned in on the live streaming, again, a warm welcome to you. You might have just left it till the last couple of laps to tune in, but we can tell you Corey McMahon appears to have a pretty firm grip on this race, although anything can still happen. 38 kilometres around. You certainly, Corey and the team would not be counting their chickens just yet. So Ty Keane leading his class over Harris, Hutchins, Shaw and Wright. Liam Dinage continuing to lead his division, the up to 250cc two-stroke. He's got 9 minutes over Terry, who's got about 12 minutes over Gelbart, back in 3rd, Fowler in 4th, and Prime holding down 5th place. In the vets, 35 to 34, still Gleeson leading over Allen, Pendlebury, Welsh and Shanks. The 250 and over two-stroke class, we've got De Vries with a few minutes over Kennedy from Knight, Kellett and Stanton. And have a look at this, Danielle McDonald really flying today. So she has got a few minutes over Madison Healy, Jess Gardner, Maddie Simpson and Mia Tung continuing to battle away. So tough battle for the ladies in the 8-lap contest. You see the 450 class, Gus Reardon from Jack Simpson, Sammy Pretschira, Dan Milner and Andy Wilkes. That takes us to the under-19s. Gee, what a seesawing battle this has been from Jackson Verstegen and Levi Stevens. And Oscar Fox sneaking up into the mix as well. So the under-19s, this one is perhaps the tightest battle on the racetrack.
Absolutely, the top 5 are really close, you know. So, yeah, they've been battling all day.
They have more pit lane action on camera just at the moment. We'd like to give a special mention to A-Line Trading for Costa, Well-Grown Malley Motorcycles, Pastoral Panels and STE Engineering, all highly valued partners of the Hattah 2025 Desert Race.
So I think this rider's just contemplating whether to continue or not. He's taking his time.
Drawing the deep breaths.
Yeah, the fatigue's starting to set in. But look at Corey's just he's riding really well. Look, still on the gas, crisscrossing the track, keeping that momentum going as he needs to, because Callum Norton's not too far behind still. Just passing those lappers like they're standing still.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, is he feeling fresh enough? Does he have enough fuel to get home from here? We'll watch him closely because he's coming back towards the pit precinct. The KTM DM31 pilot who was victorious. He grabbed the overall at Casterton only a couple of weeks back. Get on the air horns. Let's give him a huge send-off, because when he comes around he will be completing lap number 7. Only one lap remaining before he could potentially lay his hands on Penrite Hattah Glory. The winners list, an absolute who's who.
He's ripping through there like it was lap 1.
Oh, he is.
He's got some good lines. Here he is into the pits now.
All right, straight off the bike. You'd almost have jelly legs, wouldn't you, from being out there for the last hour or so?
Oh, yeah.
Just a quick sip of water, the big pat on the back. The team goes, go get him, you've got this. And here comes Callum Norton straight off the fresh goggles. The fuel churn goes in. The fresh goggles are on. Look at that, he just gets down a little bit of a gel pack. But the gap is still pretty similar. Corey McMahon.
There he is.
7 laps complete. He's on his final lap here of Hattah. Can he get the job done for the first time? We're about to find out. Last lap around was 30 minutes and 16 seconds. We're waiting on Callum to come around to see what that gap is.
Look, he's searching the edge of the track for that moist dirt and not so slippery out there. So, but yeah, Callum would be given everything he's got this lap to try to bridge that gap.
Yeah, through comes Callum now. So it's 32.9 seconds. He's extended the gap. So he was some 14 seconds quicker than Callum last time around there, Glenn. So his fitness, it's beyond peer here at the moment. This is uber impressive.
Yeah, that's what I just said. He looks like he's still on his first lap, you know, and he's gelling with this track really well. His fitness is right up there. He's really pushing that KTM to the limit, and it shows, you know. He looks fresh, and yeah, barring incident, he'll probably win his first Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Yeah, anything can happen. We certainly do not want to put the commentator's curse on him. He'll sort of disappear away from our drone shot shortly. But yeah, what an achievement it would be if he could bring it home from here. He knows he's got a pretty big gap. He could probably even just afford to be that little bit overcautious with the back markers. He doesn't need to set the track alight here. He's got a pretty handy lead. I'm sure the team would have probably told him, you know, you've got approximately 30 seconds over Callum, just to give him that tiny bit of information. No point overloading the athletes with information at the pit stop. It'd just be just the bare essentials, I would think. Quick pat on the back and out they go.
Absolutely, but you know, sometimes when you back it down a little bit, you make mistakes because you don't flow as well as what you should be. And but the way he's riding really well, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a mistake in this lap. So yeah, he's executed this whole race really well, and once he got to the lead on that at the end of the first lap, he's made it stick, and no one can catch him. Jack will be pretty disappointed, you know, running in fourth off the podium. So, but Adrian Reardon rode really well. He's in third at the moment, and yeah, just going really well.
Well, Corey McMahon is certainly no real surprise to see him up there, Glenn, that's for sure. He finished fourth outright in his very first attempt in the Think Desert race. 23 years of age, of course former top 10 runner in the world junior motocross titles in Horsham back in 2018. He's got a very good track record indeed. That's exactly why Daniel Milner has drafted him into that team. So no doubt the outright honours, if he can hang on and get there. Of course class honours will go his way as well. We can't take anything away. This race far from over, but of course Callum Norton has come here to defend his crown. He's given everything he had, and if he is to finish second, you know, you couldn't ask for any more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Callum's come back. He felt fresh and everything else, and did some good lap times in prologue, and now running second at the moment. But it is going to be very difficult to catch up that time when it's only been a few seconds here, there, you know, each lap.
Yeah, here's the Gus bus, Gus Reardon on the number 2. You see him on screen. He's about to come right past our commentary spot there. Still looking pretty strong. So he was fourth in 2023. He was second last year, and at the moment it's looking like he might pick up a third to go with his fourth and his second from those years I just mentioned. First race in the USA was back in 2021, Glenn, when he was only 17 years of age. Raced the XC2 class Work Series, finishing second overall, and he moved into the GNCCs. And it's interesting, you know, he still rates those races in that series as an absolute suffer fest. He said they have been the toughest races he's ever put in, almost well, literally pushing him to throw up point at the end of the race. So he and his brother have been over there competing since 2018, and it's just awesome to see him back here. I know at every opportunity he loves to come back and try and tame this race, but a fourth, a second, a third, he's peppering away. This one not over yet, but it may not quite be his day today.
Yeah, you think you come back to win an event, there's always someone that's good to race, and you know, he's finding that today. But yeah, it's good that he's been overseas running those races, and it's like the AMA, they race all summer and it's so hot, and it's pretty difficult conditions. You know, we basically run our motocross through the winter, and it's a lot more forgiving, I think.
So only showing the top 4 at the moment that have come through to complete their 7th lap. So Corey, Callum, Gus and Jack at the moment. In fact, Jack is not even quite registering the 7, so only first, second and third. So let's hope that the Jack attack hasn't had a mechanical issue or has dropped the bike down anywhere, because we're seeing Sammy on the 7 coming into the sweeper here, right near the crossover. Comes through in that striking Troy Lee Designs fluoro racing gear.
Used to pick up the last lap board.
So has Jack gone into the pits, or has he encountered a problem? We have not seen him come through, Glenn.
No. Hopefully he hasn't had another mechanical.
There's Daniel Milner, the KTM DM31 Fearless team leader. Jeez, so smooth. He really is, isn't he?
The way to conserve energy is to be smooth, and he's put in, you know, put in all race, and he's done himself proud, really.
Yeah, one of the veterans, isn't he? Into his early to mid-30s, I think, nowadays.
Yeah, he's not that old though. Meddy's 40. He only quit last year.
Todd's still going around. Todd Waters.
Yeah.
It's been announced he's going to race on again next year.
Yeah, definitely.
The likeable Queenslander he is.
He loves it.
I think he's a very good mentor for the rest of that team. He really is.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, we're picking up Jack Simpson. Just so must have had an issue clearly on that lap, Belly.
Yeah, he could have just dropped it. I don't know if he would have had a mechanical. So he's just cruising at the moment, or maybe he has a...
He's not really attacking the track, is he? He's about to come through this sweeper, so he's obviously fueled up to the finish. He comes up over the crest. Hard to tell if there's any damage to that motorcycle, but he's most definitely dropped a couple of positions on that lap.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's cruising.
Are the bars bent a little bit or something? He's definitely labouring. He's nowhere near in attack mode like he was. You see him there just trying to duck some of that roost, looking for clear vision. He's almost got the left hand off the handle grip there as he's coming through that turn.
Yeah, he may have dropped it and just injured his wrist or something. Yeah, he's got his hand off the bars.
He's almost riding around one-handed at the minute.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. Extremely tough with the track now so gnarly. Well,
it could have been an old injury that he's now he's really struggling with. Because I couldn't see him just dropping down the order like he is at this point.
No, so we see Andrew Wilkes coming through. Wilkes might even be a chance to try and move up inside the top 6 if Jack continues to coast around the circuit. An absolute who's who, isn't it, when you look at past winners of this event all the way back to 1998 when Craig Rutherford took it out. Andy Hayden, the South Aussie motocross legend. Oh, one rider just putting it down there on screen. He's up, he's okay. He's hoping the cameras weren't focused on him at that point in time, but sorry mate, they were. That's how it goes. But yes, so Warren Smart, then the first of 4 in a row from 2000 through 2003. Glenn Carney in 2004. Craig Carmichael is still a bit of racing with Kari back in my junior days, Belly. In 2005 he was victorious. Brad Williscroft in 2006. Ben Grabham, first of a couple of wins, one in 2007 and one in 2009. Warren Smart with win number 5 in 2008. Toby Price with the triple treat, 3 on the trot from 2010 through to 2012. Josh Green in 2013, Toby Price back-to-back in 2014-15. Ty Simmons in 2016, Daniel Milner in 2017. First of his 3 wins, Chucky Sanders in 2018. Milner again in 2019, and then he went back-to-back. with the event not staged in 2020 due to COVID. Milner in 2021, Chucky Sanders in 2022, Mason Simmons in 2023. Shame that Mason couldn't manage to come back from overseas to compete for this year's event. And as we know, Callum Norton broke through in 2024, followed home by Gus Reardon and Jack Simpson. So that is an absolute cast of the fast.
Oh, it is definitely. Chucky Sanders, like, look where he is now. He won the Dakar last year, and yeah, he's leading the, I think it's the World Desert Racing Championship or something.
Yeah, they've got their own series, haven't they? Yeah, so he is going great guns, but what an event. And are we poised to have a new name etched onto that winners list? You'll potentially break through. What a victory it would be for Corey McMahon if he can hang on in the 500cc KTM. And certainly Kyle Blunden and the entire KTM outfit, they're heavily into their off-road and enduro racing, aren't they? The Orange Brigade, they've got a great range.
Absolutely. You know, they've been the forefront of all forms of motorcycle racing for the last decade. So it's yeah, it's impressive that they've got the machinery just to keep going, and McMahon's really showing that.
Yeah, he certainly is. Some more live pictures coming through at the moment. We'll have to give it a little spell before our leaders come back around again. So the top 10 at the moment have completed 7 laps, so we're down to Corey Hammond in 10th. So the order is McMahon, Norton, Reardon, Pretschira, Milner, Simpson, Wilkes, Sweet, Dixon and Hammond. Will Ruprecht. In fact, Will Dennett, I just saw him cruise through on the number 16 plate past our vantage point. So he is now in 11th position. So Ruprecht possibly either in the pits or might have had some sort of issue himself on that penultimate lap.
Well, Jack Simpson hasn't got back any further. Still in 6th place.
Yeah, he'll be doing well to try and hang on with what we saw at the commencement of that final lap. He was really smarting, wasn't he, with some sort of injury to his left hand or wrist. We know that the scaphoid injury is a bit of that dreaded injury for any sort of bike riders, whether that's BMX racing, motocross, off-road, it doesn't matter. No, so it doesn't. You normally sort of put the hand out if you get thrown off the bike or the bicycle, and generally that scaphoid is immediately under scrutiny, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bad bone to break. It doesn't have a very good blood supply, so it doesn't heal very well, and they put a lot of them have little screws put in them just to hold them together, so they can continue riding.
But what about the huge effort of all of the volunteers and all of our officials, Glenn? We really should, before it's too late, take the opportunity to say a huge thanks and a big congratulations to the North West Victorian Motorcycle Club for pulling all of this together, the promotional team, of course, for this Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2025. These things can't just be put together in 5 minutes. It's a Herculean effort. It's a mighty team effort, and at the end of the day, it's what makes this one of the greatest motorcycle events in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the whole community of Mildura get behind it. All the hotels and things love this event because they fill them all up, and we're staying out at the marina in a houseboat there, the whole Penrite team, and it's been fantastic, and you can see the police out here making sure everything's running smoothly, and the club's abiding to all the rules and regulations, and it's you know, they've just put in so much more infrastructure and things. It's getting bigger and bigger, and as you can see, like the spectators out here, it's fantastic to see. You know, they're getting more involved as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. That sounds pretty cool that you've been on the houseboat. My wife went out in a paddle steamer yesterday on the Murray, and we're actually staying at the Indulge Apartments, which I thoroughly recommend. It's a great spot in the heart of the city, so that's been good. It's a short walk down to the river from there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's grown so much, Mildura, over the years. I used to come back here and do the supercrosses in the 80s, and that was every year, and it's grown so much, I can't believe. Like, I've been here the last 3 years, and it's grown unbelievable. Like, it's great to have a look around. All the grapevines are doing really well, and yeah, there's a lot of business around this area.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's interesting you should mention the Mildura Supercross. It used to be renowned for a pretty tricky triple jump, if memory serves me correctly. They might have claimed a few riders over the years, so that you obviously mastered that pretty easily, mate. Especially if you can't remember the triple, you must have been just dialing it every single lap.
Yeah, it was a pretty big triple there, and you know, we had the bikes flying over that pretty well, and yeah, I remember one year Golly was sort of...
Oh, sorry, Glenn.
Oh, no.
Yeah, big crash here. Someone's gone down hard.
Just before the commentary box here, it's
wow.
Down this downhill.
Seem very quickly moving into position here, because he's still hasn't really moved or got up yet. The yellow flag's waving everywhere here, trying to slow down the riders, because that, as you said, that is a very fast part of the racetrack before the sweeper coming towards the new crossover. Let's hope he's going to be okay. So we might be able to just recap the order here. 7 laps complete, down to our top 15. Chad Sparrow continuing to hang around the mark there on that number 422. So Corey McMahon with a 32.9 second advantage over Callum Norton. Angus Reardon in P3, Sammy Pretcheer in 4th, Daniel Milner in 5th, Jack Simpson was running 6th when they came around, Andrew Wilkes in 7th, Jacob Sweet in 8th position, Jai Dixon in 9th, Corey Hammond rounding out the top 10, Will Dennett in 11th, Will Ruprecht in 12th, Hunter Simmons in 13th, Riley McGilvray in 14th, Chad Sparrow is 15th, Mackenzie O'Bree's completed 7 laps and is 16th. We're still waiting on Levi Rogers to come around, was running in 17th. Been a pretty big fight back considering his lowly prologue starting position yesterday. And he will be much better placed next year if he can fit it into his racing schedule. See if we can update the rest as they come through. So that battle for the under 19s is going to be interesting as well, because that has sort of been seesawing a little bit, although Jackson Verstegen last time around did hold about a 20-second buffer over Levi Stevens, but at one point Levi did leapfrog him, so that really has been ebbing and flowing throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, they've had a good race together, back and forward a few times.
Yes, they certainly have. Yeah, we might just take a quick breather here, Glenn, and get ourselves set for the final half hour or so. Our leaders now, well and truly, must be halfway through their final lap. Can Corey McMahon bring it home for the KTM DM31 outfit? We're about to find that out and much, much more.
Penrite offer a range of full and semi-synthetic 2-stroke engine oils. The range includes a semi-synthetic 2-stroke engine oil, which is great for your everyday motorcycle riding, or if you've got that old 2-stroke sitting in your shed, this is the perfect gear. Or for your modern day racer, Penrite offer a full synthetic, racing grade, high performance engine oil, offering better protection for your racing engine. It's a low smoke, clean burning, high efficiency racing oil. So to get your two-stroke to sing, make sure you check out Penrite's two-stroke motorcycle range.
Verde combines its flair for exceptional food with the relaxed feel of an expansive terrace, welcoming people and unique experiences. Verde, on the corner of San Mateo and 15th Street.
With more sunny days than Queensland and warmer waters, why wouldn't you choose Mildura for your next holiday? Beautiful one day, perfect the rest. Soak up the sunshine while indulging in the famous local produce. No sharks here, just great bites. No big pineapples, just big art. You can basically immerse yourself in arts and culture. Come and spoil yourself in a place that hasn't been spoiled.
All right, we are back now with live pictures. So we've had a lot more of our field file through and complete 7 laps. So we're down to Levi Stevens, Jackson Verstegen. So that might have changed again here, Glenn. They've just come through. So So Levi's 20.6 seconds behind Max Rickus, and Jackson Verstegen 4.1 behind him. So that battle for the under-19s as the pendulum has swung back in the favour of Levi Stevens once again.
They're really battling. You know, there's only a few seconds between them. They've been following each other around for the whole lap, basically. And, yeah, a little change of position there.
Sure has. We'll be looking to try and pick up your race leader. He'll be listening intently to the motorcycle, just making sure everything sounds nice. Just hoping that it gets him home. It has not missed a beat today. But how strong has his riding been? He qualified well in the top 10 shootout. He inherited the lead when his teammate dived into the pits at the completion of lap number 1, and it just has never been headed since that point.
No, Callum just hasn't been able to bridge that gap.
We reckon we've picked up Corey now, your race leader. You can see him there. One of our drone operators is going to pick him up over this drop-off. He drops back down. We may lose him again shortly. The KTM DM31, the very professional racing outfit it is. Gal Street Recycling, Central Concrete, Moltec, Bray Build Construction, Sutto's, CTI Knee Braces, Leat Motorex, Pirelli and Acerbis. He has done all of his sponsors proud here today. Couldn't have done any more. Last time around it was a 30 minutes and 16 second lap time. We compare that to Callum, and he executed a 30 minute and 20 second lap time. Gus Reardon, it was a 31 minute 15. Sammy Pretschira was a 31.44, and Dan Milner was a 31.56. Jack Simpson was a 34.39, but we think he had a mechanical problem or may have dropped the bike during that lap. So we've had the top 25 through to complete 7 laps. Ty Keane in the up to 250cc 4-stroke class, think he's leading the way in category. So he has come through 25th overall. An outstanding effort from him as well.
Yeah, everyone's had a great day, and they're still riding around. It's a tough event, very tough event, and yeah, congratulations to Corey if you can bring it home. Half a lap to go, and hopefully he'll have his name on in the record books.
Yeah, it's exactly what he would have been gunning for, I guess, coming in with a lot of confidence from what's been happening in the Australian Off-Road Championship Series this year. So in 2023, he finished in 3rd place in this event, Glenn. Looks like his best result to date, so he is well and truly going to eclipse that. He's going to absolutely blow it away if he can bring it home in this Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 25.
Yeah, he must have put in a big effort. You know, his riding's come a long way, and he's right up there in the Enduro Series, and he's put his name on the map now.
Yeah, well and truly, that's for sure. As we said, Daniel Milner took off like a scolded cat, then lost the lead to Jack Simpson, but then reclaimed the lead by the time that first lap was out. Did seem a little surprising, didn't it, to see Daniel dive straight in for the pits after lap number 1, but they clearly had short-fueled the motorcycle a little bit. Must have been part of the plan.
Yeah, and Jack Simpson took off after the lead and grabbed the lead, and I thought he was going to go for it from there, but he probably went out a bit hard and maybe got a bit of arm pump and sort of had to settle back a little bit and struggled a bit towards the end of the race.
We might be able to just have a bit of a look at, we see Ty Keane leading the up to 250cc 4-stroke class over Harris, Hutchins, Shaw and Hollyoake. The up to 250 2-stroke class is Leap and Liam Dinage with about an 8-minute advantage over his nearest rival in Terry over Gelbart, Fowler and Prime. In the vets, 35 to 44, we got Gleeson leading the way by about 5 minutes over Allen, Welsh, Pendlebury and Rendell. In the 250 and over 2-stroke, it's De Vries from Kennedy, Knights, Kellett and Stanton. We pick up our race leader, now starting to come home. The drone's got him well and truly in focus here. For the ladies, Danielle McDonald with a 3-minute advantage over Jess Gardner. Maddie Healy, Maddie Simpson and Mia Tung. Goes without saying, Corey McMahon leading the over 450 4-stroke class. He's out there on the 500cc KTM. Start waving your caps and programs. He's only a couple of turns away from coming through and etching his names into the history books. It's a stellar list indeed. We were just running through it. His best result previously, as I mentioned, has been 3rd place in this grueling event. He's snaking his way in past the pits. It's time to salute this man for KTM aboard the DM31 rocket ship. He's about to come through. He's heading towards the finish. The number 6. It's definitely a Mack attack here. Corey McMahon is going to come through and accept the checkered flag shortly. There's not too much to go now. What a performance.
He's still not mucking around. He's still giving it his all.
Yeah, come on folks, make some noise. Let's bring him home. What a performance it's been. He's going to come through this sweeper in a moment. He'll blow past another back marker. The yellow flags are waving. He can probably take a couple of deep breaths.
He's going to savour the moment now. Coming in, getting all the cheers of all the crowd, coming down through, coming through under where the commentary box is.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make some noise for Corey McMahon, your 2025 Hattah Penrite Desert King. Look at the team, and Corey, they are elated. He's no man the motorcycle. And he is in full jubilation and elation mode here at the moment. We can see him out our window. Look at the excitement, Belly.
Yeah, he's like, the team's just ecstatic, you know, because every race is a hard race, and you know, he couldn't back off at all. You know, Callum's really like trying to chase him down. It's difficult, and you know, you've got a previous champion breathing down your neck. You know, you can't back off at all.
Oh, look at this, the great sportsmanship there between Callum Norton. He was the first over there to, or one of the first to congratulate Corey McMahon. There was probably around about 30 seconds between them, and a KTM 1-2.
Absolutely. Like after 4 hours of racing and you come down to only 30 seconds, you know, them chasing each other around the track, this 38k track, which is just punishing for 4 hours, it's, you know, it's a feat.
Oh, he'll be absolutely elated. 27.1 seconds was the final victory margin. We're still waiting on Gus Reardon to come around, but he'll take a well-earned drink here. We're still waiting a little bit for Gus to come around on the number 2 orange rocket ship. And that is going to make it a KTM 1, 2 and 3, Belly.
Absolutely, they're always up there in all these desert races, enduros, motocross. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, a lot of teams around the world are, you know, Red Bull sponsored KTM team, and like Australia, you know, KTM's right behind all the off-road series.
Yeah, what a performance! Just such a grueling event. You know, we've been going almost 4 hours, so they must have come through at around about the 3 hour 50 mark. Oh, there he is on screen now. How about it, folks? How about putting your hands together for him? Corey McMahon, come on, let's make some noise. Oh, he's just chewing the fat there with Callum Norton. They've been hammered with roost, haven't they? Even the front runners still copping their fair share.
Callum's just going, I could not catch him, you know. I tried my hardest and you just couldn't bridge that gap. But what a ride, you know. Callum's a lot happier than, like, even just to finish this race. It's a long race, and he's done really good this season.
Oh, he certainly has, you know, proving it was no fluke last year in picking up the win. Just a super strong second position, and you know, for KTM itself, it's a wonderful result, isn't it? We're still waiting, I think, for the Gus bus to come on through and annex a top 3 position. Sammy Petshira likewise, and Daniel Milner. How excited is he going to be? Might just be a shade disappointed in his own results, but then he'll learn on exactly who has taken out the race, and he is going to be absolutely stoked.
Absolutely. You know, Daniel's, you know, he's getting towards the end of his career, and to come through that well is a credit to him. But for his teammates, it's really, really good for them to get 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it certainly is. As we said, you know, all those training sessions on the bike, we know that these guys have been chasing the Aussie Enduro Series around the country. It's been quite a stint through, like, Tintinara and Casterton have been the last couple of rounds, and they have been super competitive up at the sharp end of the pack. So to come here and run up front, certainly no surprise to anybody, Glenn, that's for sure.
No surprise at all, you know. They've got all the data suspension settings for these races, and they know exactly where they're going with it all.
Oh, looks as though Gus Reardon, the number 2, he's getting the big wave on there through that pit area. The big Kevin Sheedy swinging around to the rag. There wasn't the jacket, it was just the rag, and he is going to come through and add a 3rd place result to a 2nd and a 4th that he's had previously. Tremendous to see him back from overseas, that's for sure. We wish him well for the rest of the year. Just be a whirlwind visit back home here. So it won't be long, race fans, before he comes around and we have our 3rd place getter. He's snaking his way through the pits. Here he comes now, just on his way through those whoops. He's only got a couple of turns to go before he will come around and it will be a tremendous success for the Orange Brigade here today. Here he comes, the big number 2. He's up on the pegs. He can start to relax. He's pretty happy. He's already celebrating a top 3 finish. Race fans, give it up for Gus Reardon. He is your 3rd place getter in the Penrite Hattah 2025 Desert Race. So next in line, will it be Sammy Pretschira? He had about 31 seconds over Daniel Milner going into the final circulation. Still a lot of competitors out on track. As we said, our leaders have come around. Gee, we know how super fit they are, but wow, they are still nearly 4 hours on the motorcycle. Doesn't matter how fit you are, it's got to take its toll.
Oh yeah, you try to ride to the end as fast as you can, and that's all you got. Otherwise, Callum Norton would have chased him down, but he couldn't. So it's the same with all these boys. How much effort and how much determination you have to win the race is incredible.
Sure was. So remember that under-19s battle. We'll have to keep a bit of an eye on that as well, even if John is chatting. It looks as though Sammy may be on screen right now. Yes, he is. Sammy Pretschira on the number 7. He's just roosting his way back towards the base and the pit complex. Still wringing the neck of the Husqvarna. For all you Husky fans out there, you'll be rejoicing here. A top 5 finish for one of your men. Up on the pegs here, just cruising through these whoops. So it won't be long now before the number 7 of Sammy comes through. He just clicks up through a few gears, up over the crest.
He's got bent bars too, so he's had a bit of an off somewhere.
Yeah, that left side is really hanging down. So here he is, Sammy Pretschira, your 4th place getter. Put your hands together for him, folks. On the motorcycle that's a little wounded, and he looks a little sore and sorry for himself as well. And here comes the KTM DM31 team owner and pilot himself, Daniel Milner. He was able to take out the top 10 shootout yesterday. Man, this is going to be jubilant scenes when he crosses the line. 5th, perhaps not really what he was hoping for personally. But from a team perspective, he comes through. The number 5 is top 5 here today. Let's hear it for Daniel Milner. He's quick to congratulate Sammy, finished up ahead of him. They'll give him the news in just a few moments, I reckon. Look at him, the quick hug to Corey. He is over the moon. The realisation that one of your own has taken out one of the biggest races of the year. It's fantastic. It's just great reward, isn't it, for effort, for all the training, all the testing. Everything that goes into this is so much organising, so much preparation, and just this sort of a result makes it all worthwhile for Corey, Daniel and this team.
Oh, absolutely. Like the amount of effort, like they'll go away from here and analyse what they've been doing and everything else, and they come away with the win, but you never know who's going to come back for next year, but they'll be working on next year, the bike, everything, all the settings and things, and seeing what they could get better. So you always got to strive for something better, and you know, they've done it this year, but next year is going to be another big eye-opener.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The 500cc weaponry, the KTM motorcycle, and Corey McMahon just proving an unstoppable combination here today. 8 laps in the book, so top 5 through at the moment. Can Jack Simpson bring it home? He was looking wounded at the commencement of the final lap, Glenn, so this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, he really struggled. the start of the lap 8, and he's yeah, we'll see how he comes in.
Hope you've all grabbed yourself some Penrite Hattah 2025 merchandise as well, some pretty cool hats, and I'm sure there's plenty of shirts and some great hoodies. I want to check that out if you haven't already. Oh, looks like it might be Andy Wilkes in the 402 that may have got the better of Jack Simpson. So we see him now. He's already popped up and over the crest into the final turn. Let's make some noise for Andy Wilkes as he will stands across the finish. Well, what a run on the beta. That was a hard charging performance from him. Be interesting if we had a hard charger award as to who would actually get it, Glenn.
Yeah, it would be hard to pick a hard charger. The winner would be the hard charger. They put in the most effort.
Yeah, good point.
But even the beta team are happy for him to come through to finish this event.
You can just see how physically and mentally spent these riders are at the completion. And here is a replay of the number 6 of Corey McMahon working his way towards the finish. What a commanding performance. He put the hammer down at the commencement of the second lap and simply did not look back from there, Glenn. A more impressive ride would be difficult to find. Kept out of trouble, just kept managing the gap, kept hitting his marks, and there was no stopping him.
You could see he just had a flow going from that lap 2, and he wasn't going to relinquish that lead, and he yeah, just did a fantastic job.
So Jacob Sweet, we think, is going to come through into 7th position.
We're all just happy to finish this race now. And glad it's over. Can't wait to get a drink.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wash all the dirt off their face.
So will it be, as far as the under 19s are concerned, that is going to be the interesting question here. Levi Stevens or Jackson Verstegen, because there was only 4 seconds separating them as they embarked on their final lap of combat.
So Jack Simpson still hasn't come across the line.
You wonder if he's even going to finish. The way he looked in a world of pain. No doubt that'll be tough from the rider's perspective, but particularly if there is a break in the hand or the wrist. We're only speculating, of course, but if you really are banged up, 38 Ks on a rough and gnarly, rutted out racetrack, it'd be a lot going through your mind, wouldn't there, at the commencement of that final lap? Like, should you even push on?
Yeah, it's difficult, and you know, if he was that injured, I don't think he could push on.
No. So we see a lot of these riders coming around now. We think the number 17 of Jai Dixon next to the beta riders will come through into 8th position, will he? I think he's through now, the 17. Yes, he does. So Simpson continuing to slide down through the order.
Yes, Jack's just finished. So he did persevere with that lap.
So he limped home into 9th position, Jack Simpson, just updating on our timing screen. So, wow, he really had to dig deep for that. Well done to him. Corey Hammond crosses the line as well into 10th position. A hard-fought day for the Finke Desert Race King. Certainly a a different race here in the red sand of Hattah, isn't it, Glenn?
Oh, for sure. You know, riding this sand, you really have to get a rhythm going, and it beats you up, this sand. And you know, hats off to Jack Simpson for you know, persevering, because he looked in a world of pain going into that last lap. But to all these competitors just coming through now, and you know, can't wait for this finish line, because they've been riding for 4 hours, and yeah, very difficult conditions.
Yeah, it can't get much more grueling than what we've seen here today. A true test of man and machine. And of course, for our females, the same applies there. Signing up for 8 laps of torture. They
yeah, that's
certainly
impressive.
Done a wonderful job. And Danielle McDonald, has she been able to hang on? Probably still out on track at the minute. So we'll have to keep an eye out for Danielle. And Maddie Healy was starting to make a bit of a charge as well. Had got the better of Jess Gardner towards the dying stages of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, the women's positions. So they were having a pretty close race up front there, so I think they'll be well and truly spent as they come around this final lap.
All right, more riders just working their way around to the finish as we speak. So at the moment, Will Dennett has come around on the number 16, brings it home into 11th position. Sure if that's updated just yet, Belly. I think that may still be from the completion of lap number 7 for the under 19s. So we're just going to have to keep an eye out, I think, for those guys when they come around. So the 8:46 and the 8:01 will be well worth watching. Just for our production team. 8:46 of Levi Stevens and the 8:01 of Jackson Verstegen. What a top job, speaking of which, Glenn, our Toph and the entire production team have done here. We should sing their praises, say a huge thanks to them, because certainly made our life and our jobs a whole lot easier with such a professional coverage.
Absolutely, like with this drone footage and the way the technology is now, it's incredible what they can achieve, and they've done an awesome job to put this all together.
Yeah, they certainly have. So there we can see that winning margin, 27.1 seconds from Corey McMahon to Callum Norton. Chad Sparrow on the 4:22. Looks as though he is going to be next to come around. Gee, he has been a model of consistency today. He's going to bring it home into a top 15 finish, 14th across the line. Looks like Riley McGilvray, we might have just missed him. And also Hunter Semmons, so congratulations to Hunter on 12th. Riley McGilvray on 13th, Chad Sparrow on 14th. Now you can see the odd number plate missing, visors missing off some of the helmets. They've almost been to hell and back, some of these riders.
It's brutal, as you can see coming through the pits there. It's roughing up, and it's as rough as it's going to get, but it's a tough event. I can't stress it enough how hard these events are, and to ride for 4 hours basically around the motocross track, it's be very difficult.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we've not seen the 4:03 of Will Ruprecht come through just yet. Yeah, naturally, Belly, it goes without saying, if you're not following the Hattah Desert Race on the socials, you need to do that to be kept well and truly up to date. I know many of you, it's an annual pilgrimage, you absolutely love it, and now I can certainly understand why. It's just been such a carnival, been more than a motorcycle race. It's been an absolute carnival, hasn't it? And what a sight that is. Those motorcycles, 1, 2 and 3, outright seniors. Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 25. John Contract will be standing by to probably talk to the top 10, I would imagine, shortly. He'll be warming up the tonsils. We certainly look forward to hearing from them all. So as it stands at the moment, it looks like Will Ruprecht has come around into 15th position. More riders coming through, just getting on that throttle with the clutch in as they cross the line, just to say thank God it's over, thank God this is the completion of lap 6, 7 or 8, however many laps they've managed to complete, because of course not everybody on the lead lap. So the numbers we've got to keep an eye out for here, the 8:46 of Levi Stevens and the 8:01 of Jackson Verstegen. Who is going to get the glory here for the under-19s? We're going to find out shortly, that is for sure.
For a lot of these guys, you know, just competing and finishing this race is a bucket list thing to do, and a lot of them have done that, and maybe they'll never do another one again. But at least they've been out there, they've trained, they've, you know, got their diet under control just for this event, and to finish this event is just incredible. It's the amount of effort that goes into this, and everyone thinks like, oh, it's just a motorcycle, just sit on it and just ride it around. There's so much physical conditioning needed for this.
Oh yeah, we know motocross or off-road motorcycle racing, it's going to test every muscle group, every bone group in the body. It's one of the most physically demanding of any sport you could undertake anywhere in the world.
Absolutely.
The 582 crossing the line. Of course, the battle for the ladies as well, yet to be confirmed here. The 8-lap ladies, Glenn, isn't it? Danielle McDonald has pretty well led the way since the first lap. And what a performance it would be from the young lady to bring it home and take outright honours in the ladies class.
Absolutely. And have Jess Gardner just chasing you down all day. There'd be a lot of pressure to withstand.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's Levi Rogers through into 18th position, so he managed to bring it home. That's a pretty good result from Levi. Privateer Motocrosser has been very busy with Penrite Hattah MX this year.
This would be the longest race he's ever done. So for
Alright, so it looks as though Versteegen's got the nod in the under-19s over Stevens. So congratulations to Jackson Versteegen. So yo-yoing throughout the race, but congrats. And only a second between them at the finish. Amazing.
Yeah, that was the battle for all day. They were just going at it, swapped a couple of times, and yeah, it was a great race for them.
4 hours 20 minutes they've been going now, Belly.
Long time.
Goes down here for the completion of the Hattah 25 Desert Race for Penrite, and of course the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club. A little bit blusty here, but to be honest with you, nothing like the conditions the guys have had to deal with out on the track. 10th today, and a stellar effort. Corey Hammond, mate, that's a tough gig out there, dude, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to never get easier. Happy to be in the top 10, but pretty disappointed at the same time.
Yeah, understand it. I mean, on the back of what's been a pretty good season for you so far, that piece up, I think, was a good effort as well.
Yeah, I guess you're only as good as your last race. Hattah today, you know, still had to ride good, and these boys up front are elites. It's a credit to them and the pace they're pushing, and hats off to Corey as well for his first win. He's been working hard, so it's pretty cool to see.
And of course, you've got a ton of people that you'd like to thank that have helped you along the way to get you here and provide you and support you.
Yeah, just my mum and dad and some good personal sponsors, and all the people that come down to help in the pits today and Matt out on the tracks. It's a team effort, and you need all the right people, so without them, yeah, the result wouldn't be possible.
And Corey, unlike no different to any of the other riders, you're all the same. It takes a couple of days to wind down off of this one, doesn't it?
Yeah, me and Dad will pin it home tonight. Be home early as the morning and back to work on Tuesday, so back into reality.
Mate, you are a tough operator, you are, right?
Yeah, just try and make the most of what I can do, but I think to really close the gap to these front boys, I need more time on the bike, so we'll try and work something out for next year, but you can't take anything away from them. The pace they're pushing is, yeah, unbelievable.
Pretty cool, right? Yeah, well, I've got a plate that I'll give you shortly for the 10. But as I said, mate, well done. Great operation for you today. And, you know, good ride in that top 10. That is a solid performance, mate. Corey Hammond, ladies and gentlemen, 10 on the peg and coming back next year.
Yeah, we'll be back. I think we've been here every year since 2011. And a massive hats off to all the officials, the volunteers and the committee. You put on a great event. So it's a credit to you all.
On you, well done. Corey Hammond in the 10.
Keep going, keep going.
Rightio guys, down here to wrap it all up. This one's the number 9, and of course this one goes to Jackie Simpson. I haven't had a chance to have a chat to him. I believe he's gone to the medics for a little bit. I know in the top 10 he'd be happy with that, but we'll hang on to that one and we'll pass that on to Jack. And in the background, we'll go with that one, number 8. And ladies and gents, number 8 goes to, of course, Jai Dixon. Jai, good ride today, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that. It was pretty tough out there.
And of course, the track doesn't get easier as the day goes on. It's one of those ones where you're trying to do the best with it, and unfortunately, you know, if you get tied up in traffic, sometimes it doesn't go so well. And all you can do is just put your best race forward for the day, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the racetrack definitely never gets easier out there. There was some pretty heavy traffic at a few points, so you just had to really try and navigate that without making any big mistakes, and yeah, just try and finish strong.
Bike went well?
Yeah, really good. I'm really happy with this thing. The Beta 450 RC, so really happy with it.
And of course, there's a number of people that would have helped you get to where you need to get to today, and indeed for the season so far, right?
Yeah, exactly. Big shout out to the Beta Australia crew, Mum, Dad, Keely for the fuel stops. They were on point today, so lastly, everyone that helps out with everything, yeah, really appreciate it.
Well, the really cool part about this is I get to give you this one. That one's yours. And that's your ticket to dance next year when you come back, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got to come back now.
Good work. Yeah, I bet you try and on into a number a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, I hope so. I've equalled my best finish, so try again next year, try and go a bit lower.
Good work. Ladies and gentlemen, a very happy guy here with the number 8 plate, ready to come back and do it all again next year. Rightio, we'll look for Jacob Sweet now. Where are you, Jacob? Jacob Sweet, here he is, man of the moment. First things first, Jacob, that one's yours, you've earned that. Okay, number 7, how does that feel?
Yeah, it was good. I was able to push the whole race, so yeah, it was good to get up in the top 10 this year.
Well, mate, the beauty about top 10 is that you get a little bit of royalty going into it next year, so obviously that's a reasonable effort. But let's talk about today. Tough ride, no issues with anything today, really?
Nah, no issues, no crashes, which I was happy about. Just consistent laps. A few issues with lappers along the way, but that's all a part of it.
Absolutely. Anyone that you want to thank out of the gig today?
Yeah, I want to thank my parents, my brother, Brock, all of those people for helping me in the pits. BLS Suspension, Alpine Motorcycles, Alpine Stars, Motul, Pirelli, Prime Design, Zeta, and yeah, everyone that else helps me out.
Well, the beauty about that is that's your ticket to come back next year, mate. We're looking forward to maybe you turning that 7 into something a bit further up the tree, right?
Thank you.
Good work. Ladies and gents, number 7 on the gig today, and doing a brilliant job, of course, was our man in Jacob Sweet. Let's look to Andrew Welch now. Whereabouts are you, Andrew? Number 6. Andrew. There he is, Andrew Welch. Great ride, buddy. I've got too many hands to do things with. Shake your hand, good work. Andy, great ride today.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a few years since I've been able to crack top 10. We finished 4th back in 22, and yeah, since then it's been a bit of a rough road at this event. So yeah, had some years where you question, should I be racing this? Have I still got it? Can we still go as fast as these boys? And nah, it's good. Good to put a good year together, be healthy coming into this event, and yeah, get a couple of top 10. I think the first year we've cracked top 10 with a new brand, and yeah, it's cool to add another brand in the mix.
And you know the cool part about that too is that you know, it's more numbers, it's more people, and more brands that are getting to see what Hattah's about, because Hattah's a brilliant proving ground for breaking things, trust me.
Definitely, yeah. They're obviously our importers up in Queensland, so they haven't really experienced this event too much yet, but yeah, hopefully this is proof to everyone how competitive these bikes are, and we can keep building from here. But yeah, it's awesome to be battling up with these other bigger brands that have well and truly proven themselves here, and yeah, stoked to get it up the order as far as we have.
Load up what you need to do for the trip back next year, mate. That one there, that's your ticket to party next year, right?
Yeah, definitely. Now coming out of the the 400 class was definitely a lot harder in the prologue there. So yeah, to crack top 10 is obviously really handy for prologue next year. And yeah, we've obviously got a heap of testing and knowledge under our belt from this year. So excited for next year. And yeah, hats off to everyone involved for an awesome event.
Good work, well done. Rightio, we move down the field a little further, or further up the field, I should say. We're looking now for Daniel Milner, who's over in this area over here, I believe. Yeah, we are. We just got to get the champagne down here. I meant to go over and get it before.
I'll get. No, it's all at you.
After when Mango's caravan is.
Sorry, follow at you on channel. Muds, can you shoot down to where Mango's caravan is? John's camp next to that, that's where the paint.
Okay, can you come here? Okay.
Try to get it.
Go.
Hey?
Go.
No.
Yeah, he said go.
Oh, yeah, good. Right, we'll move into the next one now. We'll go into... Rightio, we're down here now as we continue our journey to talk to our legends and our champs for the 25 Hattah Desert Race here this weekend, proudly brought to you by Penrite. And I want you to talk to this guy, Daniel Milner. Mate, it is so cool to see you here. I need to give you that, all right? The party next year. You love coming back to this place.
I do, but I just ass kicked by my team, my rider. So you know, that's a leaf pass for me to hang the boots up, I think. So yeah, absolutely stoked for him. Unbelievable. We've been putting in so much work leading into this event, and you know, to see him on the top step, it's honestly amazing. It's you know, for me to get fifth. You know, we did it last year as well. I just don't have the pace that these young guys do down the fast stuff. I kind of think about it too much and back off in spots that I shouldn't, and they just hold it past me. So, yeah, I think it's my time to step away and sit back and enjoy this.
Mate, I must say, you know, like, it must be really proud for you to be able to look at that and go, and I know this sounds pretty corny, but I'm going to say it anyway. There's a little bit of you in that today, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The last 3 months I've been trying to put a lot into Corey to get him over to my riding, I guess, smooth, not making mistakes, and he didn't. He didn't, from what I've been told. Obviously, I was out there bashing around trying to ride my own race, but that pace, that first lap pace he ran was unbelievable. You know, we got out there and we were just cruising along. It's pretty cool. He come past me and give me a wave and down the straight, and I just didn't have the legs on the little 450 compared to that 500. And then, mate, he just went on from them. So it was awesome. I mean, this event is always awesome. It's just such an accomplishment to finish it, and then to, yeah, as I said, have them guys, the team do what we've done is unbelievable.
I think the funny part about this too, Daniel, and you can speak to this because you've done this a number of times, you leave this morning and you know what's in front of you. And you know that it's going to be hard, and you know that you've got to just keep charging on. And for those that are pioneering it themselves for their first one, a lot of them have got no idea what's in front of them. You know, what you've done over the years, how much it takes out of you, you know, and to see your own team now evolve and do what it needs to do, that is so cool, and must make you feel so proud that you've done what you've done so far in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I had the dog pack behind me. I was the first guy off this morning, so I knew it was going to be, you know, pretty gnarly off the start. I knew there was going to be people throwing it up straight away to try try and get out and kind of set the pace and then also be out of the dust. And Simo did it straight away. He got in front of me, I think, like the first straight out there. He made a mistake. I got back around him, and then I was kind of holding it till halfway around the lap where then Corey got me. But, I mean, yeah, as we go back to other competitors out here, I mean, it'd be nervous for them. I know what it's like for me, and I've done it so many times. So to think, you know, they got to go out there, and if it's their first time, it's definitely a daunting feeling. And then having us guys come up and lapping them, it would definitely scare the shit out of them, I can imagine.
Daniel, thank you.
There's so many people to thank. The biggest one is the team. We've been working so, and you know, we're backing us as good as we can. Lucon Industries, that's for Hattah. It's you know, without them guys, we would be struggling. So all the, you know, sponsors associated with the team, we wouldn't be able to all these amazing gear over for us this weekend. It's yeah, you know, it's the new 26 stuff, so it's pretty cool to rep that this weekend, and obviously Corey winning with it's even more amazing. So just yeah, everyone that's supported us, our parents, our family, yeah, everyone that's been out there on the track cheering us all day. It's always good fun when you're riding down them straights, seeing people boarding, and it's yeah, up, that's for sure.
Daniel, promise me, riding or not, you're back here next year.
I'll be back for sure, but yeah, maybe not on the bike. That's it.
And I'll be looking forward to be with you, right?
Absolutely, tonight's the night.
Good on you, well done. Daniel, what a bloody superstar. Like I said, a really good guy of the sport. Can't get enough of him. Rightio, let's move on to the next one. We're number 4, and I am chasing Samuel. So he's my next cab off the ring. So let's go to Sammy. Here he is over in the back paddock. Sam, how are you? Right, Sammy, good ride today, buddy.
Thank you.
Took a bit out of you though, like you sat there at the end of it. Mate, you must have been right on the edge today to just giving literally everything you had in that body today, buddy.
Yeah, I lost my rear brake with 3 laps to go, and then I hip and shouldered a tree, and then on the last lap, literally the second straight from last, I could kind of hear Milner, and then I've hit a square edge and cartwheeled, and I'm trying to run back to the bike when I'm bouncing down the track, and got back to the bike, and she's pretty bent up, but I got there in the end, and I'm a bit sore, but it's all good.
Well, mate, stellar effort today to at least finish the way you have, and in the top 10 means you get a great opportunity to sort of become kind of Hattah royalty next year, right? So, who would you like to thank for your day today?
Yeah, just everyone in the pit, Scotty, Mum, Dad, Stewie for letting us pit with him. Yeah, all my sponsors, Precision Concepts, DBS, Fisher Developments, Goa Hotel, Husqvarna, Hatch Racing, Three Bros, just everyone that helps me get here. It's really good.
Well, buddy, that is your position, and that's your pass to party next year, right?
Thank you.
Good on you. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 through today, and very, very happy boy indeed. Rightio, let's move on to number 3, and that's going to be, of course, our other young local boy in young Gus Reardon. So let's go and have a chat to Gussie, eh? And we're over in the main podium area. Breaking away from that. Good on you, mate. Well done. Sorry about that. Still chasing, where are we here? Corey, where are you, buddy? If you have you over to your bike. You all right? Do that. Rightio, about to go into the top 3 placings. And they're at their bikes. We're waiting and ready to go once that footage hits in. Rightio, guys. We're about to go into the top 3. Daniel Milner, the first guy I'll be needing. Where are you, Daniel? You don't get away scot-free, but you here at the front and centre. Right, here we are. Good work. Rightio, here we are, ready to do pressos for 25 Hattah. Daniel Milner, would you like to come in first of all? I got you here for a reason. We had a chat before. Not that I love chatting to you, because you're a good guy too. But you know what? I got something for you.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to win that yesterday, to be honest. It's it's hard to just go out and just nail a good lap in the prologue, but then going to back it up in the top 10 is quite a difficult thing. So yeah, definitely stoked to get them ones.
That top 10 is a killer, right? Because you don't only put your first lap time down, you know, is good to get you in it. And if you're right at the top of it, then someone else can easily knock that over. Then you got to only get on top of that, which is your best that you've already put in. You got to nail his time to put an even better time in, mate. It's a big gig, right?
Yeah, and what's so crazy for us is we first go out and the track is completely flat. So then, you know, the next one we go out, it's after all the riders have been through, and it's complete opposite. So it's like, yeah, you just got to hold on for the best.
And number one's last.
Yes, and yeah, I have to ride after them. They blew out all the lines, so that was the next worrying part. But we got it done, so that was, yeah, it's quite exciting.
Well, on behalf of our sponsors, buddy, we need to give you one of these, all right? Look at this. Check that out.
That might have to go on the bar tonight.
Or I hang around when you take that to the bank. That's got to be worth watching, right?
Well, mate, I think Corey's will have to go on the bar. I think that's a bit bigger. So.
Good work. Thank you. Daniel Milner, our top 10 shootout winner from yesterday. Awesome effort, mate. Well done. Alrighty, top 3. Let's have a bit of a look through them. Here's the bike that took the third one, right? And he put a solid effort in. Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for Gus Reardon. Gussie, tough day in the office out there, buddy. That's a tough gig out there today.
Yeah, it was brutal out there. It was super fast, faster than normal, and just super choppy.
Yeah, and you know what? All the other pieces around it, you know, the wind moving around, guys in the back end of the field, you've got to try and navigate through, and all the bits, all the action moving through the pits, you know, it's a really big gig to try and stick it all together and try and come out on the top of it all.
Yeah, I noticed the wind pick up like about halfway through, because when you're going crossways from the wind, the wind was pushing you, trying to push you off the bike, so it felt a bit weird. But yeah.
Now, you had a couple of incidents last year where you tagged a couple of roos and a few other bits and pieces. None of that this year?
No, none of that this year. That was 2 years ago. I was looking out for them, though.
Yeah, you never know, do you, right out here?
Yeah.
Dude, this is yours, all right? I give you that with pride because you're a local kid. You do so well here. You've really supported this for the very get-go when you first started riding Hattah. Junior series all the way through to seniors. It gives me great pride to be giving that sort of thing to you because you're the generation that's taking over Hattah, and I feel really cool about that, and there's nothing better about giving that to a local guy, mate, so hold that up with pride. You've done a brilliant job today, mate. Well done. Who do you want to thank?
No, just the whole Mototech crew, everyone there that helps me get over here, my parents, Reardon Grain, Deck, my mechanic, Ross Goffert. We dragged him up here last minute. He was out there on the pit board, and yeah, you guys are putting on another great event. I love this event. It works well when it lines up with my calendar in the States, and I always try to put this one top of my list.
Well, mate, we're really thankful that you do that and you support it the way you do, and not only that, but all of your sponsors and the guys involved all help us out too, mate. So thank you so much for what you give out, and you know we're on the Gus train with you, right?
Yeah. No, thank you, and congrats to these two boys beside me. They absolutely pumped me today, so. They rode well.
Well, you got to come back next year and defend that, right?
Yeah. Hopefully I don't go backwards like I did from last year, but...
Mate, it's all good, right? This is Hattah. It does things to you, right?
Yeah, no, it's a tough one.
Good one. Well done, Gus Reardon. Well done. And this one here, buddy. That one's yours. What do you reckon about that?
Looks pretty good.
Don't put it all on the bar at once. Righto, we'll move into second place, which is this one here. And we need to talk to, of course... Callum Norton, so I'll just grab his plate. We'll do that bit first. There you go, Cal. Have that.
Thank you. Nah, stoked.
That was a good day, tough day. We rode an amazing race. Pace was high from the first lap, really. Slacked off a little bit there, but yeah, there's nothing I could do about catching Corey. It was just solid, and we sort of matched stuff from lap 3 on, and it was just, mate, it was an insane 4 hours. I mean, the other boys, obviously, as well, Gussie and Milner and and Sammy in 4th, great ride. It was just an insane race. Like that first 2 laps, I mean, we're all bunched up other than Corey out front. It was pretty cool. So yeah, I'm stoked with 2nd. I mean, love to win again, but I mean, Corey rode an amazing race, and yeah, just stoked to be on the bike with all these great guys.
And Cal, a lot of people don't realise it, but when you're in this race like this for 4 hours, you know, you get that part, you put it very, very clean. You know, you're tagged up with guys, you're sort of connected, you're in amongst it, you're banging off one another, but then you settle down to that pace. And a lot of people don't realise that pace in your head is your pace, what you run at, you try to stay to it as best you possibly can. That's hard yards, because you're on your own in your head, just doing what you got to do.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. That's what I just tried to be really consistent, and just try and have a little bit there in the tank. Again, I pushed hard all day because Corey was so good. I mean, I couldn't feel like I could just let off and cruise. I mean, it was a constant 4 hours of pushing and then trying to find more, but it was just, I never got to the stage of getting close enough to even have a shot to attack. But yeah, it was a great day. He rode phenomenal. You know, he's had years where he's had dramas, and he probably could have done this a while ago, so it's pretty cool to see him win, and stoked to be up here with Gussie as well.
Yo, thank you, List.
Yeah, all sponsors are STE Racing, everyone involved with the team, KTM Australia, Troy Lee Gear, Rossi Goggles, local Australian company, with the goggles, and they were phenomenal day. Family, everyone for coming up and supporting me, my girlfriend and her family. Yeah, just everyone in the Mildura community, everyone with the Hattah Desert race. It's yeah, it's great, and yeah, well done to all the boys in the top 10, and yeah, hopefully we're all back again next year and at it again.
Well, mate, here's a reminder to bring you back next year. That's going to help you out, I would think. Proud of hanging on to that one, eh?
Yeah, no, stoked. Thank you.
Good on you. Al Norton, second outright. Great job. Rightio, let's move on and talk to the winner. And there he is right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a chat to Corey McMahon. Corey, first things first, top of the heap, mate. You've got to be stoked.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's seen this coming, and I knew it myself, and my team around me knew it was possible, and yeah, just went to work for 4 hours. The bike was unreal, and yeah, we knew what we had to do, and we managed to race sort of from the start, got a gap, and yeah, really happy with how it performed, and yeah, the bike was unreal.
Mate, you come into this event and you really do come in with the respect for what it is, because it's not an easy gig.
Yeah, 100%. Like you can see, I was 6th last year and obviously won this year, and we're so close, all of us. The competition's so tough at this race, and we all know that, and it takes one of your good days to get a win, and that's exactly what we had today.
Well, Hattah can be kind, and it can be a brutal thing too, right? And we've seen that before. Today it smiled on you because you put in the best effort that you possibly could, and you were rewarded with that. Who's your thank you list?
Yeah, well, the main man is Daniel Milner. I wouldn't be here without him. That's as simple as that. He's taught me everything he knows, and it's really paying off. I've got my first outright win this year in the AEC, and then obviously to back it up with this is pretty special, and that's all because of him. And obviously our whole team, KTM Australia, DM31 Racing, they've done an unreal job all weekend. The boys have been up late in the shed and doing everything they can to make all of our bikes ready for this race, as we know it's so brutal. And Lucon for jumping on for the Hattah and helping us out with the funding. Obviously we're a small team, and they've helped out a huge bunch. And obviously all the team's associated sponsor, Leatt, for getting this 26 gear to us. It's really good looking and unreal. Yeah, we tested a lot this year, and we made a few mistakes last year. We got Choice got the bike in the perfect spot, and that's exactly why it made it so easy on me for 4 hours. Motorex, RK, WP, Pirelli tyres, yeah, and obviously the big one, KTM, and we'll be back next year to hopefully defend this.
Well, mate, as number one, you get all the goodies. You get this one. And that one's a really cool one to have, because you know what that is? That's the number one party pass, right, for next year.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll use that up tonight anyway. So, yeah, see you at in town.
Good work. And on top of that, you get this one as well, dude. And that's got to be worth hanging on to as well.
Yeah, this will help pay for a few bills, that's for sure.
Well, Corey, yourself, and of course in our top three here, Cal and of course Gus. Well done, boys, for an amazing top three. We'll let these guys celebrate in true form. Rightio, guys, the pits are open. I must admit, the pits are open. And in the meantime, I'm going to grab the girls. I'm going to have a quick chat to the women very shortly while these guys blow off and they grab some footage of that. So I'll leave you with this bit and we'll have a chat to the girls in a moment.
With our ladies out there, Glenn, at the moment and their presentation. Oh, look at those live shots of the track. It's rough. It's absolutely rough as guts. And look at the champagne flowing down here. How happy are these guys? Corey McMahon, Daniel Milner. Of course, what a stout effort as well from, we heard it straight from Callum Norton. He gave it everything he had today. Second was the best that he could muster, and for Gus Reardon, you know, he rode the wheels off his KTM as well. And the honchos at KTM headquarters, we know as far as Australia goes, but also Austria at head office must be extremely pleased. A 1-2-3 in one of the most prestigious events on the global calendar for off-road racing. It's impressive.
That's very impressive. Like, just for Callum Norton not to pull back.
Yep, sorry, Glenn. Back down to you, John, I think, with our ladies' presentation.
Chance to have a chat to another of the glasses that we're very, very happy with and we're very proud to be supporting, and that is the Penrite Hattah. We did the 4-lap ladies earlier on. Now we get to do the girls that put in the 8 laps. This is the real iron part of the girls' competition here this weekend, and I get a chance to talk to these 3 lovely ladies. First of all, third, we need to talk to Maddie Healy. Maddie, first of all, welcome back to Hattah.
Thank you, yeah.
What is it with this place? It just drives you nuts. You've got to come back and just put yourself through all that to try and win something. Like, it's just crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think every year my body says, no, let's not do that again. But, you know, we come back every year and, you know, try work as hard as each year to progress, yeah.
What do you think when you hit that button to go, you know what, there's me submitted, I've entered? Is it like, do I, don't I know I got to, yeah, I'm doing this?
Yeah, bloody oath. It's just the whole atmosphere. This race is unreal and it gets better every year. So, yeah, definitely can't wait to come back next year and, yeah.
Being overrun by the boys in the paddock, you know, boys with toys, you know how it works. Hey, Matty, who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Fox Australia, TwinTech Suspension, VIPT Lifestyle, Bournemore, Play, just everyone else, Prime Design. Yeah, it takes a whole massive team. My mum and dad, partner, they've all come up and, you know, supported me and get all the fuel stops done. So, you know, it takes a massive team, and I'd just like to thank everyone.
Good on you, mate. See you back next year.
Yeah, definitely.
Hit the button, hit the button. Rightio, move on to second for the class this weekend, and we're going to talk to Jessica Gardner. And Jess, thank you so much for waiting.
Yeah, you're all right. Thanks, Agnes.
What an amazing day. It evolves. There's always surprises in this place, but when you get to the podium, you know you've done a really good job, and again, great effort for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite brutal out there. That first lap's always a bit chaotic with the boys all trying to work out where we need to be, and yeah, once we got to the next few laps, it was a lot of fun.
And you know, the thing with the girls' class is that you're really racing a proper class that is yours, and you get to see your measure in that, you know. And it's also great to see so many of the younger girls starting to come from juniors into seniors and working their way through now too, right?
Yeah, I seen heaps of girls out there on the track today, which was really cool. I tried to give them a little wave as we went past at speed, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. Halfway through the race, it became pretty brutal with the chop and stuff, and the boys started lapping us at the front, the outright boys, about lap 5, and I sort of went into a trail ride mode. I knew Danielle was well and truly out front and had it. She's pretty crazy, so yeah, I was moving over for them all, and then next thing I moved over for Maddie, and I went, oh no, hang on, that's my competitor, and I knocked it up a gear, and we went to battle in that 6th lap, and I put in a good sprint lap, got past outbraked her a little bit in, and yeah, she unfortunately went down, but then yeah, had a really good last 2 laps for P2.
Good work. What's your thank you list look like today?
Just the whole Yamaha JGR off-road team, everyone who supports us to make this happen, all our sponsors, Matt and Megs and Josh for coming out this weekend to help us pit. It's a crucial part of Hattah, obviously making them field stops as quick as possible. So yeah, can't thank them enough. Jeremy for all the bike prep beforehand, and of course the girls for the epic competition. It's nice and strong.
You going to hit the button next year?
Oh, we'll see. I hope so.
Good work. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, Jess Gardner, thank you so much for your time. And thank you also to this one who's come back, Danielle McDonald. Danielle, thank you so much for coming back and having a chat to us. Great day here in competition for you today.
Yeah, it was an awesome day. I'm happy to get the win in the end.
And of course, it doesn't come without all the hard work that you put in, you know, like all of the training, all of the fitness pieces you put together, the support that you get and all that has to be to get here. And then you got to actually ride the thing and actually put the win in. It's a hard gig to do here at Hattah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of the hardest races in the world. So yeah, definitely not easy on the body. So yeah, you got to get fit and definitely train up for this race. Yeah.
Can you remember your first Hattah?
I can. Yeah, my first Hattah was definitely a few years ago now, but it was in the junior race, and yeah, my first race. I loved it ever since. So every year I've come back.
And when you went from junior to senior, that transition into the bigger track and the more time to ride in it, did you come out of the first one thinking this is just wildly hard to try and do?
I honestly thought, you know, this is going to be pretty easy. Like everyone was talking it up, saying, "Oh, this is like the hardest race ever." And then I did my first senior race, and then man, it was. I honestly thought everyone was crazy. This was definitely a hard race. Like it definitely beat me up last year.
And of course, you come back with the vision of you want to just do better and better every time, you know. So now being on the top step didn't come without that hard work, mate. So all I can say is well done for doing what you've done.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's definitely not an easy win.
No. Shout out list for you?
Yeah, just massive thanks to the Yamaha Australia for all the support. Ampro Yamaha back in the US. And all my personal sponsors, my mum and dad, Fudge Burrell for my mechanic for helping me out, and just my whole pit team for, yeah, just coming out here and helping me. Thank you.
Well done. Well, that means we get to hopefully see you again next year.
Yep, absolutely. I'll be back.
Defend the number one.
Yep, that's the plan.
Good work. Ladies and gentlemen, number one in the class, Danielle McDonald, who did an awesome job. And indeed, round of applause for all our girls today. Did an amazing job. They rode the full 8 laps, all right, which is what the guys do. And that's a pretty tough gig, right? So well done, the girls. We'll see you back again next year, hopefully fit, well and ready to roll. I got one more guy I need to have a quick chat to, and it's this guy over here while they're doing their photo piece.
Yeah, no, fantastic day. Thanks very much for having us here.
So Rodney, just want to have a quick chat to you after we've now given away what we've done for the senior guys and the senior girls here. There's a good connection to what we're going to have a chat about, given that these girls and guys finished well, but a lot of people don't realise the talent pool that's going offshore. So let's have a quick chat about 6 Day.
Yeah. Well, look, it's in about 5 weeks. We're all heading off to Bergamo in Italy for the International 6 Day Enduro. And what was very exciting today is the number of our 6 Day team riders that were here just in the top 10 of the men. With 4 of our riders were successful here today, and then the girls, the 3 girls here, Danielle, Jess, and Maddie. That's the ladies, the women's team at 6 Day.
So what people don't realise, okay, is that, and if you're looking in and you know this, you'll just have to bear with me for a moment. For those that don't know, I'm going to paint the picture, okay? These are national representatives that are going off as internationals to ride for Australia. All right, there's no bigger accolade than to say that you are representing your country offshore. These people we're talking about are going off into the International 6 Day. That's how high a level these people are that are heading away, and Rod's talking about.
Yeah, and particularly our women's team. Yeah, a rider like Jess Gardner here, I think 13 6 Days. Been part of winning the Women's World Trophy 6 times. and actually Jess has won it outright women's twice. And this year she was part of, along with Gemma Wilson and Taylor Jones, they were inducted into the Motorsport Hall of Fame, which was a fantastic accolade for them, for Jess. Danielle has, this will be her third 6-day, and just actually really fast over there on the tight snotty stuff in Europe. And Maddie is stepping in for the injured Taylor Jones, who just unfortunately hurt herself 2 weeks ago in the Grand Nationals. So but we've got every confidence in Maddie. She's really sharp. She's got 4 or 5 weeks now to practice on some real snotty stuff, and but the speed's awesome. We know the speed's there. So.
And in the background, the guys, we talk about some of the younger level guys that are going over, and then we'll talk about the seniors shortly. So in the junior category?
Yeah, well, the World Junior Trophy isn't just teenagers. In the world of Enduro, Enduro GP and 6-day, if you're 23 and under, that's a junior. So this year we've got our winner here today, Corey, third place Gus, and Kyron Bacon, who's currently racing pro in Italy for a top Kawasaki team. That is our junior team, those 3 guys. And on paper, it is one of the best junior teams that will be at 6-day this year. We've got a tremendous amount of media coverage and already the interest from overseas to watch our junior team.
So with that, we've got 2 that we had here today racing that are going offshore. So we've got better than the complement of what's offshore racing in a couple of weeks' time was here at Hattah, right?
Yes. In the men's, that to have the 2 boys here, and as we know, Gus flew home for this race, and he'll be packing his bags and heading to Italy in a few weeks. Kyron's already there. Corey's been training real hard. You can see how fast he's going. So this is all part of his prep. And we're very excited.
So now we move on to the senior team, okay? Senior team, and we had some of those guys here today as well. Let's have a quick chat about that.
Yeah, so of course Doogs Milner, it will be his 10th 6-day. And great to have him back. He wasn't available to us last year. Andy Wilkes today, top effort. Andy's this will be his 3rd 6-day coming to Italy. Really smart thinking, strong in the head sort of guy, and his prep's awesome. Yeah. Johnny Reinders wasn't in our 10, but was going real fast today. He's on our senior team, and then the 4th rider is Josh Strang, who's currently top 10 GNCC rider in the US, and this will be Josh's 9th 6-day when we go to Italy.
Wow, so all those guys that are doing so well offshore at a national and international capacity, all coming through here at Hattah for us. But, and I suppose we'd like to think that Hattah provides a little bit of what's required for them to be shook down, ready and race prepped to go offshore and do what they need to do. So proud to be part of that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, of our 10 trophy riders that will be in Italy representing Australia, 8 of them were here at Hattah. Yeah. So, as you say, it's a great shakedown for them.
And of course, I think they see that in good stead, that Hattah is one of those events that they have to compete at in a way, because it's required for them to be as sharp as they can possibly be before they go offshore. I mean, what better race to try and shake you down in this one?
It's all part of their performance, and the selection criteria is based on results. MA puts a lot of time and effort into helping select the team, and of course the funding that MA provide is very important. And then we've brought on board some really great sponsors to help with the budget and get us all over there. And this year as well, we've got 3 club teams. So we've sort of embraced club riders again. So as well as our 10 trophy guys, we've got 3 club teams of 3 riders, and that's real grassroots. Dandenong Club, Dungog Club and Oyster Bay. We've got teams there, and the whole assembly from Australia is nudging 80 people. Green and gold, and we're going to be the loudest, best spectator mob over there.
Well, I can tell you, Rod, you're going over there. You can make plenty of noise for us. There's a little bit of Hattah noise you can chuck in the background there for us. That'd be appreciated, right?
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Oh, one last thing. 7th of August, our sponsors, Penrite, have donated the night at the Penrite Museum in Wantirna in Melbourne. And we've got a big fundraiser on, some great prizes going to auction, and we're going to have the 3. What's really interesting is Australia uniquely has won 6-day 3 times outright. Watty in 8, we've got Milner in 18, and Chucky, and those outright winning bikes will be on display at the Penrite Museum.
Well, that should be an awesome night as well, and that's the 7th of August.
7th of August. Yes, it's online, Facebook, and get your tickets, and it'll be a who's who of 6-day. Historic 6-day guys will all be there for the night.
Good on you, Rod. Well done. Thank you for coming down and giving us all the detail. And again, take with you overseas with the team from here all our very best, and a little bit of Hattah going over there with them, right?
Absolutely. Thanks for the support. Good on you.
Good on you. Rodney, of course, involved with the 6-day. And I think, once we've had that bit of a chat, that's getting pretty close to the wrap-up. Thank you again if you're watching online for being involved with the Hattah 25 event here, proudly brought to you by Penrite, a better class of oils since 1926, and indeed all of the team here at the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club, officials, volunteers and the like. We hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Thanks to Johnny and also to Belly and the crew for giving all the commentary in the background online. And we do thank you for tuning in and being part of it. And the only thing I can finish up and wrap it up with is to basically say, if you've come to Hattah before, you know what it's like. If you've been watching it online, you're probably hooked. But you never know what it's like until you've been here. You've got to come and visit us here at Hattah at least once. Put it on your bucket list. Me signing off on behalf of all the crew. Hope you've had a great day's or great weekend from the Friday right through to Sunday night. We'll get ready for presentations at our friends at the Gateway on 15th Street here in Mildura later on tonight. But again, sign off from you guys, and hope you tune in next year for the 26th Hattah Penrite Desert Race here at this wonderful location.
Thanks very much, John. A top job down there. The voice of the Hattah Desert Race, that's for sure. John Contract doing a wonderful job. We see the results now. We're just going to recap here quickly, Glenn. It's been a wonderful weekend. The under-19s, Jackson Verstegen getting the job done over Levi Stevens. Oscar Fox, we see Cardenas there in 4th, and McInnes rounding out the top 5. The up to 250 4-stroke class, Ty Keane victorious there with a handy margin over Harris, Hutchins, Shaw and Bryan. In the up to 250cc 2-stroke class, I reckon it's got to be at least back-to-back for Leap and Liam Dinage with a handy margin over Terry, Gelbart, Fowler and Fox for your top 5. In the Vets 35 to 44 class, Gleeson, Allen, Welsh, Rendell and Pendlebury rounds out your top 5. In the ladies, we've just seen the presentation a few moments ago. Congratulations to Danielle McDonald, Jess Gardner and Maddie Healy, a class act, and we wish them the very best of luck over in Italy in a month or two's time, with Maddie Simpson and Mia Tung rounding out the top 5. The 250cc and over 2-stroke class, the victory going to De Vries, followed by Kennedy, Knights, Kellett and Stanton. In the ladies 4-lapper, it was Chellis with the victory there. We saw the presentation mid-race. Tegan Wilkentom in 4nd with Fleming rounding out the 3, followed by Blake and Kuhnke there in 5th. The over 450cc 4-stroke class, Corey McMahon aboard his 500cc KTM, victorious over Cal Norton. We know the margin, 27.1 seconds. Corey Hammond in for 3rd with McGilvray and Stevens rounding out the 5. And the 250 through 450 4-stroke class, with Gus Reardon taking the win there, followed by Sam Pritchira, Dan Milner, Andy Wilkes and Jacob Sweet rounding out the top 5. And I think with that, that's pretty well covered it. I know that John's already said a huge thanks to all of our officials. I guess at this point in time, Glenn, I'd like to say a big thanks to not only Penrite, but to yourself and Medi yesterday for jumping into the comm box with me. I really appreciate it. Your insights have been absolutely spot on, and I've had a great time. So thanks very much, mate, for joining me, and we hope to see you again next year.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. I've been here the last 3 years, and I'm glad you stepped up to the plate for this one, because Wade's overseas and he does a fantastic job with it. But yeah, it's been an awesome event. You can see from the aerial footage of the Hattah Desert Race is just phenomenal. The amount of people involved in the whole event, and the track was perfect today. The conditions were awesome, and congratulations to all the winners of all the classes. They've put out an outstanding, achievement there.
Oh yeah, it's. I knew this event was pretty big, but I think it's absolutely blown my mind with just how big it is, and it continues to grow year by year. So we want to say a huge thanks to all of our fans for coming out, everyone who's tuned in on the live streaming. Trust you guys have enjoyed it. to our production team, to Toph and the crew. Well done to our drone operators. A sensational effort. And last but not least, a huge thanks to the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club for all their planning. It's pretty well 12 months. They'll already be thinking about next year's event, I'm sure. So well done, guys. A huge pat on the back to all of our volunteers. It's been John Cobby for Glenn Bell, for Brett Metcalf yesterday, and of course for Johnny Contract. We want to wish you all safe travels on the way home and look forward to seeing you all again in 2026 for the next instalment of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Good afternoon, all.
G'day and welcome to Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria, where adventure awaits you around every bend. But unlike Queensland, you don't have to worry about crocs. Epically wide river that goes forever. Perfect for water sports. Your next adventure is in Mildura and it's just a short flight away. We'll see you there.
Plan your next event at Verde Mildura for friends and family celebrations, weddings, birthdays, or rewarding your business staff and clients. Reserve your own space to celebrate any event in style for up to 30 people in the Verde Avenue bays. And for gatherings a little larger, book Cube for up to 60 guests. Verde's dedicated events coordinator Michelle will look after your needs from start to finish. Book early to secure your preferred date.
Penrite Oil. Who are they? What do they stand for? One thing I can tell you, they've been around a long, long time. Founded right here in Melbourne, nearly 100 years ago. Who are they? They're a lubricants company that has always stayed true to its values. And those values always were, and still are, to make the best quality lubrication for your entire automotive world. They've come so far in that time and achieved so much. I call them the big Aussie lubricants manufacturer. You know what I love most about this business? After all of that time, this is still a 100% Aussie family-owned business. You've got to love them.